presence of dread they can feel. Something's wrong, they're holding those steel. Of maniac minds in the air. This is not our home. This is not our fate. Escape from going things wrong before it is too late. They run for their ship, head for the door and hope they don't trip. Safely inside, the look on their face, relief as they fly far away from this place. This is not our home. This is not our fate. Escape from going things wrong before it is too late. This is not our home. This is not our fate. Escape from going things wrong before it is too late.
Learn from history, and we must go our own way before it is too late.
Thank you, Mark. Right at the 5-minute mark. Kazi. So what do you and your organizations believe in addressing the solution of racial inequity?
I want to be very first clear of who was driving the Lamborghini in the first place. Because who's in movies on your rotten ass, hoe, old ass, white, honky ass, old crooked hope the bitch dies tomorrow with her pedophile ass son. You know what they said, dummy? They said they Lamborghini. They said they found it in the gold that we had. Clean.
I was dreaming with the people, and you know the song seems so far away. Many lived and died to find the light away. I was sleeping rather peaceful, but sure as sunlight starts the day, something shined and brought me to my feet again. I saw mountains rise and crumble in a day. Time was just another play. And she said, far away, you're so close that you wouldn't believe it. Out away, now come undone. Far away, you're so close that you wouldn't believe it. Out away, now come undone. We were seeking all the pieces, but it's not just what you say and what you do. If you're not letting the heartbeat breathe through you, step through shadows and I'll see you better, dear. Feels so good to be this clear. And she said, far away, it's so close that you wouldn't believe it. out to them. I love being here with you. I know you and you mean too far away. It's out here and we plainly can see in another way. Have come undone, oh, I'm a stowaway. In a world that you wouldn't believe, it's not far away. I've come undone, oh, far away. It's so close and I know you can feel it now that we have come undone.
Excellence where there is equality. For every diversity higher, there is a diversity fire. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. The truth is hate to those who hate the truth. Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. In a world of collectivism, individualism is suicide. Hollywood isn't history. Hollywood isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history. Isn't history.
So folks, if you're out and about and you see people in need, help them.
Your source of power is the spirit of the West.
And a freaking little stray dog's running across the road, almost gets hit by a car. Has no collar, but, and this lady pulls up to help, and then she accidentally hits the gutter and her tyre pops. So she's down asking people around if they know whose dog it is, and I'm putting a new tyre on for her.
In the nations we call home, an illness has taken hold, a spiritual poison infecting us all.
White people, am I right?
Damn white people are pissy about racism.
A population taught to hate itself and assist in its own demise.
When we say we want to kill whitey, we don't really mean we want to kill whitey, we do.
Some white people may have to die. I'm confused on why that's so controversial.
A people lost in an electronic dream, bereft of meaning and enslaved by guilt.
The only way that you should ever actually be in front of a black king is on all fours, and that all black men should know that they are kings.
Yes, guys. You have to give all these brothers beats a kiss if you're really sorry. Go back down, come on. Do as you told, man. Go on, bow back down, man. This is a good white man, man. This is right. Understand.
What happens when we no longer care? When we allow ourselves to be dominated by our victimizers? Our most innocent pay the price. And what happens when they finally stand up? The most important story for the 21st century, in a time when we shall re-enter history, when we shall create a new world in our image, and when we shall finally reawaken and become heroes. Crucible, Child Patriot, American Victory by Jason Kerner. Does that make sense?
Western civilization is at risk of collapsing under the weight of anti-whiteism. Anti-whiteism is all concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, and rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. If you care for the well-being of Westmen and their great civilization, read Go Free by Jason Kerner. Arm yourself with the psychological defense for the psychological warfare being waged against Westmen, and spread this knowledge to others. Become an advocate for white well-being. Support white-positive persons and organizations. Let anti-white persons and organizations know that you disapprove of their words and actions. Call out anti-whiteism wherever you see it. Protect children from anti-white indoctrination. Do whatever else you feel is best, within legal means, to help ensure the well-being of Western kind. Thank you in advance.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. foreigners now, our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Now that is how you start a week. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. So many wonderful heroes have already shown up in the live chat. Today, it is going to be a marvelous Going Free. We are very excited. A lot of good things going on, and wonderful to see all of the heroes showing up as they are wont to do here in the advanced placement class, which is Going Free, those who take a step beyond. Is the mic working okay? Are you able to hear me all right? If you have questions or comments over the course of the stream today, we'll be beginning with news and for the first hour, and then I will appear on camera after that, and we will get into the rest of the program, but avatar until we get there. Comments or questions should be tagged to me either on DLive, which I have up, or on YouTube. I can see both of them. If you tag me as No White Guilt. If it's on YouTube, it will appear on the monitors to my right, your left. If you tag me over on DLive, on the monitors to my left, your right, and I will be keeping an eye out for those things. You might even be able, I don't know, if some of you want to give it a go and try to see if you can give points over on DLive, you can give it a try and see what happens. If you can or not, let me know. I appreciate that. If you do want to financially gift otherwise, you can do so on Entropy, and that is in the description below. Slide on down the description, find Entropy, click on over there, and you'll be able to financially gift in the financial gift widget. You'll also be able to ask questions and make comments in the question widget, and they do not delete unless you or I delete them there. They won't disappear as they do on DLive and on YouTube. If you do have a question or comment that you make on DLive or YouTube and I miss it, don't spam it, but copy it, put it on a notepad or a Word document or something to the side, and then try again later when I'm looking at the live stream. We try to answer all questions and comments. Those financially gifting get priority, obviously. You can also financially gift over on Cash App, which you can also find down in the description below. 15% cost to you on Entropy. 0 cost to you on Cash App. But remember, when you do financially gift on Cash App, that 15% goes to the good people maintaining this platform for free speech in an age when we surely need to defend free speech. As you know, we're going to be covering a number of things today And I'll just run over. Oh, you will also be able to financially gift, or you may also financially gift cryptocurrencies. You can go to knowwhiteguilt.org, knowwhiteguilt.org. Click on cryptocurrency tab near the top, and you'll see 4 of the top 5 cryptocurrencies available there for financial gifting. You will also see a snail mail address there where you can reach me with snail mail. And I always love going through the mailbag. On the news today, what will we be talking about? First thing I have here is drama from the TAP episode, the past TAP episode with Lovely Porge and, of course, the great Jared George. There was a misunderstanding with a good guy by the name of Michael. His questions on where do we go from here? And was I imputing some measure of responsibility to Nick in the suicide of the Frenchman? We'll be addressing that a little bit later. We also have S917 in the 116th Congress, as well as HR 1934, titled the Abusive Telecommunications Expression Act. What will this mean for those truculent fools who like to play the villain in posts online? And we'll be getting into that probably the first as I get done reading here the number of things that I will cover, the items that I will cover over the first hour and a half that I'm with you all. I have my predictions on who the next president will be. And no, it's not Kamala. We'll cover that a little bit later in the show. Predictions also on Democrat successful failure in people's lives and what that will actually mean for the political process here in the United States and the shakeup of the politicians and political parties. We have the talk once again of secession, and I will give you my views. Many of you will probably already know, but it's warrants speaking to again since so many people are talking about it, and there is a new acute risks to doing so. Are small businesses actually being destroyed? There are a lot of individuals right now, a lot who talk about global powers and the they and the them and that sort of thing, this group in the shadows that controls all things. And they are all talking about the destruction of small businesses. Are they being destroyed? Well, my answer will be very surprising to some. We'll get to that a little bit later. Why a white man in the office of president for the anti-white dystopia that is going to be visited upon the United States? The answer may surprise you and make things very clear for you at the same time. I'll give you my thoughts on the inauguration. What a circus that was. Are Democrats double dealing with those who are not yet citizens of America? Many are saying yes, but the answer is no. And I will get into that a little bit later and how that is the case as well. This is all within the first hour and a half or so. So if you are interested in any of these items, or you may know someone who is interested in any of these items, please do let them know that we will be discussing them during the first hour and a half. And I know many have the patience of gerbils, so we have to try to satisfy everybody's inadequacies. Let us begin with Senate Bill 917, the 116th Congress, United States of America. The exact same bill is moving through the House, known as HR 193. When they do this, politicians and the parties, when they do this, they move the same bill through, both parts, the Senate and the House, both parts of Congress. That means they really want it badly, and they want to push it through as quickly as possible. And so it is important to know, well, what is exactly that they want so badly? What is it that they want us to suffer from? And this is going to, I think, open a lot of eyes, or should open a lot of eyes, at least for those of us. And remember, I'll just reiterate, and now in the year 21, the deed is done. The anti-whites who call themselves Democrats control all of the United States government, all of the bureaucracies, both the Senate and the House, all of the agencies, and they control the majority of nodes of power across the United States as well. The deed is done. So the bête noire is at the door and banging to come inside. So no longer am I going to be trying to encourage or influence other content producers, organizational leaders, thought leaders, and the rest to start doing the right thing, because I had been kindly encouraging them to do the right thing over the years. And why is this the right thing? Well, because it works. Why are the other things not the right thing? Well, I've been alive for decades. You probably a couple decades, others many decades, and you know very well of the success of these other endeavors. And so now they can just do whatever they want, and their followers can go ahead and perceive that those whatever those things might be are superior, and they can twiddle away their thumbs until they get locked up for twiddling their thumbs. To direct the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information to prepare and submit periodic reports to Congress on the role of telecommunications in hate crimes. Telecommunications in hate crimes. The act has a couple of names, but the one that's most important is Abusive Telecommunications Expression Act of 2019. It's also called the full name there, Stop Harmful and Abusive Telecommunications Act, but also called the Stop Hate Act. The important thing, though, is the giveaway for the title, the first title I read, the Stop Harmful and Abusive Telecommunications Expression Act of 2019. Some of you will hear the accent and the pause I'm putting around the word expression, and you will be already like a bloodhound, sagaciously following the trail to what the anti-whites are going to do. This indicates that Congress is concerned with hate crimes that occur via telecommunications and is seeking solutions to stop and criminalize those behaviors. Reports will be required to inform Congress about the role that telecommunications play in hate crimes. Of course, this is anti-white slurs, anti-white verbiage inside the anti-white narrative, and that's how they're going to write naturally. We know that a hate crime is just an additional punishment reserved for white people for what they might be thinking when they commit any sort of crime, but it's being expanded, the definition of crime being expanded. You are white and not anti-white enough. It's being expanded. As you know, it's been happening at your universities, at your places of work, where you are punished for the things you say and therefore the things you are thinking. And now we will see that the Democrats are going to make it law of the land. Remember, all of those content creators and what they said would happen, what they said that they would take responsibility for, and then ask yourself again, are you going to continue to listen to them? Are you going to continue to listen to their interpretations? Are they fit for leadership? Are they fit to take advice from? Your answers will determine your fitness for whether or not you belong in the advanced placement of going free. Periodic reports required not later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of this act, and not less frequently than 5 years thereafter. The Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information, with the assistance of the Attorney General, shall prepare and submit to the appropriate congressional committees a report on the role of telecommunications in violent acts and the commission of crimes of hate, as described in the Hate Crime Statistics Act 34 U.S.C. 41305, against individuals or groups of individuals on the basis of race, gender, and gender identity, religion, disability, sexual orientation, ethnicity, color, or national origin. Scope of the reports. Analyze information on the use of the telecommunications, including broadcast television and radio, cable television, public access television, computer bulletin boards, and other electronic media. To advocate and encourage violent acts and the commission of crimes of hate, as described in the hate crime statistics, again, against individuals or groups of individuals on the basis of race and yada yada. The role that such telecommunications are playing in giving groups that advocate and encourage such violent acts and the commission of such crimes of hate a platform to spread their message and to organize across the United States. This indicates the desire to connect the use of telecommunications and hate crimes, or just the encouragement of hate crimes. Who gets to define that? The anti-whites do. These are all IQ tests. Remember, every day of your life is nothing but a series of IQ tests. Are you passing them? Do you deserve to be in advanced placement? Or are you in the wrong place? Maybe you should head back down the hall to the doom documenting and doom dissecting. Who gets to define that, and how do you think they will define it? Additionally, it will include any recommendations that the Assistant Secretary considers appropriate and necessary to address such use and such role of telecommunications. Again, are you listening closely to what's being said here? I will sum up how the anti-whites might interpret it, because here on YouTube, I'm not speaking for YouTube. When the anti-whites, the anti-white oligarchs, I know who are listening closely, all of you criminals in the FBI and other police agencies, of course, with a nod to the good ones who are in these agencies. I am not speaking for YouTube, nor am I making any claims on the truth or falsehood of any of the things that I say. I am reading here from bills that are proposed by the Democrats that will be made into law, under which we will suffer a blanket tyranny. I will also be reading over the course of this stream from different news agencies, reporting from different news agencies on what they have said, regime news agencies. And so the falsehood or truth of anything that they claim is on them, not on me. I am truthfully reporting on what they have reported. Anti-whites, being that they have no soul and are as unscrupulous as a pedophile high on crack, they may interpret their verbiage here, especially the expression part, where they talk about expression, to be anything that you say, anything you could express on the internet that could in any way fit in the definition of what they would call, what we would call not anti-white enough, what we would call heretical, and what they would call racist, and they would make it illegal because of its ability to induce a crime. So another crime. So a crime out in the community. Maybe somebody will see your catchy little meme where you show somebody, you show some black and white footage, and then somebody goes out and they do X, Y, or Z, and you don't need to be connected to them. It's just the fact that that could happen in their minds, and they decide, well, it is now illegal for you to share such things on the internet. And it's interesting because it's all telecommunications, all communications. So any expression of anything that is not anti-white enough in all telecommunications will be stopped by the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats. Well, when this makes its way through, of course, there's red tape with all of these things. Once this makes its way through, though, it will become very difficult for many people, especially those who like to behave truculently and play the villain in the anti-white narrative. It may become very difficult for them to, say, take a walk in the park, or to shower by themselves, or to not have their head caved in while they're eating their breakfast, lunch, or dinner, surrounded by hundreds of actual extraordinarily violent criminals everywhere around them. So let's jump on to the drama that we had from the TAP episode. And if you have any questions about this material that I cover while I'm covering over the first hour and a half, then just save those questions and we will, or put them in the question widget, and I will address them once I appear on camera. We had a little bit of drama on the TAP episode this past week. We had lovely Porridge on, a magnificent hero in service to white well-being. There was an individual in the chat by the name of Michael, and he says he's a great supporter of service to white well-being and going free. And he had raised a question. He had posted several, I think maybe 10 or more messages over the course of the, hour and a half, 45 minutes that we had lovely Porridge on. He actually said, and I went back and found where he wrote, quote, "How does going free save our people? Once woken up, what saves us?" Well, there are a couple, and close quote, and I will address that question, Michael, and I appreciate the question. And for my part in making you feel excluded or hurt, as you can see if you look back, there was a mistranslation between your original question, comments you made afterward, some comments some people made to you, and then Jared George's innocently summarizing. And that, of course, in the midst of having a lot of these anti-whites, not just anti-whites, provocateurs, but folks coming in from the white nationalist sphere and the antique nationalists showing up to razz us and to defame, misrepresent, and the like. And they continue to do so because they actually don't care about the well-being of white people. So seeing white people's lives get saved, seeing people get healthy, strong, smarter, wealthier, as staying out of jail, that doesn't appeal to them. What appeals to them is being a bad guy in the anti-white narrative. And so they gladly misrepresent the work we're doing here because they're garbage human beings. They have no value whatsoever. The ones who are good and who got entangled in that, as Michael once was himself entangled in that, will come away from it once they learn about going free. It's the natural next step in socio-political maturing, is to come away from being the villain in your victimizer's story. So all good folks will come away from that. The ones who continue to remain there and misrepresent the work that we're doing, to undermine the work that we're doing for our brothers and sisters out there, are showing themselves that they are the lowest form of life on planet Earth, which is funny because they aspire to being the highest form of life on the planet. Mr. George had summarized it innocently for me, saying the personal development thing is real nice, but it doesn't sound like enough. So Mr. George had said, for those out there who are saying the personal development thing is real nice, but it doesn't sound like enough, was what I was hearing about the claim that was being made, and that's what I was responding to. Now, what Michael was actually asking here is a question that people are asking quite a little bit, is how does going free, and he also has the question about Nick Fuentes and his responsibility or lack thereof for the suicide of a follower who was such a committed follower of his that he gave him $250,000, $250,000 after committing suicide. So the first here to Michael's question is, how does going free save our people? Once woken up, what saves us? So the first error that you're making, Michael, is that there is no moment at which we are woken up. Going free is a practice that is lifelong. You will be at in various stages of going free over the course of your life. Optimally, you are going freer over the totality of your life. It's entirely possible to, just like with working out, or just like with a proper diet, and that's what going free is. It's a practice. You work out for a while, you stop working out, and you start losing the muscle. You start eating right for a while, and then you stop eating right, and you begin getting flabby and fat and disgusting looking. That's what happens with the practice of going free. Why is this the case? Because you're going free of the meme pathogens, the ideas that are given to you, have been given to you, and the earlier in your life that they were given to you, the deeper in your subconscious they are. And the deeper they are in your subconscious, the more entwined they are with your own identity, the harder it is to extricate them from your identity. How powerful is your subconscious mind in governing your life? It operates your life almost 100% of the time. That's how powerful it is. How often do you think about brushing your teeth? How often do you think about consciously driving your car, riding a bicycle, talking to the client on the phone? All of these things that you, in the process of learning consciously, are unwieldy and difficult, cumbersome. Once they are passed to the subconscious mind, they are stored in memory, and it becomes part of your inner dialogue. This is why when you go to have an argument with someone about what's going on in the world, the first person you're arguing with is not that person outside of you. It's that inner voice, the voice that tells you that you're evil for having this view, that you shouldn't express this view, that you're ugly for having this view. You have to accept this reality if you're ever going to genuinely go free. This is the power of the subconscious mind. It's a magnificent thing, because if we had to consciously do everything in our lives, it would be very trying, extraordinarily taxing. The human mind is not there yet. This is a way to facilitate the ease of, or just the life itself, so that you could, in perhaps more primitive times, you could pick and eat berries, and at the same time consciously be on the lookout for predators. This is how the brain works. So once these things are in our brains, they then are triggered by one of two things, either a stimulus from outside or stimulus from inside. Stimulus from inside could be thinking whether or not it is right or wrong to care about white people. Stimulus from outside could be someone on the TV saying, is it right or wrong to care about white people? And then it triggers these thoughts that you have been infected with for many years. So there's never a moment when you wake up. Now, I understand where this is coming from. There is this desire for simplicity. There is this desire for stereo instructions. How do I put the Kia furniture together? There is a step A, there is a step B, there is a step C. And then you implement these things and you arrive at the conclusion where your furniture is now assembled, and you hope that when you sit down on it, it doesn't collapse. That is not how human dynamism works. It is not how fundamentally reality works. It is not how we are going to recapture our destiny. So the first thing to understand is that in the practice of going free, there is no claim and there is no objective that we will get everybody to go free and then something. That's not how this works. So understand that, Michael, is your first error that you're making in this question. Why do I address these different parts of the question before moving to the end, or what would seem superficially to be the question in toto, or the question point, the quintessence of the question, because you're starting with flawed premises. And if you start with flawed premises, you're going to end up at an error every single time. Although I suppose a broken clock is right twice a day. But nonetheless, that is the case. How do we save our people? While we are going free ourselves and getting those around us to go free, and those getting those around them to go free at the same time. How does going free save our people? This is another very simplistic view of the extraordinary complexity of the human animal as an individual, the human animal in groups, sociologically, human dynamism itself, the context in which those groups and those schisms operate, and its continual vicissitudes that the environment undergoes, both those vicissitudes created by man and the vicissitudes created by nature, all of which influencing each other. Also, and should be mentioned, that the projection of our own innocence, or pristineness of thought, or I guess we'll stick with innocence of thought, into those who are otherwise criminal, unscrupulous, monomaniacal, sadistic, and virtually incomprehensible to a normal person, projecting those things into such individuals and then expecting that their behavior is predictable because your behavior would be predictable by that theorem that works for you, when in reality it doesn't work for them whatsoever. And this then taken to a power of, who knows, 100. And it is an extremely complex environment. So what can we do? And what are you asking? Typically, and this is a good question for folks to be asking now, and that's why I'm just taking a moment with it. Typically, people are looking for something that is a form, like a political party, or some other kind of a group, or some other kind of a club. And then when they see that is something that they can hang on a mental hook in their mind, and then they ask of the group, well, how do you go from A to B, and then B to C, and then C to D? When in reality, the question that is begged there is, how do you go from A to B, and then B represents 100, technically I could say, we'll stick with 100, but 1,000 or 100 or 10,000 different C's. And then each of those C steps have, for them, 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 different steps. Now, the number of different possibilities, as it balloons far beyond comprehension, does not equate to time. So there's an error there to say that as possibilities expand, so does time necessarily expand. That's simply not the case. So while we are going free, and we are individually and helping those around us to go free, and those individuals, this is a curative contagion that's easily spread from one to the next, as they are helping those beyond them to go free, improving in all possible ways, becoming themselves a more pristine message for service to white well-being. We will increase in intelligence, communal intelligence, also individual intelligence, spirituality, communally and individually, physically, health, individually and communally. Our connectivity will increase. Our liquidity will increase. People will come together to work together on different projects. And since this is a global endeavor, we have people working on different continents who are going free and doing magnificent things and will continue to do magnificent things. And this in the reality of what I've tried to explain before, that for some reason, no matter how intelligent a human being is, they view the world in snapshots. Everything for the human animal is a static eternal. When we view the present, it's a static eternal, the present condition. When we think that we move, it's only an illusion for the mind. When we think that we move backward to look at history or forward to prognosticate, we think that we are moving through time when it's just the illusion of jumping from a static permanent to another static permanent, all seen through the lens of the current static permanent. The reality is that nothing is permanent. It is all, and it's not cliche to say, if you're truly grappling with the reality of that, the gravity of that, then you understand that it's not something that is cliche. But what ends up happening is tomorrow, when there are maybe trillions of differences, even in just our own society, your brain interprets that again as a static permanent. We talk, and it's a deep part of going free and service to white well-being, about societal contextual shifts. And those are always taking place. For any individual, organization, entity, business, whatever it might be, those shifts present new opportunities and challenges. Right now, if you ask anyone on planet Earth, how do we go from where we are right now as white people in Western civilization to from A to Z, where we are in control of our destiny again? If anybody tells you that there is a path, they're lying to you. They are a charlatan. And if they have a little person bouncing up and down on their knee, lauding them in what they're saying, then that's just their toady, who's also lying to you. Let me get a drink. I've given the example, the thought experiment of, imagine if there could be a supercomputer that could be omniscient, that could know the impossible all things, every mind, every human mind, every frailty, foible, desire, hatred, that could know all of the elements of the earth, all of the weather, every single thing that could be known. And if that computer could then, with all of that knowledge, spit out a formula for how we go from where we are today to where we want to be in control of our destiny, the very next millisecond, that formula for success would no longer be applicable, because so much will have changed in the very next second on planet Earth, in our material universe, that there isn't the slightest hope that the old plan could work. So anyone telling you that there's a way to go from A to Z is lying to you. If they claim to have that, they are liars. They are children. I'm not going to say names. I'm just going to say the reality of it. They're just children. And they're duping people. Some people, good people. Some people, well-meaning and scared people. Some people are other sociopolitically immature children as well. And so they're easily duped. There is simply no way. Politics, sociopolitical, or let me rephrase, the law of the jungle, between the struggle for survival and victory of thinking on whatever degree where there is the competition of life forms, it is so far and away more complex than the childish groping in the darkness of these blind people groping in the darkness. It's the same thing takes place in business, where people back up and find themselves, it's all aleatory. They find themselves in successful scenarios, and then they build from that a falsehood, a narrative of how they got from where they were to where they wanted to be. And it has often very little to do with the reality of how it ended up happening. So we continue to grow in connectivity, in numbers, in our individual strengths and talents, creating our culture, in our liquidity, in our power. We continue to grow. Maybe we get strong enough that we can, as I am wont to say, put our shoulder into the societal context, maybe here or maybe there, and push a little bit to help change it in a way that we believe may offer us some opportunities that we don't have right now. Now, remember the law of unintended consequences. And this is something else, that another reason why we have to grow in numbers and strength and liquidity. But we can push that in a direction that could benefit us when it does change, whether we have influenced the societal context or something outside of us, like a pandemic, which I actually said the word pandemic just a month and a half before there was this pandemic, when I was talking about different types of things that could change the societal context in ways that would create new challenges for us and new opportunities. Do we not learn from this change in our world by this pandemic that there were opportunities and challenges, opportunities that we weren't able to take advantage of because too many people are mired in doom documenting and following that. Too many people are mired in doom dissecting and following that. So we simply did not have the strength of numbers, liquidity, intelligence, connections, etc., to make use of the opportunities presented to us by the pandemic. And we also didn't have those same tools to overcome the obstacles, the new obstacles that were created by the pandemic. In fact, when I said at the very beginning of the pandemic to use this as an opportunity to talk to the people at the grocery store or your neighbors or your work about how is it that we have this disease here? Let's talk about this, and then bring them around to the subject of going free. There were people, if you all remember at the very beginning, content creators, thought leaders that said, definitely don't do that. You'll go to jail charged with terrorism. Just wait till it's all over, and then you can talk to people about it. Well, is that ever going to happen? Is it ever going to all be over? Will anybody give a damn if it ever is all over and you want to talk to them about it? They'll just be happy to be done with it. So what we do, Michael, is we grow in all of these ways that I'm talking about, and we make use of opportunities, and we overcome challenges that are presented to us within this context as it stays what seems by the illusion of the human mind to be static. And then when there are great societal shifts, contextual societal shifts, we move like lightning with all of the strength that we have been able to muster to take advantage of those opportunities, to circumvent those challenges. Human ingenuity cannot be modeled. That's why these claims that you'll look back through the history in the US and the UK and Canada and really around the Western world, where they were talking about, well, there's this much oil that has been found on planet Earth, and it's being drilled this fast. And if the rate of being able to take the oil from the earth increases at the rate that it's been increasing, then we will be all out of oil by 1981 or whatever it was. Those calculations were right in that static world. But the world's not static. They found more oil. Human beings, Westmen, developed new ways to search for oil. They developed new ways to dig deeper and in other ways for oil and to extract it from the earth. So you cannot model human ingenuity. That's why anybody telling you that they can figure out A to Z is a liar. We come together as a community, we build strength, and then we are prepared to take advantage of the opportunities when they present themselves to us. This is another reason why these claims, and this is the final thing I'll say on it, Michael, these claims that well, if we're ever going to take back our destiny, it's going to be 10 generations. And this was a clip that was sent to me of Nick Fuentes saying this, that it could be 10 generations before, but we have Christ, he said. So maybe that's true, but it's almost assuredly not, because he is focused on a static world that he's believing is permanent, when in reality, there could be something that could happen the end of 21, November of 21. I'll just throw a month out there that could so radically shake up the United States and the Western countries that if we have been, instead of mired in all of this Sierra of should we just be doom documenting or should we be doom dissecting, and why does Jason want us to really just focus on going free? Why does he want us to focus on building community and getting better? Why does he want us to continue with the successes that they're having in going free? Instead of mired in all of this, why, and these people showing up from the antique nationalists misrepresenting us and doing everything they can to undermine us. If we are getting stronger the entire time, and by the time November rolls around, we have a great many more, and of individuals going free, and the sky's the limit, and the ability of them to bring power through wealth, through other means, to the cause that we have here. Well, maybe we'll be able to take a giant leap forward in the control of our destiny. It is impossible to predict, but what is possible to predict is that if we continue to remain anemic, because I, as I have been for decades, been challenged by midget wits and midget sticks, and if it hurts their feelings, those who have challenged me, then too damn bad. If I continue to be pulled down, if you all continue to be pulled down and continue to be misrepresented, well, we won't be in a position to take advantage of new challenges and new opportunities, which could radically expedite the process of going from where we are to where we want to be. So, Michael, if you're with us, I hope that answers your questions. I deeply appreciate, and everybody should know that this Michael guy is a good guy. He wrote me a very long letter, and he's gone through some hell in his life as well. Personal things I'm not going to share, but he's like a lot of us, he's gone through a lot of hell, and my heart goes out to my heart broke when I was reading the letter from Michael, and I definitely understand where he's coming from. And if Michael perhaps had tagged me, I don't know if he did tag me the first time, but if he had tagged me and said, "No white guilt, how does going free save our people? Once woken up, what saves us?" I would have interpreted that question completely different than the idea that improving one's self and improving those around us, our brothers and sisters, setting them free of anti-whiteism. There is nothing more powerful that you can do for a person. If I had not heard that that is inadequate and we've got to have another route, then I obviously would have responded quite differently to you, Michael. So I really appreciate you opening up to me. I really appreciate this letter. And everyone just know this Michael guy is actually a good guy. He's like a lot of us. He's worried. There are a lot of horrible things. The news is just so unreal. It's every day. It could not be more egregiously grim than it is right now for those who have the eyes to see what's actually going on. So let me just pull this shade down because I have the AC going since I have all these machines, and I'm going to now answer. Looks like Michael is here. Great to see you, Michael, and good. I'm glad you do appreciate. I love you too. And thank you for reaching out with your full story and everything that's going on and making clear here what exactly you were trying to, what exactly you're trying to ask. I feel the same thing that everybody is feeling, and that's why we're having these conversations for adults. Now, those of you who are not adults, you can just leave the. And I don't mean because there are children who are listening, I'm sure, who are mature enough to be and intelligent and courageous enough to be considered among the ranks of the adults at the table. But, technically children, technically in their nonage, but they are still an adult at the table. We have people who have lived a great many years of life and they're still children. And so those folks, those are the ones who need to just, they're not going to get this, and they can just go ahead and leave. This is the advanced placement, and it is for people who are taking a step up. Now, I mentioned about Michael. Now, Michael came from, as many of you did, from the antique nationalist realm, the sphere of antique nationalists. And I think it so heartens me that some of our best, which in the antique nationalist sphere, these people had to be supernovas compared to just rabbit turds that populate the rest of that sphere. And they hear about going free and they come away from it right away. Michael is one of those who came away from it, and he is, like many others, has reached back out to these people he considers friends, and he's saying, hey, this is the way to go. This is the right path. And for that, we deeply appreciate Michael's efforts to bring people to going free. That's exactly, you're doing what we need to be doing to recapture our destiny. And again, it's not going to be, it's not going to be 10 generations. It's not going to be, there's no way to know. There's no way to model this. But think of it in terms of training for think of it in terms of training for a sport, because the practice of going free can be likened to, just physically working out, staying in shape, or eating right. If you don't train well, when the big game comes up, what's going to happen to you? The big game is that sudden change, that sudden societal shift. And there'll be opportunities on that game field. There'll be challenges on that game field. Are you going to have the right stamina? Are you going to have the right leg strength? Are you going to have the right foot speed? Are you going to have the right reaction time? Are you going to have the plays memorized just right? Are you going to be prepared? And all of that can be likened to all of the other things I was talking about, us becoming better as ourselves, as a community, speaking with a single tongue, of white positivity, going free, of increasing connectivity around the world. All of that is perfectly analogous to what we're talking about here. If you have trained, you have a chance to win that game. If you have not, you don't have a chance in hell. So, the one other thing that I wanted to mention here is that Michael asks, he wrote in his letter to me, in related to your rants about Nick and the French gentleman's recent suicide, to me it feels as if you are laying partial blame at Nick's feet for this death because he does not follow the same process as you, meaning that Nick does not follow the same process as me. In that Nick is not going free, and he's not interested in that, and that's fine. I have no interest in getting content leaders, organizational leaders, thought leaders, whatever they are, no interest in getting them to go free whatsoever anymore. They can do whatever they want. And I wish them all the success that they could possibly have where it comports with my morality for Western kind. Having said that, I have been in the white, what we are the white positive sphere. So I guess I could say I've been in the white sphere for a very long time. And I'm writing more about this to help people understand the different spheres in iteration too. So that's coming together. But I've been in the white sphere for a long time. And I have seen people who are in positions of authority many times, and they give admonitions, they give orders, they give advice, they say things that are going to harm people who have, of their own volition, become their followers, their acolytes, their club members, their neophytes, their whatever it might be. These people have always been unfit for leadership. You have to be extremely empathetic to and sympathetic to the totality of those who hear your voice or read your writings. If you're not, you should not be speaking or writing, because these are real lives. And the majority of these people, I'm not speaking about Nick personally at this moment or individually at this moment, but when it comes to people I've seen over the years, they could not care less for other people's lives. I could not care more for other people's lives. And that's why I've been in so many arguments with different leaders of various types over the years, because I've said, you're saying this, people are going to end up doing X, Y, or Z. And I'm not talking about a crazy person might listen to what you say and then, I don't know, think that Mars is going to collide with the Earth or whatever. I'm talking about the reality of a leader speaking, an individual who maybe he doesn't consider himself, and you see this often with sports professionals, and they say, well, they don't want to be somebody's leader. Well, if you're talking to the public, people are going to decide that you are their leader. They're going to decide that your words have value. And if that's going to, whether you're a leader or not, or consider yourself one, and that becomes an immense responsibility. And if you don't feel that responsibility, then you should stop talking. You should not be in that position. You're there as an egoist. You're there for self-aggrandizement. And that is all I have seen, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. Everywhere I turn, it's practically uniform for society in general, and that nearly same ubiquity of we can't call it a foible. I mean, this is far deeper than just like a character flaw. It comes right through everything we do and see and hear in the white spheres, the exact same way as the rest of society. So if you are saying things to people about there's no hope, there's going to take 10 generations, everything's burning down around us, God, it's, quote, sucks, this is miserable, the end is here, and you're talking like that, and you have not just a couple hundred, man, how many do we have listening now? Just a couple hundred, but you have 10,000, you have 40,000, you have 50,000, you have 100,000 listening to you. There are people in this world that are good people who are in tough spots in their lives. And they're going to be hearing that, and they're going to be hearing what you do for a living, which is maybe what you do for the living is you just tell people all the bad things that are going on in the world. And then those people are going to act on that decision. So you can decide, Michael, and everybody else can decide for themselves, if doom documenting and doom dissecting endlessly and then saying that, well, God will do it for us, or it's going to take 10 generations, or having presenting a plan that an intelligent person like this guy, what was his name again? I couldn't pronounce it. The Frenchman, he was obviously very intelligent and could easily see that the plan presented was not going to work. If you set up these conditions and this person is coming to you to hear what you have to say as this leader on the mountain's top, and then they end up committing an act for which they write a letter saying this is the reason why, and they are using what they have learned from you in their letter of suicide, of white flight, the right thing to do for that individual who is cited and indicted with a $250,000 indictment is to have some serious introspection. And I don't know, maybe Nick's going to do that, maybe not. I understand he's a nice guy, he's a good guy, and I wish him the best. And I know he'll do at least maybe some mostly sane things with the money. I heard that maybe he's going to be engaging in some civil lawsuits, which is a frivolous waste of the money, because you cannot win in the courts, and any victory there is really going to amount to nothing. Let me get another drink. So I wish him the best, but I think when something like that happens, you have to take responsibility for the role that you played in it. And once again, in all of the white spheres out there, I am seemingly the only one brave enough to say what most everybody else is thinking. And so nobody better condemn me for that. When I say what you're thinking, nobody better condemn me for that. We cannot continue to be a fringe, weird, childish, neurotic, egotistical, snarky set of spheres on the outside of society and ever think that we are going to recapture our destiny. We have to be the ancestors that we revere. I heard, and I'll be talking about it a little later, I'm going to get right into the next subject, but I heard over this past weekend, I met with a bunch of lovely people spreading the practice of going free. And I've heard, I've said this many times over the course of my life, that children are adults in training. So this coddling them of course you love the children, or you coddle them sometimes, but this like incessant babying of children is actually cruelty to them. It's dastardly. It's to be a dastard to do that to a child. They're really adults in training. So you train them when they're children to be magnificent, heroic Westmen, men and women, once they're adults. But I heard somebody say over this weekend something that I'm going to add to that, and that as adults, we are ancestors in training. So you have to live, and that comports with what we talk about in Going Free, that when I say we write our own story and we live in our own story, not in the anti-white story, that story begins with Prometheus rising. In the blank pages at the back of that book, you write in the tale of your heroism. You are in charge of whether or not you are going to be a hero. You are in charge of whether or not you are going to live in dignity, whether you are going to live with responsibility, whether you are going to live as one who does his or her duty for our people. That's your pen to wield. No one can take that from you. You can only give it up and live in the anti-white narrative if you want. But if you don't pick up that pen, you don't take that responsibility, you don't do that duty, you never become the ancestor that our descendants need you to be. And that is where I will leave that. And we can, as I say, if there are any other questions, we can look back once I come up here on camera. My prediction on the next president of the USA, I posed it as a question to my friend, Dr. Kev McDonald, the other day on PWR, which we had a great discussion. You can find over on Mark Collett, the great Mark Collett's channel on BitChute. You're going to head on over there and you'll find that video. But I will go ahead and tell you right now. Here's my prediction. Write it down, maybe with blood, to make sure that no one forgets, especially you. Or you can chisel it into stone. But here is a distinct possibility that if Joe Biden goes the 4 years, and I know some people are saying, no way, can't go. Maybe that's true. Maybe he can go 1 year. Maybe he can go 6 months. Maybe he can go 3 years. But if he goes 4 years, I believe that there is a strong possibility, not a guarantee, but a strong possibility that we see Hillary Clinton taking the nomination away, what would seem to be guaranteed to Kamala, but taking it away from Kamala and running for president and winning 4 years from now. She will be, don't say it. Well, she's going to be too old. She's younger than Joe Biden, and she would be done with her term at an age younger than he will be done with his. And she is clearly in better health than Joe Biden, rigor mortis, as we lovingly call him here. Why won't it necessarily be Kamala if Joe Biden goes 4 years? Well, because too many people in the Democrat Party hate her. She might check boxes like she's non-white and she's female and she hates the white race and these sorts of things. But there are a lot of people who really dislike Kamala. She had next to zero support in the Democratic primaries because of how many people disliked her. Hillary Clinton, on the other hand, and Bill still have all the power and more that they've ever wielded. And you saw their power to take the nomination away from a guy whom many in the Democrat Party absolutely loved. And so I can see Hillary. She's going to be the ambassador to the United Nations, one of the most important posts in the United States. And I can see her. She's going to be remaining in government. I can see her coming back. And if Joe makes it the 4 years and decides not sticking around, somebody else can take my spot, that Hillary would step up and there would be the competition between her and Kamala. Yes, there will be some more. There'll be some folks who like Kamala then that didn't like her during the Democrat primaries, but you're going up against the Clinton loving family, the Clinton creative family, and they have a lot of ways to make things happen, and they have made them happen in the past. And there's another reason that I will touch back upon when I get to it. But for now, that is my prediction. And save the spot, and we'll see strong possibility that we see President Hillary Clinton in 4 years. Another prediction is the Democrats, since they dominate everything in the United States right now, they're going to have they're going to inflict a lot of misery on not only white males, which the federal government of the United States has declared war on. The primary target of the war that they're waging is against white males. You look at their literature, listen to the things they say. Yes, there are some who say very nasty things about white women, but by far and large, we still see much of this legislation favors women in general. So there's only one group, and I can tell you that I will try not to, if I become too real passionate, it might be a little later. But right now, because our lives as white males are ruined. You know, granted, there are still white males out there who have parents with connections, and so they're able to, or they get lucky. And they end up living a life that is somewhere close to what they would have achieved if there wouldn't be so much discrimination inscribed in law, written in law, but more importantly, in the moral fabric of the country, of all of our countries. So by which all laws and rules are interpreted, that it is an infinite moral good to persecute white males. And so many of us, and the number increasing radically fast, have had our whole lives, and we don't get to live them over. We don't get to live them a second and third time. There's no coming back. They're gone. Once those years and days and months are gone, they're just gone. So we have our whole lives ruined, or whole chunks of our lives ruined because of this. But many people are going to suffer the Democrat policies, and not just white males, but white females as well, white people in general. But even non-white people, of course, are going to be suffering these policies. We see executive orders that have stopped the building of the wall on the southern border, and some of it was built. It was more fence-like than anybody had hoped for and expected from this Trump character. And we now have many of these. I'm not going to call them. This is so repulsive. These people in our spheres, but elsewhere, let them call them caravans. We will find something else for these hordes. Maybe we'll just call them hordes. Hordes of astronauts and nuclear physicists coming up from Guatemala and the like, who are going to cross borders and to come into this country where there is already massive unemployment and a destroyed economy. And the changes that President Trump made to reinvigorate the economy here rapidly being undone as quickly as they can possibly be. Jobs and the like shifted back to foreign countries. And yet you're going to have more and more people storming into this country because it's wonderful to have them do so. And it's going to make everybody's lives worse. And what's that going to mean for the coming elections 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 6 years from now? What's that going to mean? Well, it's going to mean that the Neo-Democrat Party, formerly and will continue to go by the pseudonym Republican Party, will get some seats. This is a race to the bottom. Republicans are now going to be increasingly, the Republican Party, increasingly populated by the manifestation of Democrat voters in the form of candidates who will win office with a R beside their name. Remember, the person, we talked about the person versus the persona in political office, and the persona is a manifestation, a representation of the will of the voters for that persona. And the persona and the person don't necessarily need to be the same thing at all. But you're going to see the Republican Party, as anti-white as it was, up until the Patriots' Day, if you will. Perhaps that's when it died. But the Republican Party, whatever it was, is dead. And there will be some remnants, maybe like a corpse twitches after the person is dead. And that's what the Republican Party will look like. But increasingly, you will see Republicans winning office who are really representatives of a neo-Democrat Party that will not be in favor of you or Western civilization. There will be maybe they kind of like freedom of speech in these cases, or kind of like the right to self-defense in these cases, types of politicians. But the electorate is radically changing. Who counts the votes and how the votes are counted, and on machines, I don't know where they are. And I know there's up in Michigan, I think it was, they're talking about, well, there's so much pressure, they're going to allow there to be an audit. But you have to, the audit team is the team that we select. Well, if they're going to select the team, they're selecting the outcome. This is mafioso style, and it couldn't be more blatant. It's reminiscent of being a store owner, and I mentioned this the other day, where you have a certain person come into your store, and every time that person comes in and leaves, their there are things missing. He or she has shoplifted, but you can't catch the person. You put up cameras, you put up concave and convex mirrors, and you follow him or her around the store, and still somehow is able to steal. And then you finally have a day where the individual comes in and brings a police officer with him or her, and then just loads up a cart and says, I'm leaving. And you say, well, I can clearly see that you're stealing this. Please do something. And the police say, nah, not going to do anything. That's where we are today. And so this Republican Party moving forward is something brand new. You can come up with any name for it you like. It's going to be the will of a completely different set of voters. So you will see Republicans take office in the coming years, but they are no longer the Republicans, even as anti-white as they were. They are no longer the Republicans of the Republican Party up until Patriots Day. And by the way, those of us who are going free, I know elsewhere I've been getting sent clips because people say, well, Jason said that we should, in our story, we shouldn't be referring to this as a siege. We shouldn't be referring to this as an insurrection. And then they're sending me all these clips of all these people in the content leaders, writers, people live streaming and the like, where that's exactly what they're calling it. Let them lead their flocks into perdition. Don't try to change their minds, but do try to let those who are sociopolitically mature enough, those who you think should be saved, who are worthy of being saved, please reach out to those people and let them know about going free. At least give them the option. Do you want to continue down this path where you endorsed a siege and insurrection of the Capitol building? Or do you want to go down a different path where you improve your health, your mental state, your spirituality, and you view what happened on January 6/21 as Patriots Day, where the patriot lost his innocence, finally discovered that house thought so hallowed was a whorehouse with rat-soaked piss-soaked rats, spoonerism for you, inside the whorehouse. Secession. Get another drink. Talks of secession. I've been talking a lot the past weekend, folks, so we're trying to preserve. Do not, I've talked about this before, talk about secession. Do not think about secession. Do not dream about secession. Do not fantasize about secession. And definitely do not write about secession online. And definitely do not attend secessionist meetings or where people will be talking about secession. You will go to jail for insurrection. They will use the laws of sedition on you. And you're talking about 25 years to life. Do not do it. And tell those you care about not to do it. Do not bother responding to me by saying, but what else can we do? You can go free. That's the only thing that's working. That's the only thing that's showing improvement. Remember, we're talking about a metric here that might be different than the metric. If you use the metric of how many people can we get to show up, where we give away free food or where we look like an antique party, we're talking about actually making changes in people's lives. The secession question was resolved when the southern states legally withdrew from the Union of the United States, were invaded and conquered. They then made it, the United States, illegal to leave the Union. You are no longer legally allowed to leave the Union. And, as demonstrated in 1861, if you leave the Union, the United States, or if you try to, the United States will come for you. Now, they're not going to wait like they did back in 1861 for you to leave and then to begin to marshal some sort of army with what? With their equipment, United States equipment. Back then, the average rifle that the farmer had was the rifle that they used in the military. So there were no tanks, there were no jets, there were none of all of that belongs to the United States government. So you're going nowhere. What will happen is if you begin talking about secession, which they made illegal, they will find all of your names. The FBI is already looking for everyone that they can find. Now, know this. The anti-whites who call themselves Democrats and various other names, lovely little cherubs to cuddle to your breast, everything they call themselves, they have declared a war on all white people who are not anti-white enough. Now, I know they're going to call it a war on racism and a war on white supremacy, but that's the words in their story. We know where the rubber meets the road, who is harmed, and why they are harmed. So, since there aren't armies of white people to warrant a United States government declaring war, now mind you, they are using the phrases domestic terrorism and racism, white supremacy interchangeably. Please understand that. They already have an amendment to change the powers they gave themselves to act abroad against terrorists abroad, to change that so that they can use those same powers internally. So do not ever talk about secession. Do not ever talk about fighting. Now, why am I saying this? If you say, Jason, what a prick that guy is. He doesn't want us. He just wants us to stay. And this is the kind of ignorant Sierra I hear all the time. He just wants us to stay stuck in this hell with these anti-whites. He's not one of us. No, idiot. It's because I care about you, and I don't want you to go to jail for life. I care about your children, and I want them to be without their mother or father for the rest of their lives. And then if it's their father, then the mother ends up having revolving door boyfriends coming and going, and then they statistically invariably molest the children. This is what I'm trying to prevent when I tell you, do not talk about secession. Harkening back to what I was talking about when it comes to responsibility of leaders. If I'm out here talking, someone is going to conclude that I'm their, quote, leader, whether it's just thought leader or whatever it might be. And so I, as a mature man of the West, like Patrick Henry and so many others of our great heroes, I'm going to make the decision, and you all can make the decision, to behave the way you should behave, to be the ancestor you want to be the man that you want your son to be the woman that you want your daughter to be. That's a decision you make. There's no special power. I'm one of the most screwed up out there as well. I've made ridiculous errors over the course of my life. We make decisions on the kind of people we want to be. And then we stumble and we get back up. And as long as we keep going in the right direction, that's what matters. And then we laud everybody who goes a great distance in the direction of their own making. This is where we have to return. We can't continue to be snarky, bitchy, weird, fringe-dwelling troglodytes with frog costumes on, for Christ's sake. Do not talk about secession. I'm telling you this for your own good, to keep you out of jail, to keep you out of being investigated. And they will look into everything. Every single thing. Are small businesses actually being destroyed? I am hearing from so many sources that all of these, there's so many content creators, especially when you begin to get to spheres a little bit further away from the white spheres, or a little from the more, I guess, openly, the more you get to those implicit spheres, implicitly white. those who care about Western kind and Western civilization, but would never say so openly. I'm hearing increasingly from them that there's some big global element, and they're bent on destroying all small business. And look at the data here of small businesses that have gone under, and look at how the wealth has been increased in these individuals' hands, and etc. Wrong. They are destroying small businesses, but only one kind: those owned by white males. All businesses owned by non-whites and females are buttressed by massive bills, absolutely Brobdingnagian bills, to provide them with all the money they need to either stay in business or come back from a failing business. Those small businesses will not fail. If you refuse to talk about the genuine victims, and in particular, if you refuse to call this anti-whiteism because you're too goddamn dainty, because you're too goddamn implicit, because you have, because you're a midget stick, you have no courage, you have no spine, then you are never going to get out of the hole that you're in. If you refuse to say that it's the rattlesnake's venom that killed you or killed somebody you know, then others will be bitten and die from the rattlesnake. Is that clear enough? You need to tell the truth about what's taking place. Businesses owned by small, medium-sized businesses, so 600 employees and down, this is roughly the definition, owned by white males, are being put out of business at a colossal rate. I just received numbers from Pennsylvania, and for what I looked at, it didn't look like, and this was just the restaurant category, it didn't look like a single non-white business. No Chinese restaurants, no Japanese restaurants, no Arabic restaurants, nothing non-white, no Mexican restaurants. None of them looked like they went out of business. But there were German ones, there were Italian restaurants, there were a lot of restaurants, small businesses, clearly almost certainly all of them owned by white males, that have gone out of business over the past year. Hundreds and hundreds of them. This is the focus of the anti-whites. And reflect, this is important for you to reflect upon, who do you listen to, who's a content creator, a thought leader, who is directing you away from the reality that this is anti-white. It is anti-whiteism. They are attacking the white race, specifically white males. Whoever is directing you away from that and telling you this is some sort of like general attack of this neoliberalism garbage, of a general attack of the elite, they call them stupidly, against all of the rest of the world, and they're just going to smush all the rest of the world together. No, the only time non-whites are harmed by any of this is when it's collateral damage. Anybody telling you otherwise is either stupid or they are lying to you, and they know the difference. They're cunningly walking a fence. Why? Well, maybe they're anti-white, or maybe they know that they'll lose their audience and their financial contributions. Many of them, you could just simply ask, well, will you not, what would happen? Just ask them, what would happen if you said that this was anti-white, that they were targeting white people? What would happen to your donations? Do you think anything would change there? And you damn well know it would. So small businesses are not being destroyed. Small businesses owned by white males are being destroyed. Non-white business owners and female business owners, including white women, will have access. Now, white women are not at the front of the line when it comes to this money that's being distributed. The non-white people are. But they will have access to the money to either ward off going out of business or come back from having gone out of business. Repair, replace, everything they possibly need. The only people who are not going to get that are white males. So make sure you correct people when they say, oh, it's just these global elites who are squashing the middle class into oblivion. No, there's only one element of the middle class that's being squashed into oblivion, and it's white males. This is the new business class that we've talked about many times here on Going Free. The non-white business class that we all end up working for. By the way, talking about money being distributed, President Mortis signed an executive order to ensure that those individual payments that are going out for COVID-19, people are getting individual payments, as you all know. He signed an executive order to ensure that those payments go to non-white people first. This is a war on Western kind, without a doubt. Now, mind you, I'm just going to say this. Well, for another point, the federal government and anti-whites have claimed forever, well, we have no idea. There's no way for us to know what race these people are. Bravo, Sierra. You just revealed that you know exactly what race everybody is. Because you wouldn't be able to say that the payments are going to non-white people first unless you knew that. Who's white and who's non-white. So it's Bravo, Sierra that it is that they don't know. They know very well who is white and who is non-white. This is a war on Western kind. And there are bills coming forward that have to do with medical treatment and non-whites having first access and many more things. And we'll be talking about that in the coming weeks. And again, the content creators that said things like, don't vote for those Republicans in Georgia, and they take full responsibility for the outcome. Make sure you let them know that they're responsible for these things. Those payments that are going to be put on hold for you so that they can be doled out to non-white people first. And then who knows what happens there either. Maybe the money runs out by the time it gets around to you. But this is the thing I wanted to point out with this war, and there are all of these bills coming forward, 3,000 bills that deal with race, that victimize Western kind. 3,000, roughly 3,000 bills. I think there are roughly 26 executive orders, 16 of which victimize Western kind. They deal with race. Here's the thing. I saw some data on the median household income by ethnicity in the United States. There were 98 categories, and the white American category was 58. The richest category was number 1. The poorest median household income was 98. The white race was in 58th place. So more than halfway down the list of family income. But that is the community that is going to be forced, victimized, to financially gift all of the rest, including the 57 different ethnicities that are wealthier than us. So keep that in mind. The anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, they know that very well. It's their data in the federal government. Why a white man in the office of president for this anti-white dystopia? Anybody have any ideas? Circling back, it's one of the same arguments that would be used against having Kamala as president. Now, to finish up the thought I had with Kamala, if Biden drops out after 2 years and then she becomes president, then of course she'll be the presumptive nominee moving into the next election cycle. But my prediction as a strong possibility was 4 years Biden, and then the nomination is open as he steps down. But why does it need to be a white man? Well, the reason that it needs to be a white man, or it works much better, and that no anti-white is going to miss this, is that just imagine for a moment that a war was declared on Western kind, and that 16 of 26 executive orders were signed immediately to victimize Western kind, and 3,000 bills dealing with race that victimized Western kind were moving forward under a full-blooded non-white person as president of the United States. Might that more easily engender resistance from Western kind in the United States? Well, who is this? Who is this interloper, they might say to themselves, who wants to declare war on the founding stock of the United States? This full-blooded, non-white looking person? Who is this that would do that to us? By having a white male in that position doing this to us, it circumvents in a great way our ability to resist it, because we perceive it as being done by one of our own. This is why it is so important, and why in Going Free, we are concerned with those who serve white well-being and those who declare themselves as anti-white, irrespective of race. In other arguments, which fail and have failed for decades, there's no argument. It's just the reality. It's the truth. They failed for decade after decade after decade. When you have a white person doing something that undermines you, this big argument breaks out about, well, is that white person really secretly of another race? Or is that white person just secretly in the employ of some other race? And they're just in somebody else's story then when you're contemplating such stupid things. This is why we break the world down in a more complete way between those who serve white well-being, those who are neutral and they're just like cogs in the machine, and those who are anti-white, irrespective of their immutable characteristics, and those who serve white well-being as well, irrespective of their immutable characteristics. So having Biden in place is extremely powerful. But it would not be powerful if, for the average vague out there, brother or sister, if they were going free and they said the world is broken down into those going free, those serving white well-being, those who are neutral, and those who are anti-white. They would then see Biden, rigor mortis, for the monster that he is. Now, if you take another argument, for example, and you say, well, he's got some of this other race in his genetic lineage. Well, maybe he's converted to something else. Well, maybe he's just sitting on the lap of some other shadowy figures behind the scenes. Then what you have is a pile of shit. Because then you have arguments about whether or not these things are true, whether or not it can be proven, whether or not, whoa, it sounds just like the villain from the anti-white narrative. Sounds like you're the problem and I shouldn't be talking with you, would say the vague. You sound like that guy, that character I saw on that CSI TV show, or whatever the shows are called these days. You're just like that guy. He was a real villain. He presented himself pretty good up front, but then he revealed himself. So do you see how useless that is? Everybody here does. And if you have questions, write them down, and I will answer them as we wrap this up. That, again, is another reason why, another argument against Kamala being made president in 4 years, and why Hillary would be a better candidate and president for the anti-whites. Because, like this buffoon rigor mortis, she is viciously anti-white, and she will absolutely victimize the totality of Western kind and Western civilization for her own bloodlust. You won't need people hiding in the shadows. You won't need somebody puppeting her. You won't need any of these other things. She'll do it for her own zealous bloodlust. And being a white lady, it will undermine a great many of our people in their effort to resist the infliction of harm committed by a white lady. Let's talk quickly about the inauguration and the Democrats. Let's do the Democrats double dealing, because I've seen a lot of people, they've sent me videos from, I'm not going to mention any more content creators, their names anymore, but you know who they are if you follow them, talking about these, well, this is just a, and actually I'm kind of surprised that so many people who consider themselves edgy use the exact same verbiage that they use like on Fox News. I'm a bit surprised, but some of them using things like neoliberal, and some of them using this, and they say, well, they're saying, well, I told you that these people who are in power, they're going to screw over the non-citizens in the United States, and look, they're not going to give them citizenship for 8 years. How many have heard that so far from people in white spheres, or somehow related, either implicit or explicit? Because I'm sure many of you have. I've been sent a handful of clips. Well, they're all wrong. They're all just stupidly wrong. First of all, they're misleading you, because it's not going to take 8 years for these people to be given rights. But before getting to that, I'll say this. The only thing that matters is the presence of these individuals. Anti-whites don't need them to hold a piece of paper that says citizen for them to radically change the environment in which you live, because they just naturally project their biospirit, which I'm sure is better than ours. They naturally project their biospirit onto our environments and then change it into a place that looks nothing like the environment that we create when we're left on our own and when we harmonize with our environment. The anti-whites don't need them to be able to inflict that harm on us and our civilization. They don't need to have a piece of paper that says citizen. They don't need them to have a piece of paper that says citizen to hire them in your stead. They don't need them to have a piece of paper that says citizen, in some cases, to even, it's argued by some, of course I don't know, you'll have to ask CNN, to allow them to vote. They don't need them to have a piece of paper that says citizen to use them as a weapon, ideologically and politically. They don't need them to hold a piece of paper that calls them citizen for any of those things. In fact, it might be more useful to anti-whites who call themselves Democrats to keep them in a state where they're always on the verge of getting that piece of paper, because using them this way might be much more empowering, i.e., enabling them to inflict harm on Western kind and Western civilization. There is not a race-indifferent group of leaders who are behind the scenes in the United States that are just looking to make themselves wealthier and push everybody else down at the exact same time, irrespective of race. This kind of notion you should run away from. In all seriousness, you should question the number of subscribers, because if intelligent anti-whites are in charge, they would inflate those numbers to make you think that far more people are watching and interested than really are, because there is the frailty in the human condition that concludes that if more people agree, and it's a formal fallacy as well, that if more people agree with a thing, then it must be right. And so if you see a content creator who has tons of subscribers and they're telling you that there is this race-blind, race-indifferent leadership, and that they are just after money and power, and they want to crush everybody, every nation, and they want everybody eating steak or destroy all the forests, the rainforest, and they're coming at you with all of these arguments, you really should question whether or not, one, they're smart enough to listen to, two, whether or not they have your interests as a Westman, man or woman, at heart, three, are they being outright paid by government or anti-white organizations that are filthy rich, four, Are they having their numbers artificially inflated? And are they being recommended to you by anti-whites because the arguments that they make are great to paralyze you, to undermine you, to prevent you from becoming actualized and mobilized and galvanized? You should be asking yourselves these questions. And I think that the best, of course, will weed themselves. Regrettably, a lot of people will continue to be mired in the nonsense, just like we saw a lot of people get mired in the Q nonsense. But here's the reality. Joe Biden signed an executive order. Here's what these liars or these ignorant ignoramuses won't tell you. He signed an executive order that in order to immediately give them the opportunity to apply for legal status. So if you are a non-citizen, Joe Biden signed an executive order so that you can immediately, not 8 years from now, immediately apply for legal status. Which does what? It gives you access to all of the welfare system legally, so they don't even have to be illegally accessing welfare, which means things like Social Security, even though they didn't pay into it, which means things like Medicare, even though they didn't pay into it. The legal status also gives them the right to vote and also gives them the right to labor. They can work legally today, not 8 years from now, today. So what will that do? Well, that's going to victimize you, primarily white men, some white women, because we have a glutted labor market. And now all of these people, they've been saying 11 million since the late 80s. You know, it's far higher than that. But all of these people are going to be able to legally get jobs. Maybe they've been working jobs that where they didn't want to work. They had other skills, but they couldn't get jobs in those areas because they were non-citizens. Well, now they're going to be able to get that job. And when they get that diversity hire, you're the diversity fire, which means either you're fired from the job or you don't get hired there. If you're a white man, they're head hunting your ass down. They're coming for you. What will that do to the voting? Well, as I said, many people were claiming that people who were illegal were taking identities of other or people. No human being is illegal. Non-citizens were taking identities that were not theirs and voting. Some people claim that, but now they all will be able to vote legally. What will that do for the outcomes of elections? How many are there actually? 30 million, 35 million? What will that do to the outcomes of elections? What about being able to be a soldier? Everybody focuses all the time on the non-white people coming into the country and their effects on the voting. And they never focus on the fact of the effects of the soldiers. These people go into the military. If white brothers and sisters in the military, because in the anti-white narrative, we have no value, if they already mistreat us, what do you think anti-white, non-white soldiers are going to do to you? Still not sure about whether or not the military is going to be used. Well, have you been in a coma over the past month? The troops are in Washington, D.C., and they were in every state capital on Inauguration Day, which we will be talking about in a moment. Now, after 5 years, those who have gotten legal status, which they can apply for immediately, will then be able to get green cards. And when they get a green card, that gives them the power to sponsor anyone they want, family members, whatever it is. They're all family members from their countries of origin. And they'll be able to sponsor them and bring them in. Well, if that's 30 million that are here now, 35 million that are here now. 5 years from now, they get green cards and they're able to sponsor family members. Is that another 100 million? I don't know. That's what happens after 5 years. And then after 3 more years, they can get citizenship. So this is where the lie was, or where the stupidity was, when these other content creators were coming to you and saying, oh, they don't get nothing for 8 years. You see, something will change, and before 8 years is up, and it's just this system of these people who are race blind, and they're just after wealth, and they just want to push everybody down into a mud ball and just harm everybody who's not at the very top. Bravo Sierra. This is anti-whiteism. These people get their right to work, their right to vote, their right to welfare immediately. But more importantly, they get to be present, and they get to project their wonderful biospirits onto our environments and remake those environments to look like Honduras, to look like Guatemala. And I don't know about you, but as I reflect on my life, I can't quite recall any second, an actual second, when I thought, you know what? I really want to move to a non-white country. I really want to live in a non-white country, especially Honduras or Guatemala. When I look there and I see how I would have to live, I think yes, that's the way I want to live. Never had that happen, but it's going to be visited upon me because I'm a white man. It's going to be inflicted upon me because I'm a Westman. It's going to be inflicted on our civilizations, which have not been our civilizations for a very long time. And that's circling back as I wrap up the thoughts here. And I'll jump into the inauguration, is one statement that is, I think, important from Michael's letter and the things that he was asking, and perhaps you are asking yourself, that are inspired by this fear that it's almost over. I will tell you now, unequivocally, it's over. And it was over before you were born. We are living in post-America, post-UK, post-Canada. None of us were born in these countries as we understand them to be, in these countries as representatives or a continuation of what our ancestors created, or that represent us and care about us in any way, shape, or form. They don't. They never have. We are merely seeing the decaying, the putrefaction of the corpse of these countries. And you are mistaking the idea that it's almost too late. The body politic will soon be dead. The country will soon be dead. You are mistaking the loss of life with the putrefaction of a corpse. We are seeing things deteriorate. That is why we are coming together to go free, to recapture our destiny, which begins with ourselves. We will be the ones who pass through the needle's eye that is coming rapidly toward us, and we will recapture our destiny. There are going to be a great many people who won't make it, and some of those will deserve to have made it, but most of them, if we do our job right and we get out to as many people as we can, many of them will not have deserved to have made it, and it's fine that they don't. So, final thing I'll say before we get on with the rest of the gathering today, and see what you all have to say, see who's here, see if there are any financial gifts, is this news about this inauguration. How many watched it? How many were gluttons for punishment? How many out there decided they wanted to be a masochist for the day, or see what living like a masochist would be like? I decided to take a look because, of course, I have to speak to you all about these things, what's going on in the world. So I suffer for you. I suffer. There's somebody else who suffered for you. According to some religions, I suffer for you. I'm out there suffering, watching rigor mortis clumsily get to his feet and clumsily sit down. And I think everybody saw the video footage. It was blissful, wasn't it? When rigor mortis is there at the desk and his skin is about to fall from his corpse, and they're sliding these executive orders in front of him. And he says, and now I'm sure to you, I'm going to say to you, I am sure this is fake. This video has to be fake. But you listen to it. Please go out there and find it and listen for yourself and see if it's fake. And see if you can't come across the original broadcast, and then you can listen to it and see if it's fake. I, as the owner of this channel, I am sure it must be fake. But it sounds quite a bit like that rigor mortis says, I don't know what I'm signing. And then somebody, I don't know, some female, maybe somebody who likes to look at the camels at the zoo, says, sign it anyway. And he signs it and then slides it on over. Don't know what I'm signing, but I'll sign it anyway. And then, of course, the great moment when, again, I'm sure it's fake, but you can, and I know this was on C-SPAN, so you can go to C-SPAN and you can see the video. I don't know why C-SPAN would fake something like this, but they apparently must have, because that's where I saw it from. And rigor mortis is with his wife, who's not a doctor, and they are walking into this government building, and there are two Marines holding the door open. They don't salute him because in their duty right there, they have to hold the door open. And it's like they're not even meant to be alive there. They're just there to hold the door open as rigor mortis enters. And then for some strange reason, see, there are people out there who think that rigor mortis has an earpiece and that sits very deeply, maybe even so deeply that it would take assistance from perhaps even a medical professional to extract, sits all the way down inside his ear canal, and perhaps even the exact same tone of skin color as his skin color, and that are telling him things to do, because maybe he's not able to think of these things on his own, what to say, what to do. And he's walking by these Marines, and then he says, salute the Marines, as though it was something he was being told to do rather than say. So again, watch that on C-SPAN. I'm sure it's fake as the owner of this channel, but you can have a watch and see. I expect, ladies and gentlemen, that we are going to have so many just golden moments, Biden moments, rigor mortis moments. We're just over the course of the next 4 years. Please don't fall into any of these weird, and I'll say this now. I'm getting messages that people are coming out with weird interpretations of things that are happening, and anything that causes you to not go free is bad for you. Period. I'm saying this to you as someone who cares about you. I'm saying this to you as someone who has a proven love for our people, not in the abstract, but the individuals of our people. Don't allow anybody to convince you of something that paralyzes you, that causes you to rely on someone else or something else to happen or some other movement or force to take place. You have to do this. And if having to do the work sounds too objectionable to you, then this is the time. You're not sociopolitically mature enough. This is the time to bid you adieu. Now, Joe Biden's inauguration, Trump left, of course. He wasn't going to be seen there. He went down to Florida. And while he's doing this, meanwhile, he gave clemency and pardons to a bunch of rappers and to citizens of other countries, drug offenders, fraudsters, and somebody called Lil Wayne, and somebody called, I think, Kodak Black, who made a video of choking out Trump supporters, or what looked like a Trump supporter. These are the people that he pardoned and commuted, rather, their sentences So very, very wretched exit for an individual whom so many people gave their lives, who put their futures in his hands by siding with him. And now they are being hunted down. Now they're stalked. Now they're terrorized. They had invested all of themselves in this guy, and he just walks away. And people say that, well, he's got his own life. He wants to stay alive. He's got his family's life to worry about, his sons. I will tell you this. You lose that right to be concerned about those things when you take on that responsibility. And this holds true for all the generals and admirals who may hear my voice live or in replay. When you take on the responsibility of that position, it's not just the 7 figures you get. It's not just the perquisites. It's not just the time in front of television cameras, but it is the responsibility to sacrifice yourself and even your family if you cannot protect them. It is your responsibility to do the right thing. This extends to the coward in chief who fled and has left everyone behind to pick up the pieces of their lives. And to every general, third admiral bitch in the military services, if you want a position without responsibility, without the possibility of jail, without the possibility of death, without the possibility of your loved ones being murdered, then get a job making sandwiches. You are in the spot you're in for the responsibility. That is why you have the praise. That is why you have the pay. That is why you have the honor and dignity bestowed upon you. If you don't want the responsibility, work at Subway. Every single one of you are cowards. Not a single one is an inheritor of the greatness of the men and women that built the United States of America. I am sick to death with every one of your cowardice. And you know what else? That will manifest itself in clearest form when you suddenly become brave, ordering troops to take down white Americans in their innocence, in their ignorance, in their homes, in their beds. When you suddenly get brave and go on the television to talk about how you're sending troops here or troops there, you are a coward. You are a disgrace. You have dishonored your oath to the Constitution. You should be tried for treason in any healthy government and given the proper punishment. It was Trump's responsibility as commander-in-chief to fight in every single way that he had accessible to him. It is the duty and responsibility of every general and admiral to stand up and do the right thing. To get in, if you can't do anything else, if you know they're coming to fire you or arrest you, to get on the social media and tell the world who runs the show. Who has control of the United States? What is going on behind the scenes? It is your goddamn duty. Not a single one of you deserves the stars or the bars or whatever you have on your shoulders and chest. I don't care what kind of combat you claim you were in, or you ordered men and even women to their deaths. You are the lowest of low. You are no continuation, not at West Point, not at any of these institutions. You don't deserve our respect. You don't deserve the piss we can put into the wind in your direction. You're afraid for your career? You're afraid for what happens after? Well, then get a job at Subway. You took on a position that warrants the sacrifice not only of your post-career payments and a ladder climbing and whatever else you want to do post-career or while still in your career, not only sacrificing that, but yes, sacrificing your life if need be, not just on the battlefield against somebody waving another flag, but enemies foreign and domestic. Sacrifice your life. Sacrifice your loved ones. That's the job you hold. No respect for you whatsoever. And I think that from now on, what we should do, and I'll think about this some more, maybe it'll just be something that I will do personally. But when I see an officer in the military, I think from now on, I will spit. Enlisted is something different. But I think from now on, when I see an officer, I'm going to spit because you are curs. You are cowards. You are bastards. Not a single one. Where are those videos being made? Where are the podcasts being made by you all? So Joe Biden, of course, he has this inauguration. And what did they talk about during the inauguration? Well, you saw, for one thing, you saw Lady Gaga came out dressed as the villain in the Hunger Games movie, which I didn't see, but someone shared with me the photographs. And so it definitely is the same outfit. Kind of interesting, these anti-white oligarchs laughing amongst themselves, sharing their wine, their champagne, their caviar, while they send the population against each other to its death while they destroy Western kind and Western civilization. And Biden talks about in this speech, which, by the way, who is calling this it's unbelievable that anybody is calling this a great speech. This speech had the complexity of, in all seriousness, not just because he's rigor mortis and I don't like him because he's anti-white, he is, but because it actually had the complexity of a speech given by a learning disabled junior high school student, the same kind of speech that such a child would make. He talked about, it was just these very simple sentence constructions and then just individual words he read. He'd read like 5 words in a way. Freedom, love, equality. And he would just, it was unbelievable how stupid it was. But he talks about racial justice will no longer be deferred. Racial justice. What does he mean? He means inflicting injury on Western kind, particularly white males. It will no longer, quote, no longer be deferred. So they're not going to put it off anymore. So as though before, with all of this victimization, that in their minds amounted to deferring it. They're going to make it happen now. He says, quote, white supremacism, domestic terrorists, conflating the two, we will defeat. And defeating it requires more than words. Well, what does he mean by that? The laws that are in words that victimize us, the anti-white morality that interprets all of the laws and rules and regulations and codes according to that morality so that it always falls in favor of anti-whiteism. If that's all in words, then what is more than words going to be for us? How will that take place? Well, go ahead and let your imaginations run wild. He says, talked about unity against extremism and hatred. Again, euphemisms for white people who aren't anti-white enough. So the country needs to become unified against white people who are not anti-white enough. And if you are not unified, then you are one of those people who are not anti-white enough. And in that case, it doesn't matter whether you're non-white or white. He says that they will deliver racial justice. He said that the United States has a history of racism and nativism that tears us apart. Main problem. This is what he's talking about. Remember, this is not reality. This is the anti-white narrative. He spoke about the unity, I said again, referred to the Trump supporters on Patriots Day as a riotous mob. A riotous mob. These banal, many of them quirky, many of them normal, many of them folks who came out on Patriots Day and lost their innocence about this country. Walking between the velvet ropes at the Capitol. And some of them were naughty enough to shoplift a lectern and some notepad paper, some stationery. That was a riotous mob. And then, perfectly in keeping with the anti-white narrative, having nothing to do with reality whatsoever, he says that we as a country face growing systemic racism. It's getting worse. And remember what I've always said here, that in the anti-white narrative, racism is always getting worse. It will always be rising. It will always be getting worse. It's the boogeyman of the anti-white narrative. And that, hearkening back to what I was saying earlier, is this. Do not in any way play the villain in their story, because they've declared war on all white people who are not anti-white enough. There isn't this group out there. There isn't a rising tide in the real world of racism, of the anti-white slur racism, of these white people who want to murder all non-white people. There aren't such people. So they're going to have to invent some. They might have to even invent a whole lot of them. That means they will keep expanding the definition until people who share stupid memes on the internet, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, are included in the quote-unquote army of these anti-white slur white supremacists that want to murder all of the non-white babies on planet Earth. They're coming. This is real. If you haven't heeded my admonitions in the past, as many have, and saved their asses as a consequence, now's the time. Because if you don't, you are going to end up ensnared as they dilate the definition to fit enough people to justify and to, quote, legitimize and, quote, prove real the anti-white narrative. Now, there are many other things to talk about, but I think I need a drink of water. We will maybe listen to a song, and we'll come back, and I will speak directly to all of you.
my own image. White petals upon a subtle flame that once drowned in the mire cannot be reclaimed. Tarnish the flame and it may rise again and again, but plunge it into darkness, and no spark can rekindle its fires. To endure, you must master yourselves, and that journey begins by looking within.
My soul brought a host of gods to celebrate and feast. Human flesh defiled by some human riding beasts. The horde began to march to war, grotesque were their desires. But in the war, to reports of skyborne fire, the captain summoned Moreland and called out for the Lord. He mustered the resort. But did they move in vain? Alindial rebellions to sound the horns of war. Prometheus appears to manifest report. Hail the fellow Roma and the armies of the light, who purge the ghouls of darkness like a fire in the night. The time is near at hand when wrath will show its face. Shrink not from your destiny, rise up and take your place. So he sent them into caverns deep to trap their haughty foes.
Choking screams and desperate cries of men washed over the pitched fields of Arnelway. Throats pierced by spears, veins severed, geysers of black froth, lungs filling with blood round to the tusks of jagged darts, flesh melting under the dragon's inferno, fighters fighting, fighters killed, and the ground screamed blood.
will show its face. Shrink not from your destiny. Rise up and take your place. Hail the fallow Roma and the armies of the light, who purge the ghouls of darkness like a fire in the night. The time is near at hand when wrath will show
And we are back. And how's everybody doing? Trying to recover the voice after this weekend and all of the talking, and had a wonderful time. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. In just a moment, I'm going to share with you all what I was gifted over this weekend. But first, I'm going to see how you all are doing. So let me take a look around. Let's first look over at D Live. Can everybody hear me okay? Sloth says, hello, the mic is good. So ahead of me, so many great champions are with us already. I see over the course of the stream. Hello to everybody over there on D Live. And I'm guessing, see, somehow by turning off the age restricted on age restriction X tag, people were able to give lemons to points to Mark. But I don't believe that works here for me. Mr. Bloom is over there. Great to see you. Arctic Snow, hello. Hello to Grayman the Gray. He's over there. Both places. Could be everywhere at once. He's like one of those bizarre phenomena of the atom. Work in multiple places at once. Let me roll around here, swivel around. I am using a donated chair, which I might stick with. I don't know. We'll see. We're checking it out tonight. I don't know if you can see the back of it there. The other one, as you know, was from a secondhand store, and I had to repair it, and it's just getting worse and worse. So, I mean, I can continue to repair it, but this is a donation. I might be able to use it. We'll see how it feels today. Maybe we'll try it out a few shows. Sterling Price, hello, dear brother, and the great Naderific, and we're going to be talking about you, brother. Are you doing calls? He asked. Yes, we are. I've got an announcement and request for the community, or should I just spam the chat? Well, you could do both. I am going to be taking calls later, though. Never Felt Guilty is here. Hello to you. Welcome. Elizabeth, hello. Welcome. Great to see you. The great Promethean Promulgation is with us. I think Jerome V is also Elaine Sabatino and the great Mrs. Jess Horst as well. Wonderful ladies with us. And we have Euronomics. Is that what that was? And, of course, Raymond Foster is with us. The magnificent Raymond. And we played a video from Raymond's Twitter feed. Raymond Foster, the great man down under, before we started the show. Or I guess technically, when we start going live, we're live. It's happening. So it was fantastic. There's the great Reptile is with us. Great to see you. Snarkfish, greetings. Nancy Drew, another wonderful woman with us. Art is Life, another one. Great to see you. Corey Bell is with us. Advanced Placement. That's where you are when you're here. I mean, not going to battle these other groups. I mean, you all understand. Southern Bloom, another wonderful woman. And look at, folks, the one and only Imminent Rain. And that was what we just played. That was song number 6 on the album. And I've been incorrectly saying that there were 10. There's supposed to be 10. There's supposed to be 9. 9 songs that he's making for the album. And so we have, or was that number 5? Which one was that? Anyhow, there's another one that's almost finished. We're very excited about that. I guess that was number 5, right? So, and I got to tell you, in this next piece, you can tell by just listening to what you just heard and the other pieces of his that he's made, telling the story of Prometheus Rising in song. You can tell that this is a professional. This person would be, if he weren't a white male today, if he weren't a white male in this age, he would be a millionaire, making these wild concerts, and the people would be there in the many thousands. But a white male playing this kick-ass music, rocking hard music with this talent, with the guitar and his voice. Wait until you hear the next piece. You are going to be shocked. But if you're not already shocked, you're really going to be shocked. But it is a great honor to have so many talented, magnificent people coming to the service of white well-being and doing wonderful things here for the future, the work that has to be done, the yeoman's work. And you can understand my frustration with decades of being deferential, being friendly with all of these other people in the different white spheres and saying, well, maybe you, but yeah, and then making my argument and then winning the argument with reason, logic, and evidence. And then them still, because of their position, because of their support, because of what they are pushing, what they're selling, they are able to get a lot of attention and money and support. And so they run away with the script. And it goes bad, as I said it would go bad. It wouldn't work, as it always hasn't worked. And so you'd understand, as we're coming up to this election, and I'm able to see everything that is, and many of you are now, we're able to see as well, the kind of world we were going to be left with, this normalization. So Trump was the glitch in the system, and then you have to have the inverse glitch. All of humanity, all things in this cosmos are subjected to the same laws of the cosmos. And so naturally there was going to be an inverse to normalize the trajectory, that anti-white trajectory that we were on. And if Trump was not going to be the hero that so many believed he could be, and so that's what we have now. And I was quite understandably very frustrated, because if I say, if we live in a neighborhood and you and I are telling everybody, hey, we really need to go repair that dam because the water is building that is above our little town. And we really need to go repair that dam because if we don't, that water volume is increasing. It's going to break that dam. Everybody's going to die. And you and I, we go up there as often as we can. We go to work, we pay our bills, we obey the law, we deal with relationships. We go right sometimes, we go wrong sometimes. But nonetheless, you and I, we get together as often as we can, and we go up there and we work on that dam to the best of our ability to repair the dam. There's nowhere to go, by the way. There's nowhere else to move. And we're down there telling people. And when we finally see that the cracks are getting worse in the dam, water is beginning to come through, and we do the math, we look at the water volume, and we say, oh my God, not much longer, and this thing is going to blow. And not only are all these people going to die in this town, in this village that we care about and we love, but we and our immediate families, and we're all going to die as well. And it's just because over all of these years, these idiots would not listen to reason, logic, and evidence. They just refuse. And so when I'm reading the legislation and I see all of this coming, it's quite natural for me to be like, okay, you imbeciles, this is now going to be as bad as it is conceivable, because you have refused all of these years. And now, even worse, being on the internet and going free with everybody here and having so many wonderful things. The testimonies we have to read for you today are remarkable. But having all of that success, and then not only are these people, it's a step worse, it's a step more of an insult to me and to all of you. Because not only do they not heed the arguments for reason, logic, and evidence, and now mind you, many of these people that you say, oh, this is the your thought leader, or you think this person is organizational leader, whatever it is. I have talked at events where I've spoken to the whole group. I've impassionately, spoken to them, and in private spoken to them, and they just ignored. They just wanted to do their own thing. They thought, well, that sounds good, but I won't be able to be the center of attention there. So I don't think I'm into that so much. And And they said, well, Jason, how do you know it's not just because of their argument they were making and they believed a different thing? Well, you have to stand that up with reason, logic, and evidence. If you can't, then it's just emotion. And then I'm just left with, well, what else would motivate the human animal? It's either stupidity because they can't see the reason, logic, and evidence, or it's the emotion that says, the person wants to be an egoist. So not only was there the ignoring of what works when I made these arguments, but now you have this evidence upon evidence upon evidence of everything we're doing working, and these people ignoring it and ignoring it. And what happens? I mean, please try to understand where I'm coming from. I get on the stream and I tell you all, people will kill themselves. And then what was it? 2 weeks later, the Frenchman kills himself. And then does what? Reveals to everybody what was killing him. And don't anybody say it was tetragonal neuralgia. What was it called? Trigeminal neuralgia. Don't you dare say it was that, because he didn't mention that. So I'm even saying people are going to die. They're going to kill themselves. They need to get out of this misery. They need to get out of these dead-end ideas that I've watched literally thousands cycle in and out of the white spheres. And then a young man dies, kills himself, white flights. His life was valuable. And you know what? There probably have been, who knows how many others, 10 others, 100 others around the world that we'll never know about because they were studious imbibers of doom and gloom. And these people who are doom documenting, which is a valuable thing to do, and doom dissecting, they never bothered to say, hey, there's something out there that will make you not want to kill yourself. Why? Various reasons. So that's where we are on that. But we are doing the opposite. We are having successes. They might take 10 generations. We are going to continue having success after success, marvelous things happening. Snarkfish says, greetings, and the great Bartleby is with us. Hello. It is the advanced placement. And so that's what I was saying there, is that these people are just going to be in their world, in their spheres. And when they're ready we will be there for them. In fact, there's a woman, I don't think I can say her name. I don't know if maybe I can, but I'm not going to until I find out from her. She is on a platform, and she has distributed, after hearing about the fact that all of these other content leaders are saying nothing about me. She was just under the impression that, well, naturally, all these other content creators and organizational leaders, naturally, they'll be talking about the success that we're having going free. And then when she found out that they're not saying anything, she has distributed, 100 of her own messages everywhere in like a week and a half. And the number of people coming to find out about me and going free and what we're doing is skyrocketing because of one woman, because of one heroic lady. If I can say her name, or at least her nom de plume or nom de guerre, we will absolutely celebrate her in that nom de guerre. So some good is coming out of the fact that we revealed that there are, all of these people are ignoring us. And as a consequence, we have people committing suicide. Not all of them have over $500,000 to give away. And so you're not going to hear about them. And so isn't that even harder to take, that there are people out there, just as I said would be happening, and then 2 weeks later, how many times the debate with the people, the red helmet guy and Doolittle, the midget sticks, and John Mark, After having that debate 2 weeks, no, the first time was days after I made my point against them, I was proven right in reality. The second time, it took 2 weeks. I mean, this is just, and why? It's not because I'm special in any way, shape, or form. Well, if you want to say I'm special, the thing that is special about me is that I'm going free. So you can be special too. You can go free. You can see the world through the lens of going free. And then you'll be able to have these debates and then be proven right 2 days later, 2 weeks later. So let's see who else is here. The great Elaine Sabatino. Freya is here. And so is DG. Marvelous. Great to see you, dear ladies. Euphemia. Wonderful to see you, sweet lady. And so is Heidi. Hello. How are you? And the great Grayman the Gray is here over here on this channel. Jack is with us. And who else? Let me try to slide through the audience of heroes. Jesse Link is here. Great to see you. Jessica, great to see you, sweet lady. Peacecraft. Nordic Iron is here. Great to see you. Mr. Kanazi is applauding. Hello to you. White Wolf. Great to see. Look, another sweet lady, Althea, is with us. And so is another sweet lady, Carlisle Cockatoo. Great to see you both. Hello, hello. Western Philia, you love us. Glad you do. Great to see you. Fit and healthy at any age. That's what I plan on being. Great to see you and welcome. We're going to have to see what you all are saying. We're going to roll along. Jim is here. Hello to you. Brant Danger, the great champion, just mailed me recently. We're going to actually, I want to have, I think in the coming Going Freeze, we're going to start having some folks on again. Brant will be one of them. We're going to get an update on School of the West and everything going on there. Save a Western civilization now. Great to see you. And the magnificent Sloths. Hello, dear brother. One of our truest champions is with us. Pants Monster, hello to you. We're working on a project together, and we'll talk more about that in I think the coming month or so, as we have many things to do, but getting many things done. So wonderful to see you all. And remember, if you messaged me and I met the great Fornall is with us, ladies and gentlemen. You know, that guy is one of our greatest. Talk about a shining star. A great shining star in service to white well-being. In front of the scenes, behind the scenes, around the scenes. It's almost, Fornall is almost so active for white well-being that if you get a flat tire, you get out of your car and he's already changing it. He's like, get back in. I'm almost done. Jody is asking, does anyone know of female video or podcasters that promote no white guilt? Video ones that are going free and who are openly doing so. Who can we say might be doing? I mean, there are a absolute raft of magnificent women that are advancing white well-being in their lives and in their friends and family and community. They're going to be the ones. See, that's going to be the thing, is it's going to be like it's not quite 2 to 1, but it's going to be, it already is more women than men. But the men who participate and who are pushing and promulgating going free and making content and the like, they are really just red giants. If we're using, we go back to the talking about in terms of the cosmos, they're really just true champions. But what's important is, you know, you're in the right place when you have, and this is a funny thought that I had this weekend, because the group that I was with, marvelous people, and I'll be talking with you about that in just a moment as I zip around. We'll look at your questions, we'll look at your financial gifts, and thank you everybody for being here. And we'll try to have the voice fully back before the end. But like every other group that cares about our people, our history, our heritage, our future, our children, they are they have a dearth of women involved, and so they were asking for and giving toasts to the women who are involved, and openly hoping for more women to be involved in the stuff that they do. And I realized that for the first time ever in the absolute ever history of a white sphere on a global scale, I said something internally that has never been said before. And that is that, wow, well, in the practice of going free and being white positive and serving white well-being, we have no need to beg for more women. We have tons of magnificent women. We have loads of wonderful ladies. I couldn't believe it as I was saying it, because there's always been this absolute dearth. And it's like the more you travel down the road of white nationalism into antique nationalism, there are fewer and fewer ladies. The hand that rocks the cradle controls the future. And who decides who's going to rock the cradle but the heroic man? So we have the community here. And this is all the evidence you need that the success is ours, the destiny is ours, and we're just going to keep heading in this direction. So wonderful to have so many of these champions. No, it's unfortunate that there are, but you can't blame these female content producers. And here's another wonderful lady, Euro Yankee. Great to see you. Thank you for being here. Hello, Hyperborean Dream. Great to see you. Lauren, hello to you and welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. You can't blame the female content producers that are out there in the white sphere for not going free themselves and then sharing it from their platforms any more so or any less so than you can the men. There are far more men out there that know of all the great successes of that we've had here. I mean, I'm just not saying a word about it. So it would be great if there were female content producers who now Clarion Wakefield, when she produces, when she makes, I guess she shares some things and on her Telegram channel, she will share white positive, going free material. But as far as like regular content producers, say like a Laura Towler, for example, or someone like that, I can't think of anybody. So let's rock and roll. Flabba Jabba says there are plenty of white nationalist women, Jason, compared to a sports stadium during COVID-19. There are plenty of them in going free. In white nationalist circles, I don't know how long you've been around or how many different groups you've worked with, how many different places you've distributed leaflets with, how many different people you have, but I've been everywhere for many years, and everywhere you go, there's a dearth of women except for going free. And the number of women that support going free and are bringing it to their children is growing at a rapid rate because it works, because it's based in love, hope, and redemption, because they can actually inoculate their children with it. In white nationalism, there are good ladies, and the best of those will end up going free without question. But in white nationalism, you have a very different set of ideologies, a very different set of approaches that are only in some cases they give lip service to family, give lip service to the well-being of white families. And as a consequence, and the approaches that they take are approaches that endanger the family, and women can sense that. They can sense it. They don't have to be able to completely figure out, well, how will this argument lead to this, to this, to this, to I lose my children to the state. But they can feel it. They can feel like, whoa, this isn't good. And I've seen, and this is monstrous, I have seen white nationalist women lose their children to the state. So I can only tell you, you're going to say, well, Jason was saying something bad about white nationalism. I've never been a white nationalist. It's a character in the anti-white narrative, and they end up having, most of the people there are, well, everybody starts off in a good place, but then they get into these ideas and these ideologies and these vehicles that have failed forever, and they just think they'll make it work. That's no better than the anti-whites telling you, well, sure, communism, it didn't work in Russia, and it doesn't work for the people in China, and it did, but we can make it work. That's the same stupidity to say, well, yes, all of these old vehicles, political vehicles and arguments and the like, they didn't work in the past, but we can make it work. Now you have an alternative. Now you can go with something that's actually working as it goes along. And what are you going to do? You're going to hate the guy. And I know there are plenty of guys out there. And I mean, I've finally come to the reality, and people are, and some women giving great wisdom, counsel, saying, look, Jason, they're just jealous of the success, and they don't actually changing people's lives. And because they see themselves as wanting like some sort of glory from it, they don't understand that you're not getting glory from it. You're not aggrandizing yourself from this. They can't even conceptualize that. They can't even conceptualize that you would throw, if I could throw Raymond Foster on my shoulder, I would carry this guy around all day long on my shoulders for all the work that he's doing, and so many others. So many others. So, I mean, you got some of you out there might have to lose a few pounds. I don't know what I can deadlift anymore. I don't know how much I can put on my... Raymond Foster is a svelte person, so I'm sure I could get him up on my shoulders. But some of you got to drop some pounds. Drop those LBs before I get you up on my shoulders. But really, it comes down to the fact that a lot of these other people, a lot of these other guys, they want to be the center of attention, and they don't understand that I want everybody celebrated who does anything good for us. And so when they see us succeeding where they haven't, it's just in a big jealousy. They just hate me for it. And I thought, well, you know what? You're right. It's tall poppy syndrome. But we're not going to let it get us down. No, but we're not going to have, you're not going to, let me rephrase. I am never going to lead you with any suggestions, advice, wisdom, whatever it is in the stuff we're doing going free, into a place where I know the state will take your children. Now, I have argued within white nationalist circles with good people who are at the time holding bad ideas. I've argued with them saying, do not say that. Do not make that public. Do not, if you feel that way, but you shouldn't feel that way. Don't use that symbol. Don't X, Y, or Z. Don't hold that conspiracy theory. It's not even right, but it's worse to tell people that it's real, because you are going to get yourself in hot water. And then we see the couples lose their children. And we're not going to let that happen. We're going to do everything we can to prevent that from happening. Jesse Ling says, I love No White Guilt for it. He's the best. Well, thank you so much for that. I'm just another guy on the team, but I appreciate the Misty is with us. Hello, sweet lady. Welcome, welcome. Says never felt guilty. Jay Esom is here. Hello to you. Welcome to you. Haven't seen you in a while. Another lady with us. Squatting with NWG. Yeah, I'll have to get back to heavy squat lifts. Get back to my powerlifting days. All right, what else is going on? The MSM docks the family's street that had a no white guilt sign in their yard, literally gave the street name. Well, of course, that is, Ian is here. Great to see you. Not surprising. I will go ahead and speak to that. But for one quick moment, I'm going to make an adjustment here in the office. Not to do with the chair, but I'll be right back. Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. And that was actually a Sloth's produced video. Wasn't that fantastic? Thank you very much for that, brother. And everyone who has produced content for me to show here. I wanted also to give, again, another big thank you to Andreas and Nordic Frontier, because he made those two videos that I very often play at the beginning and sometimes during the course of the stream. So if you know him or you're in regular contact with him and that crew, please let him know that I extended another thank you and bit of gratitude to him and his team for the good work that they're doing in service to white well-being, specifically those video files, this magnificent job, and all the work that they're doing where it comports with my morality. Now, there were some signs that went up, if you all were unaware of this, that said no white guilt on them. Excuse me. And I, many years ago, and talk about debates that I've had. You all get all the inside stories. Should I start telling some more of like the tales of the crypt? Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it is the tales of the crypt where so much was done wrong. And I definitely, you know, the difference between me and making errors and so many others in the white spheres making errors is that I make as many, maybe more errors. Say I make more. But what I do is that when I discover I've made an error, I am able to notice it, and then I change immediately to be right. And then if that doesn't work, I change again to be right. And I keep doing that until I'm right. That's the only difference. Maybe they're all smarter. Maybe they're all more educated. Maybe they can stand on their head longer. I don't know. My face gets all red. Whatever it is. But I learn from my mistakes, which is something that people don't do very easily. And I even learn from the mistakes of others. That just muted me. I wasn't muted until just then, right? Anyhow, I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. It means I'm throwing electricity again. Damn. It is working, though, now, the microphone, yes? Okay, Euronomics says you could hear me. I don't know why it happens. Let's see what my humidity is. My humidity in here is, hold on. Well, my humidity is 33%. So I should not be throwing electricity. We'll be careful about that. I got to go back to touching metal before I grab the mic, or just keep an eye out for that issue. But yeah, maybe I should start telling some more of those, the stories of actual debates and arguments. But I came up with no white guilt many years ago, many years ago, and started using that as my moniker, as my nickname. And I told, when I shared it with people in different white spheres, they all argued against it. I don't recall many. honestly, there might have been just, maybe a woman here or a woman there that agreed. Most of I can't remember many people liking it. And they thought it was, especially those in white nationalist sphere and the antique nationalist types, they were like, oh my God, it's so passive. It's so weak. You have to be strong. You have to be just pugnacious. And it's all just so bogus. It's all so fake. So I said, look, you got to dominate. Well, you dominate when you win. You dominate when you recapture our destiny. You dominate when you do the right thing. So I tried to explain to people, no, look, when you say no white guilt, you position the anti-white to have to reveal that they want you to have white guilt. And then you can pursue the point of us being white guilted. You need us white guilted because you need us to lower our defenses. Why? So that you can victimize us. It loads the conversation with premises that create a thought chain so that you don't need like a little Jason standing on your shoulder to tell you, oh, say this next, say that next. You just know what to say. It'll naturally come to you because of the thought chain that I created for you. And similarly, the anti-white on the other side won't know what to say because now they're on a thought chain that's outside of their narrative, outside of the anti-white narrative. And nobody wanted to understand that. Nobody thought that made, they just wanted this fake, this like bravado, this presentation of being redoubtable when you really weren't. Especially some of these guys that they couldn't beat up their mother, and their mothers would whoop their ass, much less take on America or take on Germany. Or give me a break. Give me a break. Go back and get in your Honda and just shut up. Anyhow, more importantly, I argued, no, when we say no white guilt on literature, and remember, I distributed thousands and thousands of useless leaflets because I submitted to what I thought, oh, so this is the superior knowledge than what I have. And I was thinking the whole time, what would be better on this leaflet? I'm walking with them, I'm reading them. And I was thinking, well, what would be better here than what's actually said, pictured here than what's actually shown? And I thought, well, if this lands in somebody's yard and they pick it up and it says no white guilt, and then they call the police or they then call the media and they want to say, boy, this is horrible. Or they just want to go to their neighbor and say, I got a flyer that says no white guilt on it. Normal white people will say, yeah, so I don't want to have any white guilt either. I didn't do anything wrong. Your ordinary white person, wherever they are in the world, are going to say to themselves, as they say to themselves all the time, I didn't do anything. I should not be victimized. They're all thinking that, who are not openly anti-white, who are not viciously anti-white. Every ordinary white person was thinking that, and they think that today. So I knew that if we distributed leaflets and we said no white guilt on them, or put up signs and said no white guilt, that the ordinary person would say, yeah, I don't want to have any white guilt. Well, what will the anti-white do in that situation? They are going to say, no, you should have white guilt. And here are all the reasons why you should be white guilted. That immediately puts us in the position of being the moral ones, the good ones, the ones who have now aligned with the self-interest of the radically individualized person in white Western civilization. That person is most worried about who? Themselves, right? We needed, I argued, to use that in our favor. If we can get the anti-white listen to this. Listen to me, folks. If we could get the anti-white, I argued, if we could get them to not just attack the abstraction of Western kind, and the individual then can escape and say, yeah, okay, go hurt them, go bother them, because I don't have a people. That's not mine. You go ahead and go hurt them. I'll just nod and agree with whatever you want to do if you leave me alone. If we instead could get that anti-white to attack the individual, not the abstraction, if we could get them to attack the individual by saying, oh no, you need to have white guilt, the individual's self-preservation instincts would be activated, I argued, and they would come to their own defense, and in so doing would be doing that as a member of Western kind. The premises would all be served in our favor. The thought chain created, I argued. I had this conversation hundreds of times. And they all said, nah, still sounds weak. And some of you will find idiots that will say, oh, it sounds like it's passive. So it's not tough like me and the Honda and my 135-pound bench press and my kickboxing that I go to once a month or whatever, which is just a game, not an actual fight. Not tough like that. No, in fact, it works. And those who have the mind to see what I just explained will say, Jesus, that works. That's how it works. And it works. It works everywhere. So I just said, oh, I am no white guilt. And I'm going to tell people to use the phrase no white guilt. And until kingdom comes, or until the anti-whites kick in the door and they come in with their MP5s and blaze away, whatever it might be. So what happened? We see yet again, the anti-whites don't know how to handle no white guilt. They see the signs out. And what did it say in the reportage? What did it say? They had the first anti-whites saying, had no idea what that means. Maybe it means something hateful, but I'm not sure. Totally confused. Why are they confused? Does anybody have the answer? Because they're outside of the anti-white narrative. That's why. Because somebody, us, just went and plucked them out and said, let me set you down in this other story over here where you're a villain. Then they didn't know what it meant. They didn't know how to take it. So what did the news have to do? Even the broadcasters, not really sure what this means. Local law enforcement says it's protected speech. Can you imagine the different responses? Now, we live in an anti-white world. And if people had heeded my admonitions years ago, I'm not perfect. I've gotten things wrong, but I correct course regularly. But if they had heeded my admonitions years ago, how much better off would we be today? Still going to work today. But if a sheriff or a police chief gets called and they say, hey, the guy across the street has a swastika on his in a sign in his front yard, or has one of these other symbols that have been conflated with the swastika or any of these other things. He's got it out in the front yard, and on it, it says white power, or on it, it says, even all the way up to just where we talk about just the inverting, the sort of the frivolous thing, inversion of the MLB, read that backwards, into White Lives Matter. They see that on the sign in the front yard. They're going to call the police, and they'll say, hey, this is in the front yard. In most cases, law enforcement, because of the pressure of elected officials, appointed officials, because of people lose their jobs, they very seriously will say, well, especially if it's something like a swastika, we will go question these people. We will go investigate. We will go pressure. We will go harass. We will go whatever. And you'll be on the lists. And of course, I've already shared with you when it comes to the name white nationalist, the end of 2019. If you chose not to listen to me, then you're on the list now. If you kept calling yourself that, you can't blame me. Don't say, well, this was just going to happen anyhow. But you put out there no white guilt. They called law enforcement in this story, and law enforcement said, what's a white person putting out a sign that says no white guilt? That's protected speech. So you're just going to have to live with it. It's a white person who doesn't feel any white guilt. You'll just have to live with it. So you had an anti-white who didn't want to be seen on the television. Of course, she had these calves that were like this big. So probably in excellent shape. And she went out and she snatched up a bunch and put them in the trash. And she said, oh, it's hate, using the anti-white slur hate. Well, every white person who saw that broadcast heard her calling it hate and are now immediately put into the position of thinking about themselves and not wanting to be white guilted. Good. She did a great job for us. Well done, hippo lady. And that's a new term for women who are just beautifully shaped. I just invented it. It's a Jabberwocky. Remember that guy from, 2 weeks ago? He said, you're just making up words. I think maybe you just don't know the words. So, but what the best part was, they actually went to a professor, an anti-white professor, and they said, well, what does this mean? What can we say this means? That white people not wanting to have white guilt? What could it possibly be? And then she, trying to come up with some kind of conclusion to fit us into their story, said, well, I think this is white people trying to take over the MLB, read that backwards, narrative. And then she's able to talk about the MLB and how, no, it's supposed to be about this group over here. Well, again, another massive victory by using the lexicon and dialectics of going free. And we'll continue to have these victories. We'll continue to brag about them. And we won't care if people find it offensive or they decide, well, they'll just never talk about us or whatever. Good. Hopefully they end up in a day when they only have like the people they deserve listening. And then everybody that we can get who deserves to be saved and redeemed is redeemed. But once again, a great example of the dialectics working for our people. And I couldn't be happier. We'll continue to make that. We'll continue to make that happen. So let me take another quick look, and we're going to keep rolling. Brad is here. Great to see you, brother. Welcome, champion. Bros and bros, it's a beautiful thing. And it's why we respect you, No White Guilt. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Machiavellius Sucks is here. Says he is perfect. All right. Thank you very much for all those kind comments, Jesse Lang. White Healing is here. Nordic Iron says that's the best point of all. Starting the conversation on our terms is the key. We can then make them reveal what they really want, to deprive us of our place in the world. Precisely, brother, precisely. Save Westercon now. There is no better term for our opposition than anti-white. And there is no better term for your movement than No White Guilt. Well, it's not just mine. It's our movement. And amen to that. Thank you very much for that. Promethean Promulgation says, in what world is no white guilt not good? Well, precisely. But I will tell you all, we had so many, I say we, me, and the few over the years that I've convinced to various degrees, and then they just get sucked back in. It's like everybody, this old verbiage about the mafia, where you try to get out and then you get pulled back in, and you try to get out, and it's because of your friends and your connections, and they can kill you. But it was kind of like the same thing in these different white spheres. I would talk to people, and they would, maybe on an individual or a couple people, and they would say, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then they'll go share it, but then their friends are like, no, you're supposed to look like the villain. And so then I when I go back to these people, they're like getting sucked back into stupidity. Finally, we're making some headway. I've got the X tag turned off according to DLive, but am I allowed to have it turned off? But I don't think you all can. I think they have decided, this guy is effective, and so we're not going to allow anybody to give him points. All right. You have to take X-rated mode off on DLive to receive lemons. You can turn it on and off while streaming. It's how Mark. I've done it, brother. I don't know. If you all can't give any points, there's a unique situation going on with me. Elaine says she is chopping veggies with no white guilt. Heidi says that I'm electric. Well, if I'm electric, then I'm going to start powering because I'm sick of the power bill. All these machines running. I'll just power the place. First Last is here. I have a very special guest tomorrow, and he will be carrying something to give you. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. The guest. Well, that's wonderful. Have a great time. Magnificent. Great to have you with us here tonight as well, brother. We're going to continue having a heck of a time. Mr. Piazzi is here. Great to see you. Tawana, I know people who only do interviews on one condition, that the word hate, quote unquote, is not used anywhere to refer to them. When I checked, I saw it was the entire message of almost all videos. When I checked, I saw it was the entire message of almost all videos. Do you mean like with the regime's news and entertainment media? Sonia is here. Wonderful to see you, sweet lady. Because you can't, but look at the interview I did with our sign. Look at the success that we had when I did an interview for our sign that, of course, was defaced. And remember, she had to keep calling back. How do I fit him into the anti-white narrative? And it just never worked. Remember, we actually had one of the absolute best stories done for anybody who's concerned with white well-being ever. So, because I didn't have to go through all the disavowing and I'm not this and that and well, we think this, and I know that brings up all of these thoughts, but we're not that. And then all the reporter has to then say is, well, they think this, and then the reporter's job is done. They've just gotten their readers or viewers to think everything they wanted to think about you, and it's over. Let's jump over here to Entropy. We got to keep this rolling along so we can get to the calls tonight, and I don't lose my voice. Promethean Promulgation is with us. Great champion, financially gifted $1,025, I think it was last week. $1,025 last week. Back again with $25. Thank you, dear brother. I've reviewed an anti-white game from my childhood. It used the phrase, quote, fellow Europeans, and steered the player to betray the helpful non-whites. I realize the phrase is used to support the MP, mean pathogen, that Westmen act as a group to harm non-whites, not for someone to pretend to be white. There you have it, brother. This is what happens all the time. It is amazing, and it's part of the practice that you have to do when going free, and it will be an iteration to this going back to the videos that you watch, the movies, the television shows, the video games. Break out a pen and notebook or your Samsung Palm Writer or whatever it is, and jot notes. Don't sit back in your chair. Maybe get a hard back chair, hard seat to sit on, no cushion. Be uncomfortable so that you are consciously watching the entire time and looking for meme pathogens, MPs. Because like Promethean Promulgation said, I've heard this 1,000 times because it's so true. You look back and it's such an eye-opener, isn't it? Promethean Promulgation. And if you've done this, maybe speak up in the live chat. You look back and you say, oh, there wasn't anything anti-white in what I watched. I can't even think of a single thing. Or maybe I can think of one thing that was anti-white in one of the movies I watched or what. And then you go back and you watch them and people's jaws are on the floor. The whole thing is full of meme pathogens. One after the other people find. And it is dependent also on how far they are along going free. I mean, if you're brand new to going free, it's still going to be harder for you to identify the MPs. But once you are going free for a while and you are acclimated to what an MP is and how to spot them, you will be stunned to disbelief. And that is when you truly begin to see the depth of your infection. Because you realize, for those out there who are smart enough to realize, that you have gone all of these years of your childhood, all of these years of your youth, all of these years of your young adulthood, taking in information that was poisonous for you and having no idea that it was poisonous for you. And that's when you begin to realize, again, those who are smart enough to disentangle this embroiled mess, that it's bound up with your identity. That TV show, so much a part of your identity growing up. That movie series, that series of books, so much a part of your identity, who you are today, growing up, that the whole thing was replete with meme pathogens. That is when you truly begin to understand how far you have to go, how deeply you have to dig to get those meme pathogens out of you, to address them. Now, remember, when I say out of you, to pluck them out, to extirpate them, that's not actually, those are just words. It's not actually what's happening, because you can't anymore forget them. That's the problem. Then you can forget how to ride your bicycle or to drive the car or to peel the carrot or whatever it might be that you have done. You know how to do. It's memorized. It's going nowhere. It can't be forgotten. That's the problem. It's like COVID-19. Once you're infected, you have it forever. Or cold sores, or chicken pox, or herpes. I mean, these anti-white meme pathogens, once you're infected, they're there forever. That is why what you imbibe in entertainment specifically, but also in education, it's most powerfully through entertainment, is more important to your health or illness than everything under the sink that you could drink. If you will lock the cleaning solutions away so that your babies can't drink them, but you let them watch TV, I tell you this, it would be better for them to open up the pantry and turn the TV off. Because they'll get sick and puke their head off with most of those things, and it'll taste so nasty long before they could really do themselves permanent damage. But you let them imbibe MPs throughout their lives, they will hate our people, they will hate themselves, they will never reach their potentials. I mean, the list goes on and on. So Promethean Promulgation, a magnificent hero, bringing up a very important point. And all of you parents out there, moms and dads, especially the parent that's going to be with the children the most often it's the mom, sometimes it's heroic dads. You remember that when you have those babies and you think, I need a half an hour break, I'm going to put them in front of whatever. You just remember the damage you're doing. You go pull out something from under the sink and give them that to play with instead. Not literally, but you get the analogy here. Baldor, the outlaw, financially gifting $10. Jason, I'm curious. In Crucible, at the principal's office, you mentioned an ancient hatred in the eyes of the principal. Was he, by any means... Now, what you're doing here, I don't want to say those for the AI. That's Big Sister that's listening very closely. but you're taking the two different stories, Crucible and Prometheus Rising. The ancient hatred, it's a good question, is up for your interpretation. I've left that up to you as the reader. And so that is something that may or may never, as the author, there are a lot of things that may or may never be specifically addressed. I'll just leave it out there for you to ponder. But I deeply appreciate the question, and that's a very astute mind you have to zero in on that. Thank you so much, Baldor. $10 financial gift. The one and only Mrs. Jess Horst, the only lady who could field her own baseball team. $25. Thank you so much, sweet lady. And has taken photographs. And a couple of the rest of you have done this as well. And I think it's marvelous. And on your flat screen TV, it's like me and Jared George. It's folks from white spheres rather than the anti-whites and the garbage that they're making for you. I love it. Thank you so much, dear lady. We love you, your husband, your family, your babies. She writes, hello, NWG and family. And she has a little emoji with the praying hands and the white heart and then a flame and then the letters KIP for KIP. Keep it Promethean. And if you don't know what that means, you got to start going free and you'll find out. Thank you so much, Mrs. Jess Horst. Mr. Bloom is with us, financially gifting $15. Great champion, brother. One of the new participants, and we're very excited about Mr. Bloom and his cohort there, Richard Wagner, and the great stuff that they're going to be doing together in service to white well-being. Great champions. $15 financial gift. He writes here, I hope you're doing well, Jason. I had a great day of going out into the snow and taking some great pictures in the wilderness of my Going Free book. Marvelous. Thank you. He says, I encourage all to do something like this when you get the chance. If you would like to see, it is on my Twitter. Well, of course I would like to see. And if you're willing to share, let me know if you're willing to share. Oh, look at this is fantastic. He's got Going Free with a snowman. So you got a snowman holding Go Free. That is fabulous. And then somehow, wow, look at that. It's fantastic. Well, what we'll do is I will share, if you're good with it, brother, I will share the link in the live chat and of your Twitter, and then everybody can have a look. So just jump into Entropy's. Oh, he says sure. All right. So let's go ahead and do. Actually, you know what? I could do it easier from over here, and we'll do that right now. And while that loads, those are some fantastic pictures. Well done. Thank you, Mr. Bloom. So, and the book is supposed to look, it's looking like it's getting used. That's how it's supposed to look. This is what does your gym bag look like? What do your workout gloves look like? Or your wrist wraps? What do they look like? What about your knee wraps? Depends on what kind of workout you're doing. What do they look like? Do they look like they haven't been touched? Well, if they do, then it means that you're a sloppy, flabby person. If they look like they're wore out, it's because you are hard and in shape and magnificent human being. So that's how Going Free is supposed to look. Wear the book out or wear out the case that holds your Kindle device or whatever it is that if you're reading the book on Kindle and have to get a new one. There's nothing that makes me happier in my activities of sustaining and self-improvement than to wear the things out that I need to be able to do those things, because then you know you're doing something. And that's the real difference about the practice of Going Free. I know some people are they're after just the form and not the substance, but you've got to dig into the substance if you are going to make this happen. So let me really quickly just do this. Should be easier. Yeah, all right. And there it is, folks. And you can check out those wonderful photographs. Well done. I like the ones with the snowman, the guy's mouth and his face. That is great. And then the artistic ones in nature. Oh, that's really cool. The one at the tree looks like it's like the home for a little hobbit or something in there. Something scary would probably come charging out. I'm sure if I were standing there, that's what would happen. I would be thinking, isn't this lovely? And then the next minute, it would be something with hissing sounds shooting out and trying to latch onto my leg or face. It wouldn't be the first time. Yeah, I like these in the woods. It's just nice. You got the snow dusted on the ground and the trees are denuded of their leaves. That's beautiful. Well done. All right, let's keep rolling. And next on entropy, we have Protect White Babies. Well, that's a magnificent name. $5 financial gift. And writes here, Jason, Go Free is, and then he writes in all caps, genius. But I worry about you considering how effective it is. Can you promise us that if you notice the ATF trying to entrap you, you will leave the U.S.? I don't want you to become another Randy Weaver. They can get away with anything. Well, that's $5. Thank you very, very much for that deep consideration for my welfare. And a lot of people, thank you to a lot of of you all who reached out to me in concern for my consideration on January 6, 21, Patriots Day for us. Patriots Day, where the patriot lost their innocence in the United States. And thank you, Protect White Babies, for the $5 financial gift to White Wellbeing. And also that you started off with this great compliment, that Go Free is genius. That testimonial means a great deal. Thank you for that. People are going to hear that and they're going to say, genius. Well, what's genius? Let me dig into this. And he says, but worried about my welfare, if the ATF or were to try to come to the house and Randy Weaver me or Waco me or something of this nature. Yeah, I take every measure possible to continue my service to white well-being as long as I can. Now so that means that I will do everything I can to not run afoul or to not give them an opportunity to the anti-whites by way of department like the ATF or FBI to just disappear or homicide me or something of this nature. And I will never commit suicide. So if there's ever a suicide, I've been suicided. That's what's happened. So that will never happen. But yeah, I will do everything I can. And if it does mean that if it does reach a point in the United States where I can't serve white well-being, I can't be with you all, I can't be active because I'm constantly having to be on the move to be away, not because I've done anything actually illegal, but because I have to be constantly on the move, worried about my own safety because of the anti-whites, these new laws, these new bills, these new executive orders, the anti-white black market army that are allowed to, composed of pedophiles and rapists and drug dealers and murderers that go out there and they under different names, the different organizations that are allowed to do murder and everything else with carte blanche. If all of that is just an incessant thing and I can't serve white well-being, then I would strategically relocate to be able to continue serving white well-being and bringing it to as many people as possible. That may or may not mean that strategic relocation is in or outside of the United States, but it doesn't mean I'm never going to be ceding anything permanently to anti-whites. It just means that I will strategically relocate to continue doing what I'm doing from the best possible ground to do it. And I appreciate that. Thank you. $5. Fit and healthy at any age. And I agree completely. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. Greetings. I'm a professional writer and teacher and want to build a curriculum for going free parents to help their children learn about Western civilization. How can you and I chat about it? Well, thank you so very much for your interest. And I will tell you right now, we have a little group working on that. And you will fit in beautifully there. Sounds like you will be able to make a great contribution. Brant Danger heads up the School of the West. And I feel like maybe you reached out to me, Fit and Healthy, under a different name. I think I came across maybe a message from you. And I'll reach back out to you if that's the case. If you did reach out to me, let me know in the question widget. No need for another financial gift. And thank you very much for those $5. And thank you so very much for stepping up. Professional writer and teacher who wants to help build curricula for going free parents to help their children learn about Western civilization. That's what we need to do, folks. Our story is what? When people ask you, what's going free? What is our story? It begins with Prometheus Rising. This is what Prometheus Rising, take back your destiny. This is our story. This is where it begins. And you get to the back of that book and there are blank pages. Now, this is just metaphorically, not literally. But what they do is those blank pages stand in for the specific glorious and epic achievements of our people throughout all of our nations, but also, more importantly, that to be remembered, our history and heritage of all of our countries, but more importantly, your own story. And Fit and Healthy at any age is going to be picking up a pen and writing into that in the blood of our people, and in his or her blood, is going to be writing in that heroism that stepped up when someone was needed to step up. When fate called upon someone to step up. Fit and Healthy at any age is going to be there. And we deeply are grateful for that offer. Thank you so very much for stepping forward. Brant Danger is one of the moderators, and he may tag you in the live chat, and you all can begin a conversation and maybe get together. That'd be fantastic. And please let me know if you wrote me, and I will get a message back to you as well. Save Western civilization now. With it looks like your avatar is a Spartan with a magnificent crest. $5 financial gift. Thank you so very much. Have you considered getting a Trovo account? A lot of content creators that have been demonetized and deleted from DLive are moving to Trovo. They get half your donation pay, but it's better than nothing. So it's a new cryptocurrency. And yes, I have the tab pulled up and I already have the process begun. This weekend was very busy. I was invited by some beautiful people to attend an event that they had. These are people who care about Western civilization. I'll be talking about that shortly. Magnificent gifts they gave me. And I will share that. But they're very busy spreading white well-being in the flesh, and getting people excited about what we're doing. We're not stopping. I mean, there can be COVID this, COVID that. Remember, folks, those of you who were here with me, at the beginning of COVID-19, we were all subjected to the videos of people falling over dead on the streets in China, and the bodies in the streets, and they saying, this is from COVID. And this is from COVID. And they were saying it kills readily, and all of these other things, like the worst that could possibly be said about something. It spreads with no problem. It's like the worst nightmare disease imaginable. And I got right on a plane and long before they were ordering people to wear masks. I did my research about the disease. I had masks. I had goggles. Do you remember this? The folks who were with us? I live streamed from the airport. I flew over to the UK. I spoke. We had 200 people at the PA conference. I spoke there. And despite people dead in all the videos, why? Because this is what my ancestors, this is what your ancestors, if you're a member of Western kind, this is what they would do. They went through a lot worse. And I feel kind of ashamed. When I was in junior high school, you read Crucible, and I would feel shame at times when I would think about what our people had gone through. And then I was feeling, I mean, yeah, I was a kid, I was a child, and so it's a little different there, but feeling afraid that I was going to be beaten up. I didn't know, I mean, there were threats on my life, but also afraid of just being hated by everybody. And then I would think, well, wait a second, we had people go through unimaginable horror so that I could have it as easy as being worried about being beaten up, so that I could have it as easy as being worried about people saying dirty things or ugly things about me behind my back. I'm going to make the decision to do the right thing. And that's just what I did again and again. Because it's real life is not the movies. And I tried to convey that in Crucible. That's a true story. There isn't in the movies and in fiction, you have like a moment, really. And then sometimes they might throw a little curveball in where they say, well, the character questions again himself. But you can see, I tried to convey the reality in Crucible that it was over and over and over and over, that I had to keep making the decision to do the right thing. So, yeah, so I'll be over on Trovo, and we'll make it happen over there as well. But been very busy, and it's just another one of those steps. Working on iteration 2, working on the Kindle version of Prometheus Rising, so we'll have that available for everybody. And then after those two, which are coming soon, we're going to get started on the audiobook of Prometheus Rising, which I'm very excited about. And then maybe the artist version of Prometheus Rising toward the end of 21 or beginning of 22. It's going to be a glorious book. Really looking forward to that. Bloofer, 4014, financially gifting £10 all the way from the country I was just talking about, the UK. Right here, just another gift for White Well-Being. Well, God bless you, and thank you very much for that. Heidi, let's get a big round of applause for Heidi and Raymond Van Buskirk, because the wonderful couple here, this mighty couple, Raymond here moderating, it's all the moderators, it's all donation of time. These people are doing this of their own volition. So remember, I mean, good people do different things in the world. There are good people right now who are going to donate their time at animal shelters. That's a good thing. But you know what? There aren't going to be any more animal shelters if people like Brand Danger and Raymond Van Buskirk, if they're not moderating and donating their time to things that will ensure that we recapture our destiny. So there are good people at cancer wards for children. There's nothing that brings me more pain than children with disease of all races. It's a horrible thing. They haven't even had a chance to live their lives yet. It's a horrible thing. But there won't be any of that if there aren't heroes like this contributing their time, donating their time here. So very grateful. And on top of that, Heidi financially gifting $50. Thank you so much, dear lady. $50 US. Thank you. And she writes, we need to remember who we are. The only way to keep ourselves is to know who we are. Without an identity, we have nothing. We are no one. Go free and know who you are and what you stand for. Go free and be free. Love you all. Well, very well written, sweet woman. Thank you so very much. You're absolutely right. We are the ones. You have just two choices. Just two. It's easy. You either are going to be, your identity will be the hero in our story, or you will be in the anti-white narrative. In the anti-white narrative, you're always going to be a hated white person, the lowest of the lows in classes, the untouchables. That's what you are there. And you can make it even worse by playing the villain in that story. So which identity do you want to have? If you stay in their story, but you say, well, I'm actually a Valkyrie in there, or I'm actually a whatever in their story, you're just a fool who is a villain in their story. You're just an eccentric person who is a villain in their story. So don't stay in their story. Get in our story. Be the champion in our story. And we love you for that. Thank you so very much, Heidi. That was marvelous. And I saw this thing move, but I think it's Richard Wagner in with a financial gift just now. $6. The great, we were mentioning you a moment ago. Great to see you, dear brother. Jason, there is a person on Telegram impersonating you and your slogan and Fed posting like mad. I have messaged you on Instagram. And also, what books would you recommend so I could educate myself on the war on the South? God bless you, brother. Well, God bless you, and thank you so very much. Yeah, I know there have been a handful of these antique nationalists who actually hate Western kind. They are just dirtbags or the dregs of society. If they couldn't be wearing Nazi garbage, they would be eating out of the garbage. They probably do eat out of the garbage. They'd be wearing a balaclava and calling themselves Antifa or something like that. They're scum, because anybody who would endeavor to destroy the good work that we are doing here, not just for white adults, but for white children. We've shown the notes. We've shown the pictures. We have the people writing in about all the good that we're doing for their white babies. Anybody who would try to destroy the good that we're doing here is scum. You don't need to know anything more about them. They don't have a legitimate idea. They don't have a legitimate direction. They don't have just another view. They are filth. Now, having said that, there's nothing you can do about filth. I mean, like when you're out at a bar somewhere, somebody can come up and sucker punch you, and somebody who, if you squared off with them in 10,000 fistfights, they could never beat you in a fist fight. If they come up from behind and hit you over the head with a bottle, or they come up and sucker punch you and they just keep pouring it on, maybe pick up a chair and hit you with a chair, well, there's nothing you could do. You can't come back from that, and then they could end up beating you in a fight. Well, the same way that can happen in the real world, in the internet world, virtually, it's even easier because they don't even need to come up and get close and personal. They can just hide in their little wretched dens with their blow up inflatable dolls and their crack pipe and their children pictures that are inappropriate and this sort of thing. They can just hide there and then say and do whatever they want and demonstrate what scum they are. And also demonstrate, by the way, tell you a lot about the positions that they hold. When they say, well, it needs to be this and it needs to be that. You see everything that you need to know about those positions by the people who hold those positions. So they've gone out and they've tried to misrepresent. And what we do in response is we go free even harder. We spread even further. We work even faster to help our people. I realize that I can't find these people. I'm not going to let these people get under my skin. They never have in the past, and it's not going to start now. I couldn't care less about them, but I do appreciate when everybody tells me about it, because information is power. Knowledge is power. And so providing me the information is very important. I deeply appreciate that. I have a lot of info on these folks, and people are writing me all the time, and people in the midst of these people who think that they're one of their own are actually traitors to them and send messages. So, but the information is powerful. Now, I'm not going to talk about these people or go to war against them metaphorically, and because there's no way to find out who they are. They're just going to be, they could flip over here from their favorite disgusting site and then or flip over to some other channel and write something gross there. So that's just who these people are. So what we do in response to them trying to misrepresent us, trying to impersonate, trying to all of this is we just go free even harder. We share even harder. All it does for me is it inspires me to reach another 100. Reach another 200, go to another meeting, do another interview, write more in the books. It doesn't hamstring and undermine me in any way. Now you ask about a book that you can read. And now this, what we refer to it, the proper name, and Southerners who are calling it by the proper name, and so many don't. It's just amazing. But that's just the way it is everywhere, isn't it? The correct name is the War for Southern Independence. It's like you had the War for American Independence. This was the War for Southern Independence. And maybe the easiest, best place to start if you're looking for a book. It's been so long since I have read books on the subject, so I can't really, and I'm not endorsing any of these books in the sense of the author's conclusions or who the authors are or what else they might have written, because I don't know. I don't know the authors. I don't know what else they might have written. I can't remember all of what was written in the book that I will mention as a good place to start to understand what happened during the War for Southern Independence. But this is an alternative source that you could go to, and because you're getting enough of, I'm sure, the point of view that the war was fought over one subject and that's all that mattered. That's what it was. And so you're looking now for some more information. So I would say The South Was Right is a book that you can find a lot of other information that you will have heretofore been unaware of, and check that out. And again, I'm not endorsing the authors or everything written in that book by any means, or anything else they wrote, or any other part of their lives, because quickly the anti-whites are scribbling down, well, Jason recommended a book, and the 82-year-old author, when he was 27, was arrested for drunken driving. Therefore, Jason endorses. Welcome to the honesty of the anti-whites. Thanks, brother. Great to see you. A great, magnificently talented individual. He's going to be doing some wonderful things in the future. It's going to be marvelous. We would all like to see Richard Wagner, classical, like the kind of music that you made on the piano, for the story of Prometheus Rising that takes place within the world of Prometheus Rising. It would be beautiful. That would be something that would really make a lot of people very happy. And we salute you and everything you're doing in service to white well-being, along with Mr. Bloom, your great cohort there. Great young men in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. We need more like them. And I'll have both of them shoulder to shoulder, and we will protect the West along with everyone else here. So we have some more questions on the question widget, and we will get to those. But I want to jump back over to what we are talking about here. Swivel around this way. As I do, I see Kimberly is with us. Hello, Kimberly. Hello, sweet lady. T-Rad. T-Rad is... Are you a man or a woman? Your avatar, I definitely don't need glasses, but your avatar looks like it could be a woman. Have you ever had that experience when you've looked at an avatar and you're like, wow, that looks like that could be a good looking woman. And then you're like, no, that's actually somebody riding a horse. You're like, what the hell? How did that look like it could be a good looking woman? Brandon is here. He says, hello. Great to see you. Hello, hello. Elizabeth laughs at my mistaking. Burbear is here. Great to see you. Mistaking somebody riding a horse for a good-looking woman. I've had really weird. I'll see on my phone. I definitely don't need glasses. And I see on my phone, and I'm like, whoa, that's a good set of legs. And then I'm like, wait a second. Blow that up. And I'm like, oh, no, that's two dogs standing side by side. That's actually not human. Hailstorm says greetings. Well, hello to you. Yeah, I can laugh. Laughing at myself. As you all know, I laughed hardest at myself. And who did it beautifully the other day was Porridge, when we were on with Jared George on tap, and he ribbed me for my releasing my song. And by the way, thank you everyone. Where I for some reason the stream continued to play after we shut it down, and as many of you were then privy to my accidental recording of myself singing like nobody's business, belting it out in my kitchen, trying to pep myself up because of all of the bad news going on, and got to be fired up to serve white well-being properly and be excited. And so I was listening to some bluegrass. I guess I don't know what it's properly called, bluegrass, definitely, but was there any country element to it? I don't know. And so a couple of songs I sang to, then discovered that I was recording myself. That video is available on BitChute, and so you can see it there. So thank you to everybody who was kind to me. You know, when somebody in your world isn't really good at something and you're nice to them about it, that's a nice thing to do. So thank you to those who were nice to me about that, and the people who laughed along with me. That was fantastic. A couple people wrote that they thought it was funny as hell when I finally discovered that the phone was recording, and I was like, what the hell's going on? And you could hear it's kind of faint there when I because I'm talking to myself. But Porge came on, and he said he had to apologize to everybody who tried to like beg him not to go onto the show after this secret recording had been leaked. That was funny. So if you make fun of me, and you know who else has been really good at it is Fernol. If you can tell a good joke about me, and you people who know the difference between like telling a good joke and then like just being like vicious, they get it right. It's not everybody gets it right, but when you get it right, I will laugh my ass off. All right, let's see. What else did we have here? I'm going to swivel around here, and then we'll get back on track, and we'll keep rolling with all of the marvelous things we're going to be talking about today while we are together. The voice is coming back just a bit, but we're going to swivel around here, and we're going to say a big thank you to Gabriel, who financially gifted $14 to White Wellbeing. Thank you so very much, Gabriel. Saying everything wanted to say with those $14. And also, hey, the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, D.B. Cooper, financially gifting $5. And he writes here, a great champion for white well-being. And if you all don't know, talk about a testimonial to going free and what we have been putting together here over all of these years successfully. Named their third child after me. We don't know each other like in person. I'm not directly related to them. I'm not a historical figure. I am not known by the nation, but this lovely man and woman feeling so strongly about going free and the success that it has in service to white well-being for themselves, for their children, this new son of the West, actually named their third child a great son of the West after yours truly. It is such an honor. $5. And he says, do we need legal groups and NGOs of our own? Great question, brother. To be an NGO, we're going to need a lot of money. The liquidity is required, and we are in phase 2 of the OE, the organizational entity. We are working in a direction that will become a little bit easier to understand what you're looking at and how it works as we move through these different phases of bringing more portions of it online. So right now, I explained it, and some of you who were present when I explained it could maybe help the others. I will be revisiting it, of course, over the course of the year. We'll talk more about that. But your question is kind of satisfied, at least for that point, with the OE as we continue moving in a direction that is productive. Now, legal groups, no, we don't need them. We will need, to varying degrees, legal help at times. But I will not make the mistakes that so many have made in wasting, I cannot tell you, ungodly sums of money. And we don't have much in the white spheres, and have wasted unbelievable sums of money on fruitless lawsuits and endeavors that end up embroiling them in illegal imbroglios, and there's no getting out of it. Never rely on the fiction of law in any of our countries. Sometimes, very rarely, you can have like a little bit of something that can, if squinted at really hard and you tilt your head, can be defined as a victory. But generally speaking, no. There's no hope, no matter how right you are, no matter how clear-cut and dry it is loss after loss after loss. And I dare say, over the course of my involvement, just my tenure, if you will, in the white spheres, millions of dollars have been spent on legal defenses and lawsuits and the like that just will never work. So have never worked. The money's been a total waste. And then you have something called discovery in many of these cases. And then the anti-whites are able to by order of the court, to then investigate everything you do and try to find all the names of everybody involved. It's never good. It never goes well. I'm not going to pick on anybody. There are a lot of groups out there and individuals who have put themselves into harm's way or who initiated where they knew it was. And we've talked about this before, this you engage, and so many people got so angry about it, and just showing how short-sighted they are, how hot-tempered they are, maybe also some of them how unintelligent they are. But if you engage in activity or speech that at best scenario could only provide the scantest amount of benefit to us, but at the same time presents a colossal prospect of prosecution, then you should not be doing it. And we say absolutely we are opposed to those who do these sorts of things and then get themselves in trouble, turning around and coming to the community and then trying to guilt everyone in all of these different white spheres into saying, now you have to pay for our lawyers. Because if you don't, we're on the front lines. And if you don't pay for them, then you're not serious. And they guilt people into giving thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to what? Not to some white positive endeavor. No, to some lawyer who's going to make another house payment, another car payment, another cocaine payment, whatever it might be, to defend some idiot who engaged in an activity that, again, had maybe in the office most remotest chance, all of the planets have aligned, could do the scantest good for us, but there was a colossal chance that they were going to get arrested and prosecuted and hammered and then become just another person in prison. And all of these people, not all, it was not a ton, but there were some people who got all bent out of shape. Jason's saying don't give. No, you're not on the front line for me. If you go out on a street corner somewhere and you hold up ignorant signs and you act like some character from the past and you start screaming at people and get in a fight with non-white people who might even be innocent and not even anti-white, you get in a fight with them and then you get arrested and go to jail. No, you're not doing that for me. I don't owe you squat. If you want to do something productive, there is something that's been shown to be productive. And it's not getting out into the street and fighting anti-whites who are given license while you are sent to jail. So don't you dare say to me that you're doing this, you're on the front lines for us. You're on the front lines for your own inability to control your temper. You're on the front lines for your own aggrandizement. You're on the front lines because you want to show off with your buddies and get into a fist fight somewhere or do something else even worse. That's what you're on the front lines for. So I've seen all this money just get wasted. What could we have done? What could we have done positive? We need to be smart enough to stay away from where their biggest guns are located. Their howitzers face certain directions. I mean, these guys, all they do is play video games. And they know not to go in the video game. Don't go that path because that's where the slug dragon will get you. Well, the slug dragon will get you if you go out onto the street corner and you act like an ass. So don't do it. But yeah, so that's a great question, DB Cooper, about the starting legal teams. Now, there was a time when in the white spheres, there was maybe like 3 attorneys that would represent us. I could tell you right now, there is no legal representation for our people who are really openly care. I learned about a new case just last night. A police officer, no less, could not get an attorney, no matter how many he contacted, to represent him. So there was a time when there were like 3 attorneys, period. And then maybe between 10 and 5 years ago, we had more attorneys. We had so many people who are attorneys who said, yes, we'll work for you. We'll stay. And then one after the other was knocked down, one in various ways. So, and they lost everywhere they go. They lose their license. They lose in court. They go to jail, or their life gets threatened. And then they say they're not going to represent us anymore. It's just, we just have to do everything we can to stay away from the howitzers of anti-whiteism. And if we are embroiled in any way in some sort of legal scenario, then we do our very best with the quicksand that we have found ourselves in. But trying to fund some sort of legal body and keep it in stasis is merely a scenario that lends itself to shysters coming along saying, yes, I can win for all of you. I can win every time. And then then they'll cite from history here, and they'll cite from history, and then they'll cite the Magna Carta, and then they'll cite over here something from and then you'll all buy into it, and you'll give a bunch of money, and then suddenly you'll find out that the guy has like an underage non-white girlfriend or something, and it's all over, and he's gone, and he's left with all your money. So so we won't go that direction. We're not going to go that direction. DB Cooper is a great champion. His family are champions, and we love these people. Thank you so much. And we also have another great champion. Here's a young lady. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifting $10. And thank you so very much. $10 financial gift. And she writes, for white well-being. God bless you, sweet sister. That is very kind. Hey, folks, if you're not aware yet, and you haven't talked with anybody about it, it's brand new to you, going free is a practice. It will improve you physically, mentally, spiritually, and it can be used with any of the groups that you might be in. You could be a basic run-of-the-mill Catholic, works there. Roman Catholic, works there. Protestant of the various types, works there. Lodges of various types, works there. Pagan groups of various types, works there. Wherever you are, it's going to make you a better you. It's going to make your organization operate in a more efficient and successful way. Wherever you are, it will improve the scenario. Go Free works everywhere. We've had people write, and we've read their testimonials from various backgrounds saying, in my background, it works perfectly. The only thing you have to do in all of these backgrounds, whatever these groups are, is there's a few things that have to come first. The main thing really that really has to come first is that well-being of Western kind. If where you are, they're saying, well, no, something else has to come first before the well-being of Western kind, you either have to overlook that, which I believe that, many people do in certain groups, but otherwise there aren't conflicts. So it improves the functionality, improves the individual. You improve the individuals, the components that make up a machine, you improve the machine. Just like an automobile. We could start off with a Yugo frame and engine and body and etc. For those who don't know, they're not made anymore, but it was a piece of junk car produced decades ago. And if we just kept replacing it with different parts, improved parts, if you will, eventually there wouldn't be a Yugo there anymore, but I don't know, maybe a Ferrari 308 GTB, my favorite car, one of my favorites from the past. So you improve the pieces, you improve the machinery, you improve the people, you improve the organization. That's how it works. So thank you all very much. Let's see what you all are saying here, and we're going to get back on track, I think, with this. See if anybody else has joined us. Smokey Monkey says, that makes sense. Jesse Lang said, PewDiePie should come on over, and I'll have him on, or I'll appear on his show. And Jamil is here. Great to see you, sweet sister. Alex is here. Hello to you. Heil Odensire says, No Wine Guild's polo game is on point. I have the same CK polo. Just need to iron it. Oh, that always has to be ironed. Thank you very much. I have a thing. Wrinkled clothing. It's not like a weird mental disorder thing. I mean, when I leave, when I walk out, you know, obviously you get in the car, you're driving, you're in the meeting, and all the different things. The stuff gets wrinkled. But you really shouldn't walk out the door that way. At least I try not to. Robert Smith says, avoid the following: college towns, major cities, certain religious places. Well said. Sonia says, preach it about something. I appreciate it. I have Lord Hendrickson. Great to see you. Can't we ask? And then he uses an individual's name here that I know the AI Big Sister is listening very carefully. And we actually have a question. Maybe I should do these because we had some real winners that I wanted. Oh, that's not it. I just wanted to share with you. It's not even on my. I got so many notes. Not even on my notes for the gathering today. But we had one guy who apparently is a follower of Survive the Jive and Styx Hexenhammer, and also Styx's wife. And this guy writes here, this real winner, writes, bro, why does this seem like a cult? That's what it sounds like after he's done hitting his bong. And so typical sort of misrepresentation, dirtbag, doesn't care about white well-being. Anybody that would show up to anything as lucidly presented as what we do here, it's clearly a misrepresentation. That sort of talk. And so I have very little patience, obviously. And it's, in fact, it's the exact opposite. We talk here all the time. Remember that when people say such dumb things, you point out the fact that you are required here, you're admonished here, to consciously consider all things. And of course, we also take new material from participants. That works. We subject it to the scientific method, and where it works, we implement it. And both of those things are the exact opposite. They are the inverse. They are antithetical to anything cultish. Anti-whiteism is a cult. You are expected to learn ideas and then regurgitate those ideas. And if you don't regurgitate them perfectly, you are then banished from the cult. That is obviously not what happens here. We are a movement of redemption. So another point that's exact opposite. Again, when people talk this way, it is because they actually are anti-white. They want to misrepresent. Maybe they're jealous. Maybe they're midget sticks. Maybe they're midget wits. I don't know what it is. Maybe they're both. But the individual, and I think it's I feel like it was the same person, but maybe it's a. Oh no. These people were together in another comment section that I didn't speak to at a different time. There was another one with just symbols for a name, and I have it in here, but I recall it, so I'll just speak to it now since they go together. That guy's saying, I don't trust anybody, you know, again, hitting the bong. What exactly does that sound like? I'm not a bong hitter. Is the voice all like sort of crusty and choky like that? I don't know. It strikes me like it would be. But another guy hitting the bong and then coughing out whatever it is that he's coughing out. And he's saying, I don't trust anybody. Writes this on the thread. I don't trust anybody who's still on YouTube. Well, the dumbass, both of you, as you can see, we're not in the anti-white narrative. That's the biggest thing. I won't go into, we got a lot to talk about today, so I'm going to keep rolling. I won't go into it. But the biggest difference is we are outside of the anti-white narrative. You look at how those people handle just the three words, no white guilt. They have the hardest time understanding what it is. More importantly, we demonstrate who and what we really are as ordinary white people around the world. And we welcome everybody of every background, every immutable characteristic is permitted to serve white well-being with us. And we have many non-white people who serve white well-being with us. And we really appreciate those people in a way that conservatives never appreciate them because they're paternalistic toward them. So that plays an enormous part. But you know what else plays an enormous part? Me being a lot smarter than you. That's what plays an enormous part. Quite frankly, I'm just a hell of a lot smarter than you and maybe the people you follow. Because it's part of the black box expenditures that we've talked about before in the OE, but we may or may not have folks on the inside and from whom we get information about what things are, how things operate, and I don't know, that may or may not happen. And then based on all of that knowledge and based on knowledge that's available to everyone just from observing the reality of these platforms and how the anti-whites operate, just from the outside, we can make determinations about how to stay within and stay alive for as long as possible. So it may come down just to that, the reality. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. You know what? I probably, my vertical leap is probably 3 times as high as yours. I probably ran 5 times faster than you could ever run. I'm probably infinitely more intelligent than you. Trying to misrepresent us like this and therefore harm white children. You know how much concern I have for you and your feelings at this point. I held a beautiful, what was she, like 1 or almost 1 year old, or 1 or just over 1. I'm not good at guessing I have strengths, but I also have plenty of weaknesses, and guessing where they are in the age, the babies, I'm not good. But she was stunning. She was like this, sitting on my knee, and she was in her daddy's lap, and she was just, I was talking, and she just, these big, beautiful eyes looking at me, and I couldn't believe it. I started talking just to her, and he's like, you want to hold her? And I was like, of course I want to hold her. And so he sat her down, and she was just the most beautiful thing you could ever see. She's a beautiful little white baby and going to grow up in a world that we're going to make as wonderful, as safe as possible for her. So your scumbag ass trying to misrepresent me and all of us and the good work that we're doing, don't trust anybody who's still on YouTube. It looks like a cult, man. Why does it look like a cult, bro? Well, I'm going to tell you what, you're risking her life. You're risking the good that we're doing for her. So you can go straight to hell. And I will happily tell you that I'm more intelligent than you are, better athlete than you are, better lover than you will ever be. I mean, you probably will just fantasize about me. That's your thing. So that's your reality. You're a dirtbag. And if you want to write and apologize in the thread and be redeemed, then good for you. And we can work on redeeming you from where you are. But otherwise, you write back again and you write some more of that garbage and you're gone. You're banned. Because I'm not going to let you put this beautiful little girl in she had a little one of these onesie things, and it was red, and I think it was red, and it had these little, baby, I don't know, ducks or something on it. I'm not going to let you endanger her because you're a loser. All right. So let me just, what do we have here? Lord Henderson saying, so can't we ask, and then he says a name that I know, I can assume, that the AI is listening for and creating a score. So I'm not going to say it, but you all could read it. Can we ask this person to fund us? Media says he's a nice, and then he uses the word J. Well, there will come a day when more of this is done, that I'm working on the writings and everything, and I will be spending an increasing number of time as I get to that phase, and that gets a little lighter, and then a lighter phase going out to folks of various wealths, and not just white people, by the way, because there are good non-white people who stand to lose in a big way if the United States and all of our Western countries go anti-white full-fledged. Their worlds will be ruined as well. And more of them are going to be seeing that that's their reality. And the reality for us might be that some of them might be braver than white people who hate themselves when it comes to financing something that will put an end to the monster devouring their world. That day will come. And when that happens, you better believe that I will give it all of the ability that I can muster in myself, and all of the intelligence from people who are smarter than me and who know how to go about these things better than I do. I will make use of them, and we will bring it all to the struggle to get the financing we need to do the most we can for white well-being. Thank you. That's a great question there, Lord Henderson. Great seeing you. I'm sure he's a nice guy. But I'm not sure that particular guy would want to help. Talk about showing up at somebody's house. Jesse Link, saying wonderful things. I'm honored, brother. Thank you so much. I'm humbled by that. Naderific, you are that's kind of you. Thank you for Naderific as well. And so is Naderific. And was it Nathaniel? All right, let me just jump in. Is it this? We'll just call you Tawana. Just jump in really quick. Things that so you're aware. When you write things, and there's another one of the ways that we're able to stay on YouTube and by the way, I have lost channels on YouTube. But one of the ways that we stay as safe as we can is that the anti-whites at YouTube forbid any grand sort of theory that they could term a conspiracy theory. And so when you write those sorts of things in the live chat, they will be deleted by the moderators. It's not because the moderators don't like you. It's because this is to protect the channel. The channel deletions, because of what commenters say, is something that we prepped for years ago, long before they started doing it. So that's all that is. So just be aware that if you say that, well, they're preparing, and then you also have to ask yourself with some of these sorts of stories, does that story paralyze you with fear? Does that news cause you want to craven into some hole in the ground and save up all the food? And by the way, there are bills where giving the right to the government to take your food. I mean, and essentially that's already in place. In times of emergency, they can just come and take everything you have. So the only thing they can't take from you is your story. And we've shared that and we'll keep sharing it. They can take all your firearms. They can take all your food. They can take all your fuel. They can kick you out of your own elaborately decorated mausoleum where you plan to hide for however long before you come out to a devastated world because you didn't help people like me and everybody else here. If those ideas make you feel that way, those are deleterious ideas, and you should stop listening to the people sharing that info. Get away from them. It can't do you any good. It will make you miserable. It will make you want to quit, and you will eventually quit. Robert Smith, what is your opinion on why it is in American history in the past 80 years, the worst anti-whites have been the bourbon Southern politicians? The populists like Wallace were good, he says here, Robert Smith. Why have they been so bad? Well, I guess that might be a bit of a perspective thing, but certainly if you are coming from the evil cast, if you will, in a narrative, you're going to have to demonstrate your anti-whiteism, your anti-white morality, more so than somebody else, because you have to overcome the hurdle of making sure that everybody knows that you really hate Western kind. You really want to harm and will harm and have harmed them. That's why you see some of that coming so vehemently from such individuals. Alex says, don't know if you talked about this, but what are your thoughts on the anti-white regime talking about re-educating white people who are heretics to anti-whiteism? In fact, we do. Oh, you know what? I got to read this other one. You're going to love this, folks. We'll get to that in one sec. Where was it? We do have, let me see, some of the other pieces of news that we had. Of course, Joe Biden ending the construction of the border wall. Biden's defense secretary, Lloyd Austin, pledged to, quote, rid the military ranks of racists and extremists. And what do? We always translate. It's one of the practices of going free that you have to do. Remember, this is not just a form. You can't come to the gym and just look at it. I mean, you might come to the gym and just check me out while I'm working out, but you can't do anything for you're not going to get into shape by doing it. So you've got to actually do the practice of going free. And that means we have to translate here. The anti-white slurs, racist and extremists, which means white people who aren't anti-white enough. So Lloyd Austin wants to rid the military ranks of white people who are not anti-white enough. And remember, eventually, ladies and gentlemen, nothing will be anti-white enough for a white person. So we did have, let's see, I thought I had it here, maybe not. What did you think of this national poets, this poet laureate? This is becoming such a joke, isn't it? This is like going to be permanently a non-white person, the poet laureate. And it strikes me as every year it becomes a little bit more of a rap song. I'm not saying this as like toilet humor or lowbrow humor. I'm not satirizing the poetry that I think she was like 22. I mean, can you imagine being 22 years old and you're such a genius? You're going to be the poet laureate of the United States of America this year, and you will read your poem at the inauguration. She must have everything in her life just wrapped up tight, beautifully done, never any mistakes to have that position. But it really did sound to me like it's more of a rap song than the inauguration before, it's just going this direction. So I think it's not impossible that next inauguration, it will be even more of a rap song. I doubt by next inauguration, but maybe the one after, the poet laureate will have an accompaniment. And that will be like some sort of dancer behind the poet laureate, and like interpretive dance to the poetry. And it's going to be a continent from a continent that is not the one that you find many of our people on today. And then I'm very serious when I think that we could eventually get to the point where the interpretive dance, then maybe after the next inauguration, maybe that happens twice, we then get someplace where you have a spectacle that is very similar to, not similar like in all of like the fireworks and sparks, but something like the halftime show at a football game, where you have some really wild dancers who just come out and they make it happen in a just way that absolutely sickens and offends the sensibilities of Westmen. We just look at it and it's just like pure disgust. Why do we feel disgust? Because it is so discordant with our biospirit. If we got out there and we saw, even you hate high culture, but if you got out there as a white person and a poet came out that was what we consider true poetry, and then maybe with that poet there was a ballerina or something behind, as graceful as Swan Lake, you would not feel disgust. I mean, you might feel it's above you. You might feel, maybe because it is, but you wouldn't feel disgust. This will be gross. This will just feel gross. There will be a texture to it that's gross. It's already getting there. Poet laureate of the United States, got to be so proud. It doesn't look like us anymore. We had a dozen people purged from, according to other news sources, of regime news sources, from the National Guards in Washington, D.C., because they failed background checks. So in other words, family and friends or whatever, people that don't like them, old girlfriends, old boyfriends or whatever, said, oh, this guy or this woman, I probably was all white males. I don't know for sure. Maybe it's not. They are really nationalistic. They are really patriotic. They really love America. And they also voted for Trump. Gone. So you have this purging of people. Now you have this new bar being put in place for military service, that the loyalty is not to the country and patriotism and your constitution that you pledge the loyalty to, but to anti-white ideology. And that, as I've been arguing for a very long time, long before almost everyone who's here now and listening, would inevitably be the case, because it is the context, it's the stuff through which everything else has to take place. We change that stuff, that substance, with going free, so that everything else has to take place in our story. Inevitably, it was going to lead to this. Inevitably, it was going to lead to a Praetorian Guard for the anti-whites, for those who are the most anti-white. And we see that happening. So these people claiming like, my God, how could this, didn't see this one coming. Well, they were looking in the wrong places, weren't they? So I guess that wasn't there that I saw that. The re-educating. I thought I had it on those notes, but they did have individuals. Was it a congressman who said that? Yes, I think it was. Who said that, a Democrat congressman who said, we'll have to look it up. We'll find out whether I'm right or wrong. Who said that these people who, white America, who voted for Trump, and I'm sure the non-white people who voted for Trump as well, will need to be re-educated. And that sort of verbiage could invoke, and don't let this do it to you. Yes, I did see that, Alex, and thank you for bringing it up. Don't let this invoke the Alex the Fat fears that he has sown into you and others long before. I mean, Alex Jones was a nothing when I was receiving newspapers from people who were something, like monthly newspapers and the like, with people who were something and were saying his predecessors, and it was all the same garbage. Where it's like, well, they're about to round you up and put you in internment camps. Don't listen to any of that. Don't listen to it. If you listen to that stuff, you might as well start being afraid of planet Nibiru running into planet Earth. You can't do anything about it. You can't prepare for it. You can't get away from it. If you want to get away, you want to flee America, then just do it. Stop listening to us. Stop talking with people about it. Just leave America. And of course, then when you get to any other Western country, they're going to say, well, they're coming for you there as well, or they'll extradite you from there as well. So it's not productive. And please don't talk about, I'm not talking about you right now, Alex, but anybody, any of these ideas or arguments or concepts that put you into a paralyzed state of fear or inaction are a bane, and they are pernicious, and we need to prevent them from being discussed in our midst wherever they show up. They are never good. They are always bad for us, always. So let me get another drink. I wanted to read this to you because I get a lot of hate mail. And sometimes the hate mail is really worth sharing. So I got this from a person claiming to be a woman with a woman's name. I'm not going to read it. Who knows what it is? Who knows, right? And this person writes, I'm going to get you banned, not only from YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, every normie social media site. I'll also get sites like BitChute and Gab taken down so you can't congregate and spread your views there. I will have you scrubbed from Google and other searches. I will make it impossible for you to fundraise and make a living. I'll have you on the street soon enough and broken down with your only option being suicide, you hideous, robotic, and autistic incel. What a wonderful lady. Folks, if you ever come across a monster like this, laugh it off and move on. I know it's going to be really hard it's harder for the ladies because genetically you're programmed to care more, or at least it seems that way. I'm not saying this. Ask CNN. Ask CNN. That you're more programmed to be more concerned with what other people think. Laugh that filth off and just keep doing good acts for white well-being. This is obviously some very mentally deranged individual, and I wanted to share that for that lesson that I could teach, and a little bit of laughter in the middle. I'm going to have you on the streets. I am going to ruin you. The anti-whites, they're sane, healthy, normal people. Whenever you see those signs in the front yards, that say that, and translate them, the hate has no home here. It's really white people have no home here is what they're saying, unless you are vehemently anti-white. Translate, and then you know that person inside is not right. It's that kind of person. Brandon says hello. Well, hello to you, dear brother. Commodore is here. Welcome, welcome. All right. I see Dan. I think that's another Dan here. Hello to you. Kimberly says, JC, I am so sorry anyone talked that kind of stuff. Oh, yeah. It's just the norm. Oh, look at this. DG says, what? Jason's not autistic. What else am I, though? I'm hideous and robotic. I'm not picking on you. I'm just messing around. And this is something we were talking about in iteration 2, and we have a name for it. It's not coming to me right now, but it's called debut something. When you first come out, letting the public know about your positions for white well-being, there is a program in place. We'll talk more about it. I'm not going to talk about it now. And where they pour it on with as much as they can, because they know psychologically that's where you are weakest. And if you step out your door and you're hit with all of these eggs, you're just going to close the door. You're going to say, the world hates this. I'm not going to do it. And that's why they come. But if you can stick it out, they suddenly disappear. And when I first started making videos, my God, my threads, it was unreal. It was unreal. There was nothing about me that was not attacked as hideous or inferior or stupid or just anything that they thought could get to me. Euronomics writes, if I'm not mistaken, the youth position was created for her. She is the first. The poet laureate. She's the first of the national poet laureates that was that young. Was there another? I watched the, I mean, unless I maybe temporarily blacked out from how messed up it was. I mean, it didn't look like anything like America. It was so surreal. I've lived outside. I grew up here, Washington, D.C., in Virginia, and these like 15-foot tall chain link fences erected by the military with machine guns on the other side of the chain link fence, not even allowed on the inside, but on the other side of the chain link fence, the military vehicles everywhere. It looked like North Korea. Then you had this tiny crowd of people sitting, this great distances, nobody allowed in the yard, no people. And it was just, it was like nothing I had ever seen or thought I would ever see in American history that rolled out this way. And it's entirely possible that I blacked out at some point without realizing it and missed maybe the actual poet laureate. And that was just the youth poet laureate that I caught that was rapping away. But anyhow, that was really surreal. The whole thing. The speech was pathetic. Everything everybody had to say was dreadful. Then they took that little parade with no one there. It felt like it was a Twilight Zone episode in color, though. The only people that were there were the military, the Secret Service, other law enforcement agencies, and of course, the myrmidons of, anti-white myrmidons, henchmen, agents of anti-whiteism from the media outlets. All of their cameras were there. But people, no people allowed. And still, everything is still up. I guess they still don't want folks showing up and saying, what are you doing? And, or, claiming that he's already dead. I mean, why, this is the Weekend with Bernie or At Bernie's or whatever. What was that movie? I never actually saw the movie, but I do know the cultural reference. It's the Weekend with Biden. Weekend at Biden's. So we ought to maybe hire some actors and make that into get somebody who looks just like Biden, rigor mortis. But let's see. Jesse Ling says the Puerto Rican National Guard leader, right, was saying the enemy. Right. That's absolutely right. Well, let's say this. I don't know that it's up. There was a video. It was on, I think I saw it on, was it Reuters? So it was establishment media that showed I did also see it, absolutely saw it on Fox, that showed the National Guard in Puerto Rico who came into the United States and they're, what do they call? I don't know. He's supposed to be like a commander of some type, but he's probably a chieftain, saying that white people who are not anti-white enough are the enemy of these troops. I mean, this is total banana republic environment. So, but remember, please, you are a practitioner of going free. And not you, Jesse Link. I'm not talking about you. I'm everyone. You are a practitioner of going free. So what you do when you are with someone, your going free friend, or you're somebody you're trying to bring over to going free, is you only mention something like this in order to make a point about going free. What we don't do and to help people come over to Going Free. What we don't do is what everybody else does. They get together and they say, oh, I got a terrible story. I got a terrible story too. I have one that's even worse. Things are even worse than that. That's not what we do here. Well, who do you think's behind it? Well, it's these people behind it. Well, don't you know, they started a school at this point, and it goes all the way back 3,000 years to the whatever. That is a waste of time. We don't do that, practitioners of Going Free. We help people out of that stupidity. So remember, we only share these things for the purpose of advancing the practice of going free. All right. Did I miss anybody else? Camion says, absolutely correct about something. Well, thank you so much, whatever it was. Geen Blank, hello to you. Welcome. I think that's the first time I've seen your name. Grayman says, I sent you a Cash App. Do not send the $5 back, just in case you missed it in chat. Well, let's have a look then. I won't send it back to you, but thank you very much for sending it. This is our great Grayman the Gray, who will never die. And if he does, he'll come back as Grayman the White. So we have here, that's a reference to Lord of the Rings that I don't know well enough, but it supposedly makes sense. I do know. The one wizard comes back, and now he's more powerful, and his robes are white. So he writes here with $5. Thank you so much, dear brother. Another $5 from this magnificent couple. Says, oh, you hid the Tawanana on accident. CPU glitch. Okay. No worries. Well, we can unhide, and then that person, if still listening, can continue to participate and in the conversation until I'm able to make that happen, though, so we can continue to roll with the show. You can comment on DLive if you are on DLive. You can also comment on Entropy in the question widget just by using your Gmail account. And we will otherwise get you back up and running, I think, probably before the end of the show. So just keep an eye out. Thank you very much for that. Grayman the Gray. B. Volkish is here. Hello to you. Zoe, welcome, welcome. Evan, hey, how's it going? It would have sounded better as a rap. Yeah, why not just go ahead and let them feel their groove? I'm sure that's what she wanted to do. Don't appease us. Certainly don't. Just go ahead, get in your groove, make it a rap song. And just do your thing. Make it as unwhite looking as possible. White Wolf is here. Great to see you. All right. Heidi says, my husband as Grayman the White. Haha, not a chance. Well, you never know. You never know until he crawls into your bed all covered in mud and you have a heart attack because he's supposed to be dead. Greco-American Man. Do you like my new name? Greco-American Man. Yes, I do. Welcome back, brother. Nancy Drew. It was like a parade in the story. The emperor has no clothes, and rigor mortis is the emperor. Like a Twilight Zone moment. Yes, Twilight Zone. It really was. And that you're absolutely right about that. The emperor has no clothes. It was an emperor has no clothes. It was like an emperor has no brain. No brain at all. It's chewed out of his head by mad cow disease. And somebody's just talking away in there. Salute the Marines. Salute the Marines. And then you know his wife's like, shut up. Shut up. Mora says, she said robotic because you do 9-hour streams. Well, maybe sometimes 10-hour streams. That's right. Lord Hendrickson had to go make a tuna sandwich. Did I miss the entropy question? No, I haven't gotten to the air yet. Greek American says, when white well-being comes to power, should we promote immigration from Greece and other countries of Europe? Well, that's a question we will leave for the reclamation of our destiny. Entertaining it now is just a waste of time. Evan says, I find it hard to get our message through to the women around me. This might be a good question. We'll see where this goes. Says, I find it hard to get our message through to the women around me. They don't believe that it's hard. They don't believe that it's hard for a white guy, 60 plus, to get work. But then they all have good jobs. You're talking about the white women have good jobs? So they don't, it's hard for them to see that it's difficult for a white guy to get a good job. Well, this is what you have to do, Evan. Now, this is a function of the will. It's your willpower. And we've got people who with a lot of willpower. We got a lot of people who are invested in going free. And so you have a lot of support in this position. And so stick to your, I'm not going to say guns, because we know what the anti-whites will do with that. Uh-oh, did I just throw electric? No. You can still hear me, right? So stick to your principles. And when they say, well, I don't believe that it's hard for a white man to get a job today. When they say that, just say to them, that's because you are in the anti-white narrative. Your impression and understanding of the world around us has been given to you by the news and entertainment media, and to a lesser degree by your educational institutions. And they have fed you a fiction that we call the anti-white narrative. Well, who's we? Well, tens of thousands of people all around, of white people and non-white people around planet Earth who serve white well-being, are good people, and they have a practice that works, that changes people's lives, and they've got a handle on what's going on in the world. And that's information that you have is from the anti-white narrative. The reality is this, and then tell them the truth about what's really going on. Now, you don't need a bunch of statistics. You don't need, and unless you have somebody that is really honestly, now be careful about this, because you will have people who will tell you they want to see stats because they're hoping that you won't do the work and come back with stats, or they expect that you won't. And when you do, and I really detest people like this, when you do come back with it, they're like, screw it, I don't give a shit for your stats. Most people that say, show me data, that's what they're doing. They're just trying to put you off for the moment. So if they say something like this, you can just say, look, you're not being honest about it. So your opinion about it is flawed. You're living inside the anti-white narrative, and you're being duped. You're just a fool being chumped by the anti-whites. And if you want to be a fool chumped by them, then that's up to you. I've taken that approach many times. And guess what? Most people don't want to be a fool. When they find out that, well, wait a second, I'm being duped, I'm being chumped by them, I'm being tricked by them, what's really going on in the world? And then come back to us, let us know. Kimberly said, oh, that was Kimberly earlier. All right. Let's roll back down here and let's see where we are. And, oh, we missed it. All right. We will call you Alfred, because I don't know if your name on here is used for regular your vague buddies. So you will be Alfred today. And you financially gifted $25. Thank you so much, brother. $25 to White Wellbeing over here on Cash App, and writes, who is spearheading the anti-white movement? Spearheading it. Now, this is a good question because, Alfred, you are doing something that is just a totally human thing to do, but it is a failing of the human mind. We think because we are trapped in this organ called the brain, and therefore we anthropomorphize the world around us. If I shock myself into silence, I guess if somebody were ring me on Skype, which is not supposed to be happening. So if I shock myself into silence, call me on Skype. So if it rings, I will briefly hate you for a moment, and then I will love you. I will forgive you, and I will love you. I will romance you and send you lovely cards and flowers and notes on your windshield while you're at work. But yeah, because I won't know. I don't watch myself while I'm speaking with you all, because I think somebody who could look at themselves, like, imagine staring at yourself in the mirror and talking for 10 hours. That would be an unstable individual. But okay, so this is a great question, though, that Alfred is asking. And thank you very much for the $25 financial gift, because it's going to help a lot of people. Because we're trapped in the organ of the brain, and our consciousness is that electrical storm is who we are. It's not our electrical storm. It's the thing that says our. And maybe it has some sort of a soul attached. These things are for others to find out when we recapture our destiny. But we end up projecting our own existence into everything around us. So the question of who is spearheading the anti-white movement, and this is one that often people, antique nationalists and white nationalists and all, they claim to be able to answer this question, but they're just misleading you. You just end up in the wrong place every time by following doesn't mean that the people they're talking about might not be anti-white or be anti-white or whatever. It just means that it's flawed logic, and if you have flawed logic, then it's going to trip you up in your computation somewhere. So you're anthropomorphizing anti-white, anti-whiteism, anti-white individuals, and you're trying to turn this into an organism, like a person with a brain, that is then operating the body, the legs underneath of it. The arms are swinging because there's a brain that's spearheading it. The legs are moving because there's a brain that spearheads it. There isn't a group of people, as in the sense of, and normally what this question, and perhaps this is not even what Alfred is trying to get at. Maybe I'm reading the question completely wrong, which is entirely possible. But normally this question is trying to get at is, who is the other race of people that are causing all this to happen? Well, there is no other race of people that is causing all of this to happen. All of the races are participating in anti-whiteism. Oh, but who started? No, there are competing elements within Western kind itself that have used various ideologies and various approaches to undermine each other ever since. And I talk about this in where is it, at the beginning of Born Guilty. At some point we can say, for our own good at least, because there is no real tangible scientific data to say otherwise. So if there's nothing that tangibly and insurmountably evidences something that undermines us, then logically we should go with an idea that empowers us as a people. Yes? Can we agree on that? And if we can't, then bye-bye. Go off to one of the other groups. We don't need you. The people who stay here are going to be the ones who survive. We don't have this. You don't have this problem in other groups. There's that other group that people want to criticize endlessly, and a lot of the criticism may or may not be warranted. But whether that's the case or not, when something works for them, they get on board for it. They don't. Everybody doesn't come and attack. And always, everybody's got a different. It's like this idea. You have this saying in America: opinions are like should I say it? Are we late enough in the, I'm going to use a not so nice word. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. Well, that is Bravo C. Everybody might have an opinion, but we need to yield to what reason, logic, and evidence demonstrates is correct. And for some reason, we don't do that very well. This group that people love to criticize, they do it fabulously. That's why they're on top. So at some point, we were a single people, a single tribe, and we were confronted with all of the maelstrom and the challenges of the environment, of disease, of other tribes, and who wanted to wipe us out, who wanted to dominate us, who wanted to conquer us. And we were able to secure our existence against all of those things. And then at some point, we followed petty chieftains away from that original tribe, if you will, and then waged war on our brothers. And there was always this competing ideologies. If you dare to go down the path of saying, well, who are the people, who are the one people and that are operating the legs and the arms? And I'm not saying this is what Alfred is saying at all, by the way. But if you anthropomorphize it like this, even if you could do something that's not possible, which is to say you snap your fingers and suddenly all of these people are richer than anyone on planet Earth has ever been, and they all live on beautiful space condos on Mars, and so there's no where everybody would like to go, but only they are allowed to go. You would not in any way be finished with the problems that we have of these competing ideologies and waging war on each other. There is a more fundamental issue that we have to resolve before we are ever going to move ahead. And one of the problems here is that since we don't see ourselves as a people, any psychopathic, sick, opportunist, whatever they might be in our midst, a white person, 100% white or whatever it is going to say, well, I'm going to use this ideology and I'm going to rope all these people in because it's going to enrich the person and empower the person and victimize our people over here. We can't have that. You can't come at this from the reclamation of our destiny from that direction and ever hope to have success. So when you ask who is spearheading, you're really asking what is spearheading. You should be asking what is spearheading. How is there anti-whiteism? Where does it come from? Rather than saying what is leading it. The closest thing that we can say to an individual or individuals that are effectuating big anti-white developments are these mortal gods who have what is compared to us infinite wealth. But they make everything happen far easier and far greater and far more widespread than we can in our lives, right? You might want a grocery store and a whole shopping mall, but you can't do it. They could do it though, like this. So if they're anti-white, and guess what? You see billionaires and trillionaires and millionaires of all races who are anti-white as all hell. And they make anti-whiteism happen like that. They can make it happen on a big scale. They can fund it. They can promote it, and they will. But it doesn't get done. All of the funding, all of the etc., all of that is not happening in an environment where it's up against the blowback or the pushback of white positive people who care about white well-being. No, it's happening in an environment where there are other anti-whites. And so this game of, well, who came, but where did it start before that? Where did it start before that? You know where it started? It started when we started seeing our brothers and sisters on the other side of an invisible line as an enemy. We became old school nationalists. And we said, no, this is just going to be for our tribe right here. There's an invisible line there. And those on the other side, even though there are brothers and sisters, obviously, we're not going to say that they're the enemy. And then we fought each other. And then what happens when you have peoples at war? Well, they're going to be using all of their options to try to win those wars, aren't they? Which means they'll use other peoples other races of man to try to win those conflicts against their brothers and sisters. That's where it starts. That's what we have to fix. You fix that, and then no other people are going to be able to do anything to bring us down. So the real question is, where's this coming from? And it comes from the jealousy and envy of proximity to Western kind and its glory. That's where it comes from. So the anti-white, the true aim of the anti-white is to victimize Western kind for the feelings of inferiority that Western kind's existence inspires in them. Western kind doesn't have to tell them that they're gross or ugly or sickly or inferior or whatever it is. They feel it. It's their conclusion. Once you have people feeling this way in jealousy and envy, and then this is the reason why it is both white and non-white people. The white people who are anti-white, just like the non-white people, that are anti-white, they don't feel a connection to the health, the intelligence, the beauty. Maybe they don't manifest any of those things. They don't feel a connection to the grandeur of history. Maybe they don't feel a connection to any of that because anti-whites prior to them, both white and non-white, have changed curricula at the schools to deprive them of that connection. And that's why they don't feel that way. And their numbers are ballooning as a consequence of it. But they don't feel the connection. And then they call themselves inferior, and they call themselves a victim, and which they're wrong in concluding that they're a victim, but they call themselves a victim. And by claiming that they are a victim, they gain the right to self-defense, righteous self-defense, by calling themselves victims. That's why they're so fanatical when they come out to oppose anything that gets in the way of the victimization of Western kind, Western civilization. They call themselves victims, they gain the right of self-defense, and because they can't get at the grandeur of Western civilization, they can't get at the history that comes down, the ideas that are already in people's minds, they can't get at the most attractive white people, they can't figure out exactly who are the healthiest ones, they can't get at the ones who are the wealthiest, they go after the avatar of Western kind, which is the white guy on the street corner who is a lawyer or a plumber or a doctor or a welder or carpenter or whatever he is, the woman who does whatever she does for a living instead of raising a family, or the man raising a family. That's who they can get at. And so those are the people they go and hunt then. That's how they try to sate their hatred, because that is what that jealousy and envy just becomes. It's a pure hatred, and they think it is a righting of wrongs to victimize Western kind. And you see that in all of their literature and all of the things they say. So then what about the ideas of anti-whiteism? Well, victimizing people on the grounds that you hate them because you think that they are better looking or wealthier, or you're just jealous, is not the kind of thing that most individuals are going to feel good about themselves in doing. And most people know that they're not going to convince others it's a legitimate cause to inflict injury just because they're jealous that somebody's better looking or wealthier group of people or healthier or whatever they perceive. So then they have to come up with excuses. That's what we refer to as the myths of pretexts. Moralized, intellectualized, and sentimentalized excuses to legitimize the infliction of harm that they're going to commit out of the hatred, jealousy, and envy that's actually driving them. That is what it is. And if you understand that, and you do, if you're going free, you begin looking for it, you'll see it in all of their eyes. You'll see it in all of their hearts. You'll see it in all of their writings. You'll be able to retrodict all of their behaviors. It'll all make sense. You'll be able to predict the things that they will do in the future, the things that they will oppose. You'll have your family members standing around you, and they'll say, well, I don't know what's going to happen if X, Y, and Z. And you'll say, oh, I know exactly what's going to happen. because I know what's actually driving these people, and I know, and then you'll be able to say it's most likely going to be this. And then when that happens, your family members will look at you and say, well, when did you start going to psychic school? When did you start reading palms? Fantastic question, brother. And thank you for the financial gift. And let's keep rolling because we have a lot of things to do. I will come back. To some of your questions. Let me just have a quick look here. Oh, yeah, that's better. Thank you, Sonia. Opinions are like noses. Everybody has one. All right, thanks, Grayman. Evan writes back to my response earlier. Thank you, Jason. I wish I had half the eloquence you have. I'm sure you do. It's in you, brother. You just start going free. It's all gets so messy emotionally. But you're right. I'll stick to my metaphorical guns. There you go. Heidi says she's hungry. Marsha's here. Great to see you, sweet sister. Green Blank says, is it okay to say you are proud to be white? Well, why wouldn't it be okay? But maybe you're asking about something a little bit more specific. Like, are you asking about being the message for going free? You are not going to be successful going to people or distributing leaflets that say, proud to be white, or you should be proud to be white, or, and why might that be? Because they are going to see that verbiage for the way it's been used. I mean, I feel like I could count 20 times movies, books, TV shows that people have shared with me or I saw on my own where white people are saying proud to be white as like the introduction, and it means that they eat non-white babies. So you have to be sensitive of your audience and what they are going to perceive. So you absolutely should be able to say, I'm very proud to be a Westman, of course. If anything, if you want to say you're proud, say you're proud to be a Westman. Say you're proud to be a member of Western kind. I've said that in plenty of environments, but it wasn't the first thing out of my mouth when the conversation started. It's just in the middle, and then I'll ask, do you have a problem with that? Because you're happy to endorse the pride for this non-white group, that non-white group, etc. So thank you for that question. Alex says, anti-white demons that were bowing their heads in guilt and shame, sickening, surreal spectacle indeed. Yeah, it was. The preacher, right, was preaching anti-whiteism, saying how the U.S. needs to absolve itself of its evil, stolen land. Oh my God, that is just, yeah, they are absolutely in charge, and they have been for a long time. So you just need to accept that and use that info. It's fabulous. When they say something like that, say, good. That was said at the inauguration. So my friend thus and such thinks that none of this is going on. Let me mention that to him or her. And that's how I will introduce going free. And we had a question that was rightly deleted because you cannot come on in my live stream, and this is nothing personal. I won't mention anybody's names, but you can't come on my live stream or my threads because I will delete the comments there. And attack other groups of humanity. That's not what we do. The focus is on our well-being, which means that we will protect ourselves from anybody who wants to harm us. Anti-whites of all groups, and including our own. Now, this failure to acknowledge some particular group here or there is Bravo Sierra. I have been, I don't know how old you are, but I found out everything that you think you know about that group on my own. So I didn't even have to have somebody to teach me, on my own, just investigating, maybe even before you were born. I don't know how old you are, but maybe you were still in diapers and just a cute little baby, like that wonderful little girl I had on my knee. And by that, I mean baby. But I knew all there is to know there. And there is no good whatsoever that comes of that. That approach is, first of all, it's just incorrect. It is, it doesn't, saying it's incorrect doesn't diminish the anti-whites' guilt of any groups, but it's just factually incorrect. And also, it's a self-defeating proposition. And that's why it hasn't succeeded anywhere. That's why it doesn't gain ground anywhere, because it is a self-defeating proposition. If you say that there's one group of people that are omnipotent, that's it. You can't do anything. You're not going to win at anything. You're never going to recapture your destiny. You're never going to move forward. It's part of the old paradigm that has the enormous God of the gaps that says, well, if you just tell everybody that turtles control the world, then magic, God of the gaps, and suddenly something happens and they're no longer in power, and incidentally, white people are better off as a consequence. Your focus is in the wrong place. So nothing against you personally. You just can't come and slander and other groups of people. Our focus is not on other groups of people. Our focus in Going Free is on us. And anybody who comes to harm us will be identifying themselves as anti-white. They take any anti-white view, any anti-white thought, any anti-white word, any anti-white thought or deed. They are identifying themselves as anti-white, and we just accept that decision that they've made, and we will protect ourselves from those SOBs. So if you believe every person of the turtles out there, every turtle on planet Earth is anti-white, you believe that everyone is anti-white, well then, guess what this does for you? It wraps up in a nice little package every one of those turtles, because if they're all anti-white, then they're going to be anti-white, right? So it's kind of a simple equation. Let's get on to something exciting. Founding Father says, just tell them you believe in white identity. No, don't do that. I know it sounds, this white identity is part and parcel of the villain in the anti-white narrative. So just remember, keep your brothers and sisters in mind. The people who they don't know anything except getting pizzas and watching sports ball and working on the truck and going to the ballet recital. And you're going to show up and start talking to them about saying that you are a white identitarian or something. That is instantaneous, same as Nazi, same as everything else in the anti-white narrative. Now, not for you. You mean something very different from it. You might mean the most blessed and wonderful things in the world, and you probably do. But for them, they've learned that it means something gruesome, and you are not going to be able to overcome that. You're not going to be able to overcome it. And even if you do with one individual, it's going to take forever, and it's going to be then your little secret with that person. Everybody has experienced this, because that person is going to think, I'm not telling anybody that at all. I'm not going to lose my job. I'm not going to, that's going to be then your little secret with them. So you tell them the kind of stuff that we share in Going Free. If you don't know what that is, start Going Free. get into the practice of going free and stay there until they bury you. Maybe get buried with your copy and to demonstrate your commitment to the well-being of Western kind, not your commitment. Again, I want you all to think about all of these guys who see me touting the successes that we're having and the practice, the means by which we achieve those successes, and they get jealous and they want to slander and misrepresent. That's telling you everything about them, nothing about me. I'm not saying practice going free every day and maybe get buried with it because I wrote it. Most of the ideas I have come up with, I've subjected the vast majority to the scientific method. It has nothing to do with me. It has everything to do with you. It has everything to do with protecting that little baby that was sitting on my knee. And everybody in that room could see on my face how much in love I was with that little baby. Just for those moments that I was able to speak direct, well, not really speak. I guess I did speak some, but I also made some baby noises. They could see how genuine that was. So I want you to use what's working. That's why we talk about going free. So please, brother, for your own good, go free and then use the verbiage that we use there to help those people around you. Whatever you do, don't use any of the titles from, you are a Westman, all right? You are a member of Western kind. Are you an American? You're also an American. Are you a Georgian? Are you a Californian? Well, then you're also that. You don't have to be some weird sounding ideology, some name that represents a fringe group of people or a fringe group of ideas. Don't be that, in fact. The moment you put something up that's like really painting this big bullseye. This is where to shoot. Because that is what they aim at. That is what they demonize. We need to be everywhere and nowhere. What are you? You're a Westman, man or woman. That's what you are. That's what you're born with, by the way. You're not born with a country. You're not born with an ideology. You're not born with a religion. You're born with a biospirit. And if you're a Westman, that's what you are, period. Everything else is a decision. Either you've made it for yourself or somebody else has made it for you. You are a Westman, man or woman. Then you're an American. You want to talk to somebody on the street, your neighbor or something, and they say, well, what are you? Where does this come from? What do you mean, what am I? I'm a Westman. You can look at me. You can see I'm white. Member of Western kind, just like you. Well, but what group? Well, I'm an American. That's the group I'm a member of. I'm an American. I'm a Texan. I'm a Floridian. Do not give the anti-whites what they need to undermine you. Please, we can be as effective as the anti-whites. We just have to start putting the things that work to use instead of always, I've been battling for decades now, instead of always battling me about not this, do that, over here, this. And then I say, well, I've been very nice with people, especially in person. I've said, okay, can you tell me about the success? I mean, what has that? None of them have ever been able. I've met a guy, I swear this guy's memory was like elephantin. He remembered every single thing at levels that was just truly a miracle of Western kind. And he had a group that he was a part of, and he had been a part of something else before, and then something before that. So I challenged, said, well, what were the numbers? And he went through everything. I mean, he was just like, his just was a memory. That's all his life was this massive memory, that like a computer rolling it out. And I just kept waiting for them, like waiting for like printer paper coming out. And I'm like, well, where does it kick in? Where does the notion, or like those old printing machines where it's like making that sound and the thing's going back and forth, and then it's like ticking it out on the dimpled or the punch hole size, and you're waiting for it to come out. I'm waiting. Where's the realization going to come out that you have this fabulous knowledge of everything in these groups, and it's never gone anywhere, and you're a member? So I shared finally at the end, I said, so have these things grown? Have they succeeded? Are they winning? And then the guy who couldn't stop talking was suddenly silent. So he had a lot to think about. Plenty of memories for him to go over. All right, Greek American, should you use the term person of lightness? No. Founding Father said, should we use European? No. And the reason why is in Australia and Canada and the United States and all these places that are Western civilization, our creation, when they hear European, they think of people in Europe. And you're not going to be able to pull them out of that, what you would like them to think about that term. So we use white as ancillary because everybody around the world knows that white means Western kind. We use the term Western kind. Yeah, I made it up. So what? We'll probably end up finding it in like 100-year-old dictionary. You are a Westman. Yeah, I made it up. So what? It works. Everybody I've talked to over more than a decade and a half since I made that up, nobody has ever said, well, what is that? They automatically know that's us. And they accept it as, whoa, that's just a word I didn't know. So we use white as an ancillary to clarify where need be, and those other, when we're like, certainly where we're saying anti-white. But if you use European, Americans will think you're talking about people in Europe. And guess who they include? Non-white people. So non-white people are not Western kind. Non-white people can be European because they're born on the continent of Europe. In the minds, not necessarily in my mind, but in the minds of millions and millions and scores of millions of white people. Naderific says, are you selling the hats? Now, Naderific sent, and we are going to do this, just one tonight, and we'll do it. Why don't we do it right now? We'll set it up right now. We'll do it right now because we've been chatting with you all. Marsha is working with No White Guilt. Thank you, sweet lady. Art Acrobats is here. Great to see you. All right, I hope that made sense about, we had it for a while now. We had this big dispute. We had people coming, I don't know who was pushing only call white people Europeans. Somebody was, it came up after, it came all of a sudden when it seemed like Western kind hit the names of a few content creators. And so I have my ideas. And then suddenly there was this huge push to only call us all Europeans. And they kept pushing despite the fact, the argument I just made, you see that it's sound. And these people, no. And this is what I've faced my whole life in this sphere. They're like, well, that's true, but still screw you, Jason. And they didn't mean it in a good way. So I shouldn't say that. So what we're going to do right now, Naderific has done he and his wife, wonderful people, going free with us, another grand testimonial to the service of white well-being. Doesn't happen anywhere else. These are the best people. We have the best people in the labor delivery room going free. While I'm talking to you just like this, the wife, she's screaming in the pain at the contractions. And the next moment she's laughing at something dumb I said. And Nate's there. They made some beautiful hats. Tonight, we are going to, and I think what I'm going to do with this, Nate, and then I'll get you some more feedback from you for what you want to do. I know you kind of left it up to me. It's beautiful work that has been done here. It's a beautiful hat. They spent some time. There are some others. They spent some time finding hats that are made in America, and then they put this white rose on the front. It's beautiful. It's got the leather strap for sizing in the back. It's these comfortable hats. I tried. I won't send you the one I'm going to keep because the whole lice thing. I had to say that. Does anybody remember when you were, at least in the States, the whole lice thing when you were in elementary school? It's like the teachers were always like, lice. It was like some sort of foreign military that was about to invade. And everybody was going to just be laying to waste. You were going to come into school and there were going to be bodies everywhere because of the lice. Anyhow, fortunately, I didn't. I never caught the lice. I don't know, but I sure was scared of them. I'm pretty sure they would be wielding machetes and machine guns. But what we have here is we have a beautiful hat. What I would like to do, there's a lovely couple right now. You all know that they're moving, and you might be able to guess their names. It is Henrik and Lana Palmgren. Now, they don't know that we're doing this, but I would like for somebody to gift them. You send the financial gift to me. I will send it on to them. $50, 50, and this hat is yours. $50 financial gift, $50. You have to give me your address so I can send you the hat. And I will destroy your address. I won't keep your address. You have to give me your address to send you the hat. $50. It is a financial gift to Henrik and Lana. They are in the middle of moving with their two wonderful little sons. You know them. They are joys to behold. These are people who do great work in service to white well-being in the form that they do it. And please don't vex them to use our lexicon and dialectics. They are content creators and they're going to choose their own course, but they're still beautiful people. And they have been targeted, as you know, relentlessly by anti-whites. $50. Whoever gets to me first. Now, if you don't get to me first, it's still going to go to the service to white well-being, and we deeply appreciate every cent we get because we use it efficiently. I have always been very successful with other people's money and managing their money in business. So if you can see this, I'll move this up close. Look at that. That is magnificent. Do you look good in blue? Do you have blue eyes? Or you have hazel eyes? This will bring them out. Gray eyes, you'll look sharp. You get this hat, you're a lady. You could throw the ponytail through the back. Whoever gets to me first with 50 for Henrik and Lana will receive this lovely hat. And I will send on your financial gift to them with your nom de guerre, and they will know who that it came from. So we will keep an eye out for any financial gift there. And that, please give a thank you to Natarific and his lovely wife for doing that. It is a splendid thing, and they made these of their own volition. Nate and his wife are just superheroes. They've jumped right in, and we're so lucky to have them participating in service to white well-being. Natarific is asking where they're going. Now that, my friend, is nobody really knows, but they will be settled somewhere, and they will absolutely be setting up business to continue their service for the Western kind. I think Western kind is good, writes the Founding Fathers, but due to the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and Russia has been deassociated from the West. They don't call Russia the West anymore because Soviet Union. Yet that is correct. It's an easy thing to explain when you're talking to Americans, and I have found from Canadians and Australians the exact same thing, that if people ask, well, are Russians part of Western kind? You just simply say, yes. And that's it. Now, when it comes to those people who are in the maybe Eastern Bloc or in Russia, they, in my experience, have been delighted to take the name Western kind. They love being considered part of the rest of our broader family. Westman Sunset says, Westman Western kind is our biospirit. It runs deep in us. Yes, it is. Well written. Greek America is shopping at Target with no white guilt. Nice. Jesse, no offenses here. Hey, great to see you, sweet lady. What's she right here? Hey, No White Gil, how are you liking your new chair? Comfortable enough? Oh, well, thanks for asking. You noticed then. Yeah, well, this is the potential donation chair, and it seems pretty comfortable. It doesn't have the same look. I'm just going to sit back. It kind of leans back a bit like this. It doesn't have the same look, the same sort of like old man look. So maybe that's, I don't know, is it good or bad? Or since it doesn't have necessarily the old man look, what do you all think? It feels all right. Let's keep rolling. What do we have? What do we have next? I'll tell you what we'll have next. We'll listen to a song, and then we will come back. And when we come back, we will talk about, we'll get rolling again, and we'll talk about, what do I have on my notes to get really excited about? Where is it? Got so much news that it is. There was so much news. I actually had quite an issue. When we come back, we'll do the announcements, and we'll begin the announcements, which are some interesting ones, with a bit about my experience this weekend spreading service to white well-being with magnificent people. And I told you all about the lovely little baby that got to sit on my lap. I got to hold her for just a little bit and speak crazy baby gibberish to her, and she didn't even criticize me for making up words. She just went right along with it. She's like, "Yep, that sounds legitimate to me." So we will take a look at I'll do a piece of music after this, and we will be right back. So I'm going to start with a reality check, and I'm going to try to put your heart or your psyche at ease by sharing the reality of the way things already were prior to the anomaly called Donald Trump. Prior to Donald Trump, those who care about Western kind and Western civilization could not get anyone elected in any way, shape, or form. We could not with our dollars, we could not with candidates, we could not by attempting to take over any part of the Republican Party, which, by the way, I'll step aside and for a moment and tangentially say that there was an individual, I won't name him, several years ago, who suddenly came on the scene and who was far more piss and vinegar than any wisdom, than intelligence, but because of certain factors that I guess made him interesting to listen to, garnered hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of followers, and he told everybody to get into the Republican Party. And I told everybody, do not go into the Republican Party. You cannot take it over. They have an unbelievably powerful immune system for everything that is white positive. And as soon as they sniff you out, they purge you, because they've done it many times over the years. And a lot of people ended up ignoring me and heeding his advice and attempting to do and waste their time. And still some people have, after heeding his advice years ago, still have this in their heads, even though he has long since abandoned that position and has adopted my position. He said it's composed of a bunch of senescent people, a bunch of wizened people in their dotage, just waiting to go to the grave, and they love when new blood shows up. Just go in and take it over. Well, he went in, took it over, his local district or precinct or whatever it was, and then when they found out that he was white positive, those senescent people just cut his young ass away, and they got rid of him. So prior to Donald Trump, we could not get any of our people, elected, we could not get any of our views represented. There was no chance in hell of us getting into office. We were already in that position, and we had been in that position for the totality of your life. Because, my friends, there has been no America the way that you think of America existing, the way that you were taught in your elementary schools and in your high school, your civics class, your government's class. That America has long since been dead. And what happened here on the 6th, and what people are coming to grips with now, and they will still continue to be coming to grips with, is that what they have been holding on to, what they've been holding to their breast, hoping against all odds that this great America, this living America, was going to be able to be protected and saved, was actually a corpse. And as they moved away and they saw that indeed it was a corpse, that it wasn't ours, that it's long since been dead, their innocence has ended, and they are going to be looking for answers. There'll be stages. They're going to go through the shock, the regret, the disbelief, the denial, and then the rage, and then the questions about what can be done. That is where we come in. Throughout all of our history,
of the West.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
That intro back into the gathering here was by Groundhog Fury, I believe, unless somebody can correct me, unless I got somebody wrong there. That was Groundhog Fury, and it's magnificent. And then the two videos before were by the Magnificent for Null. Like I said, the guy is everywhere making it happen. And we will have everybody hearing me okay. Then I will check over here on entropy. And it looks like, let me check here. We'll see who came in first time-wise. And it looks like Mrs. Jess Horst won the hat. Well done, sweet lady. Well done indeed. $50. $50. Mrs. Jess Horst is the winner, and she will get the hat, the wonderful blue hat. We will have more of them. This was a magnificent thing, and I think what we will go ahead and do is there were two other competitors who came in just a hair too late for the hat, and I think what we'll do is we'll take all of that $150 and send it all to Henrik and Lana. How does that sound? Mrs. Just Horse will get the hat, but you all who gave money for Henrik and Lana and the hat, that was Joseph, the great Joseph, as well, gave $50 for Henrik and Lana. And then we also had the wonderful, industrious, generous, creative hero, Promethean Promulgation, with $50 as well. And I will take your nom de guerres, and they will all go in the letter to Henrik and Lana so they know exactly who this wonderful financial gift is coming from, so that they can get settled in their new home and perhaps make life a little easier with this $150 since they are under relentless attack by the anti-whites. So thank you all. That was truly marvelous. What a great, let's get a big round of raucous emojis. And I want to thank everyone for stepping up. Mrs. Jess Horse, Joseph, and Promethean Promulgation, all stepping up to the plate to help out this wonderful couple who has done so much for us. And every opportunity we get, we try to give back to them. We've had several now, actually, fundraisers for Henrik and Lana over the years. And has anybody else had fundraisers for them? We're happy to do so. We're honored to do so. I've gone to their home and had a wonderful time with them. You all may have seen me in their studio. It was like being backstage at Disney World. It was amazing. Wonderful people. And it is truly monstrous what the anti-whites are able to do. Convince the world that veritable angels, the kind of people that you would, every normal, ordinary white brother and sister vague out there would beg to have these people as their neighbors. They take care of their yard. They respect the law. They respect everybody. And they're kind. They would be there in a moment's notice if anything was wrong, you needed help. They would be there to help you out. They're definitely the kind of people that you would love to have in your family and in your neighborhood. And the anti-white media is able to paint them as demons. And that is absolutely monstrous. So I love coming together for them. This going free community is just so glorious that we are able to do that. A real family when we come together, when it really matters, for people who are doing something of real value. Henrik and Lana Palmgren, we love you and your two babies. And if somebody wants to clip that bit and send it on to them, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? So that they can hear that, hey, we had this whole little segment dedicated to you all, so they know it would be more than just, I mean, $150 is good money. But knowing that people really care about you means a lot more. I know it'll mean a lot more to them. So thank you all for that. Wonderful. How wonderful. And Mrs. Just Horse, always there. She's making it happen, isn't she? Naderific says, that was a really nice thing to do with the hat. Thank you. Well, thank you, Naderific. And I'll send that along with the message. And if somebody clips this, go right along with the message for Henrik and Lana. If they send them this, that Naderific and his wife, they came up with these hats, and they sent them to me. And he said, well, I don't know what you want to do with the hats. Do whatever you want. Maybe you sell them. Maybe you raffle them. And Henrik and Lana were some of the people that Naderific and his wife mentioned. So this was not. I want the credit to go where credit is warranted. So Naderific and his wife, they were the ones who came up with this from scratch. They did the work. They did the legwork. They're beautiful people, and we are very happy to say that they are practitioners of going free. We love them. So well done, well done. Very proud of you. And yeah, those. I saw the name Sarah Dye somewhere. Somebody wrote it. The chat leapt on me, and I apologize. Just to mention that she will be on PWR this coming Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, the great Sarah Dye will be on PWR with Mark Collett and myself, and we will be hearing from her about her harrowing experience, and hopefully things are getting infinitely better. Didn't you love those pieces by Fernald? Really stupendous. The stuff this guy turns out as well. There's no end to his successes. I Got Worked is here. Great to see you, brother. Says, oh, I will send you a $50 check for the blue hat if no one has got it yet. Well, I'm afraid thank you so much, though. I Got Worked is a guy, just a great spirit, a great soul. And thank you so much. And that is the exact kind of thing that I would expect. I Got Worked could be down to $51. And he would be like, here's $50. So really appreciate that. A guy with a great soul. And that's the kind of people we attract here in service to white well-being. We'll make it through the eye of the needle, folks. There's no doubt about it. Hey, Austin316 is here. Great to see you, brother. Says, I'm cooking ribeye steak with no white guilt. This is definitely, I'm going to have to produce shirts for the collectibles store. Hey, the website, can't tell you who's working on it. It's going to be the new nowhiteguilt.org website. It is going to be off the charts. And once all of that is done and we're working on that, then I'll be able to put up some more stuff at the store. And it'd be great to be cooking with no white guilt and all kinds of shirts. I'm going to have, I have things that I used to have a stack over here to my left, and I've had to move that for more room because I don't like cluttered space. But I had a stack of things that before the collectibles store even existed, I made available for folks to acquire. And there were signs, bumper stickers of various types, other shirts. And so we're going to bring all of that to the collectibles store. And so anybody who would be interested in those things, we'll have a lot of fun things up there. And there are also some people who are looking to make some designs. And I've spoken, some people, they just want to give me designs, but I'm willing to pay for people's their time, their talent, their designs. Absolutely, because it's meaningful to me that people get rewarded for the work, as you can see, that people get rewarded for what they're doing. Chloe, hello to you and welcome. I think this is the first time I've seen you. If you're new, then welcome. Thank you or your first time speaking up at least. Welcome. I see Mark is with us. And I saw another name, but the chat leapt on me again. That's the anti-whites. I think they play the chat like those rappers when they do the record players. I think that's how they do the chat on me. They're like, let's watch his eyes spin. William Runner is here. Great to see you. We also have a financial gift of $5. Thank you very much from Jules. Thank you so much. $5 for white well-being, our future and prosperity. That is so very kind of you. Thank you so very much. And I want you all right now to get really raucous over a financial gifter who is gifting in the name of a heroic relative that we will just give the letters to. A heroic relative that was a grand champion type of a person in the United States, and a loved family. This is the kind of person you want to be. It's the kind of person I want to be. The odds that the society on the greater scale will remember any one of us is obviously slim. But the odds that we can be remembered in our families, in the family lore for many generations, we can do. That you can do by being a hero in your world, in your life, doing the right things. And you can end up being like this gentleman, JG. This is not Jared George. This is somebody who's been, long since passed. And the anonymous donor, in the name of that heroic gentleman, gifting white well-being $1,000. $1,000 in the name of that heroic relative. And this was the other day, and I'm so honored. The gift, the financial gift of $1,000 is to white well-being, is a magnificent testimonial about the success of service to white well-being and again, working class people, but also in the name of someone that is revered so deeply in the family lore, is really to have that donation of that size of a working class family in the name of a revered family member. That to come to the service of white well-being is something that I am truly humbled by, and thank God we have individuals like this, and thank God that we are the kind of people that warrant that sort of testimonial, that sort of contribution. So bless you, the anonymous person. Bless you for that generous offer, and a big thank you and a salute to JG, the kind of man that all of us men should aspire to be. So thank you so very much. And I have a feeling we might hear more from this anonymous donor in the future. Generous, very generous. So thank you so much for your raucous emojis. $1,000 in the name of that hero. That's the first time I think that's happened, that somebody has said, a working class person, here's $1,000 financial gift because I see how much what you're doing, how successful it is. And it is, I want to do it in the name of this revered family member. Is that the first time? I might be mistaken, but it's certainly magnificent. So thank you so very much. Let's take a quick look at some of these announcements, and then I'll look at your other financial gifts and your question widget, and my voice will go crazy on us. I think I know what's causing this, though. I think I've figured it out. All right. And remember, folks, we are in phase 2 of the OE. Things are stepping up. So these financial gifts are being used for more elaborate and, how shall I say, without giving away too much, more expeditious and constructive endeavors than even in phase 1. So we are continue to march along despite what the anti-whites do, despite what Planet Nibiru does. despite what comets or hurricanes do, despite where I have to go, despite a pandemic, despite whatever it is, we're going to continue marching. We're going to continue making it happen as long as we can. And we will be remembered, though. It's certainly within our family lore. But your names are going into the Hall of Heroes that we will build. And before then, they're even going to go into and we're going to have somebody put all the names together, the nom de guerres, because they're going to go into the White People's Press magazine. And I want to show those again before the end of the show. I'm going to get a whole page to honor all of you for everything that you all do. Everybody's names, and we're going to try to not miss anybody. If we miss somebody, it's possible. But we're going to do our best to try to not miss anybody who is active, who are putting up stickers, posters, changing family members' lives, making music, drawing paintings, writing poetry, whatever it might be. They're contributing, financially gifting. We're going to try to include as many names as we can fit on the page. And then maybe we'll do like that catch-all at the end, like they do at the over at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. Because obviously we'll miss some people, but I apologize for that in advance. But we're going to try to get everybody in there. And also, by doing so, encourage the next production of the magazine and the next and the next. And you see how this works. All right. Announcements. You all are going to have an assignment that is so easy. You're not going to believe how easy it is that you're going to be able to serve white well-being. Do you want to get the book going free? Do you want to get this book to more people? Do you want to get it to a lot more people? Do you want more people going free? And do you want to be able to do it in 2 clicks of a mouse? Because there's a way you can do it in 2 clicks of a mouse. You can get this book going free to a lot more people. And a lot, I don't know how many that might mean. Maybe it means thousands, maybe tens of thousands. I wouldn't think hundreds of thousands by way of this method, but hundreds, thousands, maybe even tens of thousands more people with just 2 clicks of your mouse. And you might be asking, Jason, how do I do that? It's late here, folks. It's 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The infomercials are obviously on. They are communicating their vibe to me. You might say, how do I do that? With 2 simple clicks. Wait, there's more. No, this is how you do it. It's very easy. No joke. You all remember that there is this wonderful troll. And he wrote a book, which I haven't had an opportunity to get back to reading yet, but I will, because I'm very curious about the similarities, more of the similarities. And he wrote a book. He has the help of a agency, a firm, a print house, a publisher that are doing all of those jobs for him, as well as marketing, that is owned by white people. A family member of that publishing house was the family member that financed Richard Spencer. This publishing house is also going to now be publishing that Tom Cotton's book. Was he a senator? And now that he was dropped by Simon and Schuster or whatever. And this publishing house, Regnery Publishing, is ensuring that this Canadian paper Canadian gentleman is number one. He's been number one on Amazon for week after week after week after week in several categories. And he's absolutely dominating with his book about thought diseases. And I have it here. I'm not even going to bother to name the book or him. However, I wrote a review where I point out in the review that I've read some of the book. There are some similarities and I'm intrigued and I'd like to know more. And of course, I made one video about it and he slandered the hell out of me and he slandered more about me. It was nice to him. And he slandered me more. I'll be making another video about his further slander which technically he could be sued for. But as I say with the courts, I would just lose. So what's the use? Even though it's a cut and dry case, I would still lose. So, but what we can do is we all can come together. This foul anti-white POS has slandered me all to hell, has slandered the work that we're doing. I'm not saying that he stole the idea of thought diseases from me, but some have said so. And I wrote a review on his book on Amazon, and it is it's still up on Amazon. Now, on Amazon, you at the very top, you'll see under a book or product, you'll see the best review, and right beside it, the number one worst review. The number one worst review is determined by how many people have clicked that they found the review helpful. My review has 91 likes. That 91 people have found the review helpful. The review that is the number one bad review, so up at the top, is a different review that has only 130. Now, based on the fact that we have a ton of people here right now, I should be able to share this link. You click the link, and then you click that you found the review helpful, and that's all you have to do, 2 clicks. And if we get enough people to go from 91 to beyond 130, I mean, I can't see why we couldn't get up to 200. It takes 2 clicks, for God's sake, to ensure that my review stays at the very top, so that when all of their tens of thousands of dollars of marketing, and now you know this very well, the anti-whites are going to be promoting his book and his work on Amazon and elsewhere of their own volition, without even Regnery Publishing having to pay for it and market it as well, because this is a perfect gatekeeping ideology. It's an abstractionist ideology that this troll is promoting, and having him on Fox News and etc. It's a gatekeeping abstractionist ideology. Anti-whites want to steer our people that direction so that they go nowhere in their own reclamation of their destiny. If we can get my review to be the top bad review, it will be right at the very top with the number one best review. Can we do it? Can we do it tonight? And if we can't do it tonight, I'm going to wonder why. 2 clicks. Why can't we do it? But also, why can't somebody jump into one of their chat groups on Telegram or whatever and say, hey, this is 2 clicks, and all we got to do is we can get Jason's review up to the very top, so that when the anti-whites are directing all of these white people, thousands, tens of thousands, to go to this gatekeeper, they will see Jason's review of Go Free right at the very top, which they will then be able to look for on Amazon. It's a done deal, and we'll have bring so many, who knows how many actually will come to Going Free as a consequence. I think we should be able to do it, don't you? And we should maybe get this going. And like I say, why can't we have 500? Why can't everybody who watches PWR as well get into, if you're in their groups, why can't you say this is 2 clicks and you are going to outmaneuver this troll? And I would think that everybody in certain groups would want to outmaneuver this troll for various reasons. So let me just share this link. There it is. Let me know if the link works. It's 2 clicks. You click it, you click that it was helpful, and that's all you have to do. And you might be helping to bring, who knows, 5,000, 10,000, 40,000 people. His book is still number one. It's going to be number one for a long time. So Heidi, before you go to sleep, make sure you click helpful on my review. And let's help to push my review up to be the number one bad review for his book. It's that easy. You don't have to buy his book. You don't have to buy Go Free. All you've got to do is click that it was helpful. Austin saying, buy, go free. Right. It's good. So let's do it. Let's make it happen, folks. Let's do it tonight. I will revisit this, and hopefully we can do it while we're live. It's just such an easy thing. So little is being asked to potentially make a huge difference in the number of people who find out about Go Free. Regnery Publishing, Amazon itself, the anti-whites are going to be promoting this guy. Fox News are promoting him. Everybody that then goes to Amazon to search for his book will also be presented with my review. There are few things, very few things. I mean, how much would we have to pay? Think about this. How much would we have to pay for that sort of advertising? And then the anti-whites, would move to shut us down. Look at what they did to the billboard that we put up. That was X amount of dollars, and they defaced that. They tore that right down. How much would we have to pay? And how long would that advertisement stay in place? Would we have to pay $25,000? $50,000? I don't know, maybe more. $75,000? And all it's going to take for you is 2 clicks. How close can we get? I was at 91. Where are we now? We just got to pass 130, but no reason we shouldn't have 200 votes on it being helpful when you don't have to do anything but click twice to make this sort of enormous difference in the service to white well-being. Sloth says it's at 105. Heidi said just clicked it. Alt Rock Lover says the link didn't work. I previously clicked helpful, just went and checked, and Amazon had removed my helpful click. Yep, click it again. We'll keep an eye on it. White Student Transmission says done. Spike says just did it. Have a great night. Heidi, thank you so much for that. It's been a great stream, and we have a lot more magnificent info to come. Sloth says it's up to 108. Come on, folks. 2 clicks to do something magnificent for white well-being. If you don't know who this guy is, don't ask me. Go look him up, the author of that book. You go look at my review, look up the author of that book. You can watch the video of the kind of things he said about yours truly and us in general. He is a vile troll, and I will be making another response video to him. Strike back at him, and at the same time, let's get Go Free to all of these people that the anti-whites are shunting people to for this gatekeeper ideology, this gatekeeper book, and let's make it happen. And we'll come back. I'll revisit that as we work along. We have, and I want to mention here, we're talking about Nate, but also Nathaniel with their Q&A. Let's see, I guess it's FAQ, actually, mission statement and videos that they are making. And we put up the introduction video or statement of purpose or mission statement video. And it's magnificent. People love it. And we put up the first of this series of videos. They already have some others to me, and I will be putting those up as well, but just a bit at a time. And I'll play those videos for you all in just a minute. But what I wanted to tell you is at the end of this week, I had put up the first video titled, Why Should We Not Use Anti-White Terms? And for some strange reason, the audio was very quiet. I don't know what had gone wrong, but the audio was very quiet. And I reposted the video with the audio tuned up some so you can hear it better. And if you watched the first video of why we should not use anti-white terms, please click on the second one. I think it's 1 second longer, and watch it again. You know, it's like 30 seconds or so. It's short. Watch it again. If you commented, then copy your comment and then paste it onto the longer, louder video. Click that you liked the video, a thumbs up on it, because at the end of the week, I'm removing the quieter version. So please share this with anybody else who may have spoken in the thread there. We don't want to dilute its reach by having the video up twice And so similar as well. It's a punishable offense if it's the exact same thing. Now, it's not the exact same thing, but you know how the anti-whites are. So please do that. We want that video to go far. And all of those. I mean, a big thank you to Natarific and Nathaniel for this magnificent work they're doing and these specific videos. Let's go ahead and have a look right now at the FAQ mission statement.
It is our mission to reach you and everyone else with white well-being. We intend to make you aware of the anti-white narrative and encourage you to leave it behind via a process we call going free. We offer a white positive narrative in which to build a constructive life and to contribute to white well-being. We welcome you regardless of occupation, immutable characteristics, or personal history. To an extent, as long as you strive to go free and serve white well-being. Once there are enough of us going free, it will become possible to enact the changes needed in Western countries to bring about the end of anti-whiteism. It is not our mission to attack peoples who aren't members of Western kind. We oppose anti-whiteism, and we oppose those who promote, support, and defend the anti-white narrative. We oppose them with white well-being, our white positive narrative, and white positive community building. Keep this all in mind as we go through the FAQ. Why should we not use anti-white terms? We should not use anti-white terms because using them gives anti-whiteism legitimacy, reinforcing the perception of Western kind as villains in the anti-white narrative. As long as people believe the anti-white narrative to be legitimate, they have no reason to consider the white positive narrative, and most people don't want to be associated with villains, let alone become one themselves.
All right, that actually might have been the quieter one that I played there, the one that I will be getting rid of. So if it was hard for you to hear, then that was the issue with the first upload. And so again, if you commented on it, if you watched the original, if you liked it, then please transfer all of that to the louder version, the one that was uploaded second of that video. And we deeply appreciate that. And we anticipate that these videos, the reason why Natarific and then Nathaniel got on board as well, two great champions, big round of raucous emoji applause for these guys and the work they're going to be doing. The reason why these are being put together was because we have a lot of recurring questions from newcomers, neophytes to the service of white well-being. And the hope is that these will answer their questions, and also people will be able to passively sort of ease into the water of what the practice of going free is and service to white well-being and white positive behavior and thought, what that actually is. And so that's what these are for. And the verbiage is great. The cadence is great. Nate's voice is perfect, absolutely perfect for it. So I am very grateful for this. It's going to do, I think it's going to work real wonders. And it was one of those videos that elicited it was the mission statement one that elicited that wonderful monster troglodyte that said that it was going to ruin me in every way, shape, or form. So when you're doing something really good, when you're doing something that an animal, a monster anti-white knows is right on mark, that's when they will come after you with that sort of verbiage and those sorts of threats. So big salute to those gentlemen. Thank you so very much for the work that you're doing. We love you, and God bless you for doing it, because it's something that I could never do. It's just when I saw them, I was like, my God, this is perfect. And the person I was on the phone with said the same thing. This is perfect. And they really are. So we've got more to be uploading. And I don't know, maybe one a week or more that I will upload, and maybe let them get some created so that there's a group of them that I can choose from and then drop them in. We'll see. We'll see how we do it. We'll talk to the creators and of course, get their input on how they would like to see it rolled out. So thank you both very much. Hey, if you are looking for some other good news, you might like this. If you like seeing me on PWR, you all know about that there are going to be some people and who are not going to appear with me any longer and on PWR, or I guess perhaps anywhere. They're not going to appear with me. So any host or whatever that's going to have me, if I'm going to be there at the same time, they're not going to be present. And it was going to be the whole of the NJP, but it appears that Mike Enoch is now fine, perfectly fine. Perhaps he always was fine. I don't know. With appearing with me on PWR or appearing while I'm present on PWR. So at least in the cases of Mike Enoch, when he comes on the show, I will still be invited to be the co-host. And so that's good news. And I'm really glad to see that even if mocking me or ridiculing me or whatever it is, I'm fine with that he's still fine to appear with me on PWR. So good on him. And like I said, whenever I've appeared with him or we've had him on, he always, seemed like a good guy, nice guy, no issues. And I don't anticipate any issues. And I have no reason to anticipate issues. So look forward to productive conversations. So at least when it comes to Enoch, there'll be no issues on PWR. So that's good news. We also want to wish a big congratulations to the main couple in charge over at Entropy who just had their first baby. And so congratulations to them. If we could get some raucous emojis. And if you're on Entropy, put some of those emojis specifically in the, can you do, yeah, you can do emojis over on Entropy, can't you? Or at least the congratulations in the chat on Entropy. The folks on YouTube won't be able to see it, but the people at Entropy will. And they are just lovers of free speech. They believe that everybody should be able to share their views. And that's what they are enabling us to do. Good people. We deeply appreciate them. Thank you all very much. And if we could get the message to them of the congratulations on their new baby, then that would be glorious. I hope they hear that we are celebrating them. Congratulations. All right. Oh, you know what I wanted to do? I was talking earlier about porridge and making, telling a good joke about me. Just looking at my notes here, telling a good joke about me and it being hilarious. As you saw me on tap, I couldn't stop laughing. That guy just gets so much right. I mentioned earlier, who can really rib is Fernal as well. Does a great job. And he's Fernal. He made that. I don't know if you all saw. He made that video where he comes into my office here, sits down, and he's like looking under my desk, and he's pulling out crazy things. And he's not actually. We're nowhere near each other. It was just his genius to be able to do that and make it look real. It was fantastic. But even then, he wanted to make sure that I was cool with it. He reached out to me. He says, "Is this all right? Because this might be close to the line." And that was the right thing to do. So he's a stand-up guy. But I thought when I was thinking earlier about mentioning the gratitude to everybody who went easy on me about my not very unprofessional singing in that video, which I said is up on when I was just singing like nobody's business because I thought it was just by myself. I was by myself, but I didn't realize I was recording myself. That went easy on me for that. I thought maybe I would also share something that I did years ago that it's pretty funny. I was at the gym and working out, and there was a woman there who was a knockout. And she looked like a legitimate supermodel. And so, as you might imagine, I'm a healthy man, and she definitely had my attention. I didn't have any of her attention. That makes perfect sense. But she definitely had my attention. And she had a little bit too much of my attention. And I was walking along, and I was just briskly headed toward the water fountain. And I had my head turned all the way to my right, looking at her. And at a full stride, briskly walking, bam! I ran straight into a iron pillar that held up the ceiling that had mirrors all the way around it. And it was loud as all hell, because my ear was right there. My head jerked way back. I mean, it felt like I've been punched a lot, as you can tell by looking at my face. But it felt like a really solid punch. I mean, like somebody had caught me good. And I swear I maybe 2-3 steps backwards, at least 2 steps backwards. And the gym was full of people, though. So even though it was super loud, at least super loud to me, I don't know how loud it was to everybody. It was loud. And I just stood there for a second, kind of smoothly looking around to see, did anybody just see what I just did? And then I looked up at the mirror, and I had this perfect face mark on the side of my face, my nose, my cheek, my eye orbit. I mean, everything. It was just perfectly outlined in sweat, oil, whatever it was on this mirror. And of course, then I had to look back over at her to see, did she see me just make a total ass of myself? And I didn't see anybody, believe it or not. They hit it well if they were laughing their ass off. But then I noticed, much to my chagrin, that as I moved kind of out of the way of the smear mark, and then where I could see myself, and then unfortunately the mirror didn't break. I mean, I don't know how it didn't break, but it didn't. It must have been like the entire back of it must have been just perfectly flat against the iron beam. But I looked like I had been caught really well in a fight. I mean, it looked like somebody had really just got a hold of my face and made a mess of me. But yeah, I went ahead and I got my drink of water and went back, and I kept working out. What could I do? If I left then I would have really felt like worse, I guess. But I just went ahead and stayed, and I did catch people looking at me like, Jesus, did that guy just get the shit beat out of him? Did he drop a plate on his face? But after that point, I stopped looking at the young lady. Actually, she was a little older than me, I think. I was estimating her to be maybe a couple of years older. But that was a lesson learned. And I don't think I've done that again. Fortunately, I did that while walking rather than driving. Because all you guys out there, you've done it too. You're driving along and you're like, wow, look at that. And then you're like, oh my God, what was I just doing? What was I just doing? I'm driving this thousands of pounds down the road at however many miles an hour it is. And I just traveled like 80 feet without looking in front of me. Things could have been like bouncing off the front of the car. And so fortunately that happened while I was walking. So it doesn't happen while driving. I keep my eyes on the road. But I thought I would share another silly story when I was thinking about porridge and all of you being so nice to me about that video. So I thought I would give back. I would give something back, give something more about my humiliation. Why not? What I want to do now, though, before we go any further, is I want to show you Final Blossom, the epic hero one of our epic heroes, Final Blossom, and you know him well, has a tweet up where, you know, we were asking about, where is it? We were asking about this marvelous leaflet. Remember, I was just speaking words into the ether. This is how this family, this community, this people out of a deracinated race has to work. Final Blossom created these, and just a magnificent job. And I shared all of this with you. This would do wonders under windshield wipers, in the flag on people's mailboxes. Don't put it inside the mailbox. That's illegal in the United States. I don't know about other countries. Make sure it's legal where you are putting them, though. Of course, we only put it any literature where it's permitted, where it's lawful. And I said this would be great. We'll have it up. Maybe I said, Final Blossom, if you're listening, maybe we could have this up once we're done with my new website, and we'll have where all the leaflets. We talked about all of that. 1 week later, check this out. This is a superhero. This is how a superhero makes things happen. This guy. All right, so that is up on my Twitter now. As you can see, I retweeted that. So you will be able to find the link over there, and you will be able to get your own. And he's got some great ideas. We are coming together. We are making it happen across our countries, around the world. And you too can have access to these very easy way. He has provided all the info there, the link to download, and then giving suggestions about how you can, maybe you want to translate. So maybe we'll have this in a number of languages. And really proud of Final Blossom. Big round of applause for that epic hero in service to white well-being. And I hope this info makes it back to him that we are celebrating him today for his magnificent work. Now, some of you had also asked to see the explosion that occurred just a handful of miles from where I live. So there's a video here I will share with you so you all can see it. And there it is. That was the explosion that was before the inauguration, several miles from where I live here in Northern Virginia. So you can see it was quite prodigious, and many police and emergency crews rolling in. It lit up the whole sky, as you can see. And this will end up going down in the history books in the anti-white narrative as the explosion that, even though they said it was a barn or what have you, it will end up being implied initially that it was patriots that had done this as an attack, an assault on democracy or what have you. Mark my words. And so those of you who wanted to see that, that was what it looked like a handful of miles from where I live. I'm thinking a little bit, what we'll do is we will watch a poem by Nullis. And we'll do some of that, I think, more often to recognize people and show the content that they're creating that is either directly in service to white well-being, going free, or comports with my morality and service to our people. So thank you all so very much for that. Let's get into some more of this. I'll take a look at your questions that are up now, your financial gifts. We're going to roll. It looks like we're right at 7 hours. So we'll probably go over potentially the 8-hour mark with some calls as well, so we can get people on the phone. Now, remember, when we do calls coming up here, you absolutely cannot say anything about Biden not being. Let me rephrase it this way: Biden is the legitimate president. The election was legitimate. You cannot say otherwise with the anti-white oligarchs listening. You cannot say otherwise. Me even correcting you might not be enough. You cannot say anything other than Biden is the legitimate president and the election was legitimate. You can also not say that anything other than COVID-19 is exactly what the regime says it is. And you cannot say anything other than the vaccination is anything other than what the regime says it is. So any contradicting those things, it might not even be enough for me to correct you or say as the channel owner. It's just you are not allowed to say those things. COVID-19 is exactly what the United States government and the World Health Organization say it is. The vaccine is exactly what the United States government says it is, and the World Health Organization says it is. If they change their minds tomorrow, it's exactly that. And they change their minds the day after that, it's exactly that. Otherwise, we can have wonderful conversations and look forward to having them with you. And we will take a quick look at these financial gifts, and then we'll jump over to this question widget. And we got some remarkable testimonials we're going to shoot through. Thank you so much for everybody being here. Hey, but I got to ask quickly, how are we doing on the number of upvotes on my review of the Trolls individual, the gremlin? Maybe he's better as a gremlin. How are we doing there? Have we passed 130 yet? Has my review moved up to the top yet? Let's see what you all are writing here. I see some applause. And I see Natarific. We are almost finished with the FAQ 6. I've also written a short story meant to be a stepping stone for the disaffected Trump supporters. Magnificent, Natarific. That is fantastic. God bless you, brother. Prometheus bless you. Thank you so much for that. Definitely Promethean hails to you. Really looking forward to that. We need to bring these people over. And that is a glorious thing that you're taking it upon yourself to do this. Productive people, this is the only way it's going to happen. It is the only way it's going to happen. You can think about this in simpler terms. This is a very complex endeavor, the recapture of our destiny. But you can think about it in simpler terms. If I were trying to build a house and I'm working, I know how to do the things I know how to do, but I don't know how to do everything that needs to be done for a home to be built. And then this person shows up, Natarific shows up, Grayman the Gray, Nathaniel, everybody. They show up and I know how to do this. I know how to shingle. I know how to roof. I know how to put these struts in. I know how to put, and one after the other, the house gets built. And the more that show up to do what they can do, what they know how to do, they're just going to pick up tools and start doing what they can do and jump into gear, be a self-starter, take the initiative. The quicker we're going to bring more people over to Going Free, and the quicker we bring more people over to Going Free, the quicker we have the potential to take advantage of challenges and to circumvent the challenges and to take advantage of the opportunities rather. So thank you so much. Natarific Spike says the No Why Guilt is hate new clip made me feel sick seeing white people. That's so sick. Oh, right, where on the news clip where people are calling No White Guilt hate, the anti-white slur hate. It is fantastic, though. Makes you sick, makes me sick, and that white people can be that diseased. But that's where they are. That's the state that our people are in. But let them say it's hate. Let them say it's demonic, because that's essentially what they're saying. The more they say that, the more normal white people turn away from anti-whiteism. The more they rescind their loyalty from the institutions that are anti-white. It's a wonderful thing. Oh, somebody earlier said the polo. I noticed this during the song. This is actually, I think it's a, can you tell? Or can you see for me? I was getting a drink and I just did it again right now. I noticed. I think it is CK, so it's Calvin Klein, and then the person thought it was polo. So it must be probably the exact same shirt with just different, you know, one sews polo on there, one sews CK. I wouldn't doubt it at all. I see John is with us. Thank you so much. Holly is here. Hello to you, sweet lady. Welcome, welcome. Donning armor has arrived. Welcome, brother. Great to see you. We got a lot of applause and happy little baby emojis. That's wonderful. And we will Austin saying Fernell is hilarious. He is. He's funny. Patrick is here. Great to see you. Jesse No Offense says, talk about missing out. I watch PWR because of you. Well, that's kind. Thank you very much for writing that. I appreciate that. Stas says, wow. About something. Ross is here. Hello to you and welcome. Anglo America is with us. Great to see you, good brother. All good champions. Mestizo is here. Wonderful to see you, brother. That's magnificent. All right. Naderific says, can we do a call real quick because I need to hit the sack? And I have something cool that I think people will want to participate in. Yes, we can. So just hold tight there. I will call you on Skype in just 1 minute. And just send me a message on Skype so that you're at the very top to make it easy for me to find you. People are really surprised at times when they see the number of messages I get, but I'm catching up. I've caught completely up on Instagram, and I'm catching up on emails, and I'm catching up on the direct messages. And I guess I'm going to be using more of the Telegram app now as well. So I'll be catching up there. So catching up with everybody. So yeah, move it to the top. I deeply appreciate that. Greek American says we should give Biden a copy of Go Free. Well, that would probably be that would be it. That would put him in the grave. Lee Van Cleef is with us. Great to see you, brother. All right, we are going to, where are we? At 125? Listen, folks, it's your chance. It's your opportunity to do something huge, something really huge for white well-being. And that is to get the book Go Free in front of all of the eyes that the Regnery Publishing House is spending a lot of money to get people to go over to this Gremlins book, and the anti-whites at Amazon funneling everybody they can over to this Gremlins book on Amazon. Fox News funneling everybody they can, radio stations funneling everybody they can. This guy is number one on many different categories on Amazon. He has stayed at number one for week after week after week. It is an abstractionist ideology that is just written. I've been teaching about mean pathogens, thought diseases for many years. And this book has been on Amazon years before his book was written. So he's actually claiming that I plagiarized him, just a demon of a wonderful gentleman, this gremlin, and making tons of money, absolute truckloads of money off our people and dead ending them with this abstractionist approach to thought diseases and getting all of this. He'll be the one remembered. If we don't think about it, he'll be the one that everybody remembers as the creator of thought diseases. And then people who are antique nationalists will complain, 2 decades from now, if they're allowed to complain or exist. Oh, well, that idea was held by a white guy first. Meanwhile, their own kind of antique nationalists 20 years earlier were hating on me, misrepresenting me. This guy has been in the number one position and will remain there. And what we can do with 2 clicks, the click on the link that I'm about to provide in the live chat and the click on this review, which is my review, was helpful, can push me above the 130 mark of the highest helpful review for bad reviews. It will sit right beside the best good review for this guy and his book, right at the very top. So everybody that ends up going to this guy's book on Amazon will end up seeing my review. We can drive it up. Was the review helpful to you? If it was, click that it was. And I will provide the link right now. There's no reason why. I mean, just getting to 131 is not going to be enough, because you know that when he sees my review, which says I originated the idea of thought diseases on it, when he sees my review up at the top of his, you know he's going to call up people to say, go and click. He'll tweet about it. He's got tons of followers. He'll want people to click to boost one of the other bad reviews up to take the place of mine at the very top. So let's get it, not 131. Let's get it as high as we can, 200 people. If those people felt that the review was helpful for them, don't click it if you don't think that the review was helpful. If you don't think my review was helpful, don't click that you thought it was helpful. But if you did, then click that you think the review was helpful. We could put this on message boards. There are huge patriotic alternative message boards with hundreds and hundreds of people. There's no reason why they can't all conquer and have a victory over top this anti-white, abstractionist, vicious SOB who slandered the hell out of all of us. No reason why we can't have 200, 300, who knows how many clicks of the review being helpful. So maybe you're in a group of people. You can take this to your group. You can ask them all to click on the review was helpful as well. And maybe over the next couple days, we can get this up to 200, 300, so that there's no way he'll just have to live with it being the best, worst review on his book. And I will get to finish reading what his book, and I will provide the rest of my review once I'm done with it. So please, let's make that happen. Looks like it's up to 125. We're almost there. Austin is here tonight. Great to see you. The great Elaine Sabatino is with us, and we're going to make a call right now to Natarific because he has to go to bed. So let me get the audio right. You know what happened the other day, folks? The audio was through the roof. You would not have been able to tell the difference, but my neighbors could. It was very late, and all of a sudden it was blasting, and they were like, hey, trying to sleep in the middle of the night. And I can understand that. So let's see. I think I got the audio right. All right. Natarific, I don't see you on my Skype. It is JASON K umlaut O HNE space no white guilt, no spaces in those between no white guilt, a space between Jason and Kerna, and then a space between Kerna and no white guilt. Message me there, and we will make the call happen before you have to go to bed. Oh, you're having trouble with Skype. Well, if you fix it, then just let me know here. Just tag me, and we'll make it happen until you or unless you're going to go to sleep, if you fix it before you go to bed, then let's make it happen right as you get it right. Otherwise, we'll have to save it. And sorry to have kept you up so late, brother. I know, trust me, I know how it feels tomorrow. I go without sleep, or maybe 1 or 2 hours on a Sunday night, and then I get started bright-eyed and bushy-tailed for Monday morning. This is the beginning of the week for me. Who's this? Commodore says, Sadagul will probably grovel at Bezos' feet over his plagiarist criminal exposure. Yeah, and remember that this guy, the author of this book that we are trying to elevate my review on, he actually reached out to it was Twitter, right? The head of Twitter. He tagged Twitter and the head of Twitter, demanding that I be censored off the platform. And he revealed that inadvertently in his message. So this guy who's supposed to be this in favor of all these ideas that Western kind have brought to bear in our civilization, and one of those being freedom of speech, which he just harps on. And I'm told, I don't watch him or hear or read him other than what I've read here and the slanders about me, that he harps on freedom of speech all the time. And then the very first thing this guy does is say to censor me off of a platform. Because what I said that, hey, this guy wrote a book about thought diseases. Does he know about my book? Does he realize that this is already being done? And he's going around claiming that he's come up with this idea. And on television, on radio, in these different places, is he even aware? And that's all I did. And in response, he said, well, this guy should be censored into oblivion. Silence him, the great First Amendment advocate says. So you all can take part. Let's get this sucker. Alex is here. Great to see you. Helios is here. Great to see you. Grayman the Gray says 130. We have matched. We have matched the current Althea, Brad, Slots, all saying 130 now. We have finally matched. We need one more to go beyond and take the place at the top, right underneath, right beside his best review, which is totally fair. My review is fair. Read my review. If you don't think it's legit, then don't click it was helpful. But if you do think, click it was helpful. My review is not unfair to him. It's right beside his best review, which is very fawning and just absolutely just bouquets of love to this guy. It's totally legitimate. For side by side, people will be able, all of these folks will arrive there. We couldn't come anywhere close with a payment. We have nowhere near the kind of money to be able to make this happen, but you can do it in just 2 clicks. Now, where else? I want to also just point out where else in the white spheres, and this is something that you share elsewhere, as when you're talking about going free and the success of what we do, where else has a content creator, a thought leader, an organizational leader given you something to do that is as easy as 2 clicks, but is the value of $50,000 worth of advertising, $30,000, $70,000 worth of advertising? I don't know. It depends on how long it stays in that position and how long he stays in number 1. Who else has given you that much power? I'm seriously asking this question. Has anybody ever imbued you with that much power? And if not, then make sure you share that as a testimonial. You now have the power of $30,000, $50,000, $75,000 worth of advertising to be able to put a work that has shown so much success for white well-being up in front of thousands, tens of thousands of people, and all you have to do for energy is 2 clicks. Now I ask you, who are you going to listen to moving forward? There are a lot of bright people out there, a lot of bright content creators. They know a lot about history. They know a lot about things going wrong in the world. I seriously want you to remember this moment. Maybe clip this out. Somebody clip this out and then share this on Twitter, on Gab, on Parler when it comes back, on wherever. VK, share this, that No White Guilt gave you the power of $30,000 to $75,000 worth of advertising, gave you the power to get a work that does as much good as it does for our people to thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of people. And he made it as easy as 2 clicks. Has anybody else ever done that for you? Nowhere. I've never seen anything like it. No one else made it that easy for me anywhere to do anything that huge. That is a consequence of the intelligence and the strategy behind the work that we do here, the work that goes into the OE, the work that we do here for the dialectics, the work that we do here for the lexicon. That is why things work, because we planned them to work. Now, it looks like we have Naterific here, and I will call him. Couldn't be a better time to bring him on, and we'll hear what he has to share right now. Naterific, if you can hear me, you might have to turn off the audio or even this stream. I don't know, depending on what system you're on to receive this call, but here comes the audio call.
Hello.
Yeah, brother, I can hear you. How are you?
Great. I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Oh my God, man. Gloriously. The world is our oyster. Nothing can stop us.
Let's hope it continues to be that way.
Yes.
So what I've got going on here is I just started something last night where I reached out to a couple of people who are part of the Go Free community, and we talked about doing something kind of like what the Groypers did last year, but in a way that's more organized and less what's the word, less like annoying and less I guess rude to the people that whose comment sections we're going into and whatnot. And so what we did is today we just me and one other person decided to do kind of a dry run, and we went to a pretty further right conservative website and went to one of the articles and went to the comment section and then chimed into one of the highest rated comment threads. And as we conversed back and forth, we kind of drifted things towards white positive ideas, and eventually dropped No White Guilt as a website and as a YouTube channel and things like that. And it went really well. We got no downvotes whatsoever. And compared to our individual attempts, we got double the amount of upvotes and people, commenting on the thread. And it went really well. And we kind of think that if we can get more people to do it with us, and add more upvotes to our comments and maybe chime in here and there, like, we want it to seem organic as possible, but we think if we can do that and get more people on board, it's kind of like the thing where, one person standing outside and looking up at the sky, then people just look at him like he's weird. But if there's 10 people outside looking at the sky, then people stop and look up at the sky too.
Yes.
We're trying to do something like that. And so what I wanted to ask people in the audience is to, after this video's over, to leave a comment in your comments section that they're interested in it.
Okay.
And then we're going to set up a private group. We haven't decided where yet, maybe Telegram or something like that, or Gab. We're going to set up a private group for us. And then I can send a link to everybody who's interested, and then we can organize how to do this more often with a larger set of people.
Fantastic. So, folks, you hear that then. If you are interested, and this is stupendous, what Naterific and some others engaged in. We sound like it went over perfectly, as perfect as you could ask. If you would like to participate in this, make sure you write so in the thread below this stream once it's available in replay, and he will read it there, and you all can get in touch. That's a fantastic idea, brother. Very exciting. And thank you for everything that you are doing. It's just marvelous. You and your wife, and bless your new son of the West. It's just marvelous to have you in the practice of going free and service to white well-being. We love you both. What else before we let you go off to slumber would you like to say?
Well, I mean, I guess that's really about it. You know, it's my pleasure to do this. We have no choice but to do this. This is what we have to do. We have to be the people that we believe to be deserving of the nation we want to save. And I that this is just how we got to do it. We got to reach people. We got to get people out of the anti-white mindset and out of the mainstream anti-white. You know, just I don't even know what to say without cussing, so I'm not gonna say it.
I know what you mean. I'm doing my best. I'm struggling myself. 21 is going to be better. I'm going to be suited to speak in front of children. You watch. But,
it feels like it's going to be better. So I'm keeping up the positive mindset.
Amen, brother. Well, God bless you. Thank you so much for this. It's a great idea. Remember, folks, in the thread under this video, once it's up in replay, reach out to Natarific and let him know if you would like to participate. And we are going to do a more effective version of Groyping. We are going to take the Groyping to the next level, to somewhere where we actually convert and bring people over to something productive for themselves. And just imagine actually making people's lives better. What an idea.
Right.
Why would anybody want to engage in something like that? But we're going to go ahead and do it anyhow. And Natarific is one of the best champions out there, already demonstrating. We're so glad to have you here, brother. We'll let you go. A big Promethean hails to you and your wife and your baby. Talk about a champion in the making right there, being the man that he wants his son to be. Natarific.
Thanks a lot. Everybody have a great evening.
You too, brother. Sleep well, man.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. And folks, if we ever have a situation, let me touch metal so I don't throw electricity. Maybe last night, I'll talk about this now, talking about electricity. I was at the Thoroughbloat. Is that how it's pronounced? The Thoroughbloat? The Thoroughbloat gathering with an Asatru group. But I want to say before we get there, this is talking about the lightning, because Thor is thunder and lightning, yes? So before we get there, though, I wanted to say that if you are a regular, a contributor, you're making things happen, and we're going to have calls later on in the show, but you need to get to bed. Like say you're Yiz, and somebody get this message to Yiz. She's long ago in bed at this point. But if she wants to call, she goes to bed very early because she gets up, I think, before the universe is created every morning. And if she wants to call, we'll have her call way early in the show so that she can get in on the show. If you're one of these regular contributors and you're actually doing things for white well-being, and you need to go, you need to get up, pardon me, for work tomorrow. You've got more sense than I do. You're going to actually get some sleep tonight. Just write it in. Let me know. We'll interrupt the show and the gathering, and we'll have your call, and we'll let you go to bed. Now, if you're just somebody who is, we don't know, you haven't been contributing, you haven't been, we probably won't interrupt the gathering for your call. We'll have to get to know you first, but that makes sense, right? So we try to be as rational as possible here. I think later on when we do take calls, we've got one or maybe two great callers that have already let me know that they would like to speak. People love them. So where was I this weekend? I went and I met, well, let me check over here. I just saw somebody tagged me. Hans Dons, is that what it is? I thought it was somebody calling me handsome. Boy, that's a letdown. I was going to say, wow, really? Wow, people didn't razz me too much about my bad singing. And Then somebody over here is actually going to say handsome. But let's see. Let's see what they say instead. Okay. I turned off, by the way. Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and try on D Live right now. I'm going to turn off the X tag right now. So if you want to send a point or two, see if you can. We tried it earlier, it didn't work, and I just turned it off. And see if anybody can send a point or two while my attention is over here. And I don't see anything coming through, so I'm figuring that I still am not allowed. Mark was able to do that on D Live, and he learned it from who is able also to do it. But it looks like D Live is not live with me. They are just not going to permit it to happen. Might be done forever for those points on D Live. So I'll have to kiss goodbye, perhaps, to the Lamborghinis and the what else did they have over there? I don't even know. So on your request for information on Bitcoin, Gab was banned from Coinbase and BitPay and became their own crypto payment process. And became their own crypto payment processor by using, and then there is a link here, which I will click and then just keep up on as a tab to look at later. Thank you very much for that. And did you see Telsey say the new domestic terrorism bill is anti-white? Tulsi say, no, I didn't see that. That's magnificent. Did she actually say that? Do you have a link? Can you put that in the live chat on D Live? It is anti-white. And if these people begin saying that these things are anti-white, it's because of all of you. You know, we're talking about, I created a scenario to give you more power than you've ever had in your life with just doing that twice, 2 clicks. More power than you've ever had in your life for white well-being with just 2 clicks. And I want you all to know that if these people, Tulsi Gabbard or whoever else is saying anti-white, the A list, the B list, the whatever lists, if they're saying anti-white, it's not because they created it. It's because we all are making it happen. We all are pushing it and making it happen. And you can, and please let that power, let that awareness of that power suffuse every pore, tendon, and bone marrow cell of your body. For the first time in your life, if ever, when caring about white well-being, caring about our people, realize the true power that you have wielded. It is significant. You're not powerless in going free. You might be powerless in other spheres, other white spheres. I don't know. I wish them all the best, and where they are in keeping with my morality. But here, you are definitely not powerless. So when you talk about going free, when you talk to your friends, your family members, when you talk about being able to make a difference, because so often people say, well, there's nothing that can be done. There's nothing I can do. Let them know about how you and others in this community have done such tremendous things with such ease. Using anti-white, pushing that into the population day after day, anti-whiteism, push that into the population. We need to see these people saying anti-whiteism. We need to get around this whiteness garbage that is a trap for our people. And then let them know how with just 2 clicks, you had the power to bring thousands, maybe even tens of thousands at a cost of, who knows, $30,000 to $75,000 of marketing, of people's awareness to go free, the book that is, and the practice that's working for our people. All right. So it looks like, and thank you very much for supplying that link. Okay, this is the link for the Bitcoin on Gab. Thank you very much for that. And are you going to get the link for Tulsi as well? I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I'll take a look over there. And until then, we'll come back here. So I was invited to attend the Thora Bloat with a Asatru group. I meant to actually tell you all about this earlier. Things just got swept away with all of our excitement. It's been so wonderful today. And look at Graham the Gray, press, and then all of these numbers if you have no white guilt. But we got swept away with all of the excitement today. So where did I go? I was invited to a Thora Bloat with an Asatru group, and they are wonderful people that I was invited to sit with and to participate in their ceremony for the god called Thor. And it was really fascinating, especially since I had many years ago, you all know that I participated in a lot of different groups. I helped out a lot of different groups because I didn't know who was on the right path, and I was looking for the right path, and I was looking for the answers, like many others searching. I was accumulating info and determining this works, this doesn't work, and so also for that cathartic sense that you have by being around people who see the world for what it really is. And it is a great relief. It's very healthy to get into those, where those environments are healthy. Because sometimes, there were also environments that weren't healthy that I never went back, and I left early, and that happened sometimes as well. Not because these people were the spitting image of the monsters in the anti-white narrative, nothing like that, but still not my cup of tea, as the saying goes. And so many, many years ago, I was told by people in different groups here and there that are not pagan groups about groups in the Western PA and West Virginia and a couple in Virginia. I don't think any in Maryland, but I could be wrong. It's been a long time. That they would be holding some kind of event. And back then, there were, I don't believe that any of these were Asatru, but apparently Asatru was around back then. Maybe one of these days we can iron it out. Maybe some of them were Asatru. I don't know. I don't remember that's the symbolism that they have there of that flag. And but back then there were communities that would like everybody from the farming community, they would come together. So you would have people that were pagan and who wanted to do a ritual to Thor, for example. But then you would also have people that were around from the area who would come because they care about Western kind. They care about our people who were Christians of various types. And so it was a bit of a beautiful melange there. And the Christian people who were Christians, sometimes they would participate in the ceremony. Sometimes they would stand back and just observe and be respectful. And it was a beautiful thing. So I attended a great many of these, and you can imagine these people, me showing up, and we've talked about this before, and I just come walking up, and they're like, "Who the hell are you?" And I'm just, "Well, this guy you don't know told another guy that you don't know that this was going on, and he told me, and they told me that your address, and that's how I'm here." But I was never had my ass kicked for showing up. I never was turned away. I mean, they were just like, "Sure, come on and celebrate with us." And most of these events back in the day, they could be like 10 to 20 people. There were a couple that were quite big. There was one that had to be 50 or more people, and they had like an axe throwing thing going, and they had a competition. They had a bow and arrow going, and then there were games for the children to do. It was really quite lovely. And they did the same sort of ceremony, and they had they had the fire going. And I've participated in these things at various like family oriented, and then more like just the guys oriented, and so it's a bit more rough around the edges, I could say. This Asatru group, very family oriented, lovely people, well-spoken people. I can't say enough about them. And I had a great time. We showed up there, and I won't be giving away any names, obviously, except for the one person who responsible for actually carving. You'll see this magnificent gift to me, lovely gift. I'm really honored by it and humbled by it. But I go into this house, and there's the lady of the house, and she's in this kitchen, and she's the walls like maybe from maybe her head height up. I think maybe all the way to the ceiling, all the way around the kitchen were like herbs and spices and this and all the way around. So this place, they're making their own mead, and it's just a wonderful thing. A lot of camaraderie. The bonhomie was high, and as I say, wonderful people, normal people, ordinary folks. Nothing weird. I mean, back in the day, I attended a couple of these, and there were some not Asatru, or at least I don't think they were Asatru back then, but there were some. I mean, back in the day, we had problems with eccentrics showing up, people that don't fit into society, and they don't necessarily care about Western kind, but they're looking for a group to try to fit in with, and then they're just weird. And we had that whole period where people were wondering, do you let them stay because then we have numbers, or do you kick them out because they ruin things? And of course, the smart decision was to kick them out. If they were cranks and they weren't actually redeemable, they were just weirdos, then you got to get rid of them. And because they'll drive off good people, obviously. These were good people. And so they had the whole ceremony. We had a meal. We had, I obviously, I'm not a drinker, so I did have a little bit of mead, but I will tell you this. I've gone to these Renaissance festivals, perhaps some of you have, and I've thought, well, I have to drink some mead while I'm here, because that's the thing. That's what you do. And every time I had mead at any of these things, it was awful. I couldn't believe anybody would ever drink the garbage that they were referring to as, and perhaps that, I don't know what's right and what's wrong, but the man of the house at this place that makes his own mead, it was delectable. I don't know what the difference was. Maybe some of you know, but it was delectable. And I could have just kept drinking. I don't know what the alcohol content was. It must have not been terribly high, but I was fine. I just had a tiny bit of it, and water otherwise, and coffee. In fact, we all had, or most of us, not all, but most of us had coffee. So clearly indicating that it was sane, normal, and good people in that house, because they're coffee drinkers. Had a glorious meal. You take these. They go around this with this horn that they put mead in. You don't have to drink from this thing, but some do. You can just raise it, and that's what I did. I didn't actually drink from it for hygienic purposes. I'm not insinuating that any of these people were sick, but I am just not a share everybody's kind of a guy. I'm just not. And so but you're respectfully, you're allowed to just hold the horn up, and then you're toasting, essentially is what it is. You have these different rounds, and people talk about their lives and where their struggles are. And so it was a wonderful thing. And I met some beautiful, wonderful people, beautiful souls. And I'm glad that I was there, and I'm glad that I got to meet them all. And I received as I say, a couple of gifts, and I will share those with you. I'll have to spin around, and I don't want to do that without making maybe a little partition here. And what will I show you, though? What will I show you? I could do, well, we'll go ahead and we'll do the, oh, I know what we'll do. We'll do where'd it go? We'll do Richard Wagner playing Chopin masterfully as a gift to me for the gift that he felt he received by reading Crucible, that helped him turn around and see the demons in his world. And he has it right there on the piano as he's playing. Take a look, and we will be right back. Isn't that magnificent? And we've been talking about this, the kind of talent that we are drawing to the service to white well-being. Oops, looks like we lost the video for, now it's fixed. We've been talking about the talent that we have been bringing to service to white well-being. And it's amazing. You have these folks who are excellent gamers on other, and that's fine. You know, I mean, they're gamers, but, and there's nothing wrong with, you know, gaming in moderation, but you've got to live your life. If you're going to be a hero, it's not going to be in a video game. You're not going to find it in the adult movies. You're not going to find it in entertainment at all. You're going to have to go and live it, and you're going to have to wield that pen, writing in your own blood the cause of white well-being. And so this is what I received. And this is from, now this is the second time that I have received a gift from people in the white positive, and this is us creating our own economy. The second time I've received this as a gift from the Mighty White Soap Company. The first time was from Laura. She sent me something. It was just absolutely fabulous. I shared that with you a couple of years ago. It is aromatic. This is called Alpine Cheer. And if you need to buy a gift for somebody, make sure, if you can, you shop from people in our circles. Now, I don't know what these people, I don't know specifically what their view on their concern for our people is. But I can say this: if they care about our people and where it comports with my morality, and that's exactly how you should word it, then you support those particular endeavors. And if they are white positive, then we should give them our business rather than giving our business to some faceless entity or some business that is anti-white. So this is, I wish we had the smell-o-vision and I could share with you the Alpine Cheer, because I now have been whisked away. This is, you remember the commercials, the Calgon Take Me? This is the Alpine Take Me Away. And I'm in the shower, but now I'm suddenly out in the great evergreen forests of Northern Europe, and I am shivering my ass off because I'm naked in the woods. Alpine Cheer, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know that would make a great commercial for Mighty White Soap. I think they were considering me, but now they have decided, no, scratch that, his name off the list. We also have Christmas Woods. Christmas Woods, another just magnificent, very ambrosial Christmas Woods. It's another gift that was given. Look at that. Oh, look, it came in. Well, the camera worked for a moment, didn't it? Okay, so that's marvelous. And I'm assuming that all of the ingredients, they all appear to be things that are words that I can pronounce. So it's all natural. So that's magnificent. And then to be a little impish with me, it appears that Krampus, and some of you may know who Krampus is, and I guess it's Scandinavian, German. This character, he's watching, and if you're bad, he comes out. What does he do? he comes after you, or he gives you coal. And so I've got a little bag here, and this is from the same company. This is like Krampus's Christmas bag, and these are coal bars of soap, because I've been naughty, I guess, maybe because January 6/21, I was so this is coal soap, and it has a clean smell to it. So I will be able to use that as well. And coal, for being a naughty young man, probably because I went to Washington, D.C., January 6, 21, Patriots Day. Now, this is the thing that is truly a work of art. I want to be very careful with it. Who knows how durable? It's probably very durable, but I want to be very careful with it. And this was carved. It's a custom, just for me, by Geetha Catherine Erickson, and this marvelous woman, very talented. It's got a stand here. Maybe I could hold that up. Look at this. So this is a drinking horn. It's an actual goat horn, and I will take it out of here. And on the inside, let's see, on the outside in runes, it says my name. So in runes on the outside, I don't know if it's going to be able to pick it up or not. For those people who know, on the outside, it says my name. And then on the inside, it says in runes the meaning of my name, which is of the name Jason, which is healer. So I will try to show that as well. Isn't this absolutely fantastic? This was a gift to me, and I am deeply grateful for this. It's a beautiful, it is a work of art. It's a one of a kind. It's an actual goat horn that has these carvings in it, my name and the meaning of my name. So it's marvelous. They were a great group of people that I got to spend time with, and I really appreciate that. While I'm having show and tell there, because I don't think I didn't get a chance to go check the box for any more mail for the mailbag, so we'll be skipping that segment tonight. But I will show this from our very own glassmith, the third and final. Look at how magnificent this one is. Look at that. This pendant, it's like this yellowy green color, and you really can't see all the detail in the damn camera. But I get close to it, and it's got like these, I don't even know almost like feathers, and then smoke rising. The glassmith, and it says NWG. This is absolutely just phenomenal. And then maybe, I don't know what we're going to do. Maybe I'll pick, he has sent a couple others. I'll pick maybe the one or whatever I would like to have, because I just think they're badass. And I'll be able to wear them. And then we'll auction off the others for service to white well-being, I think, maybe. But isn't that absolutely, what a true talent that is. This is not easy, obviously, to do. I can break glass, but I won't be breaking this. But making something out of glass is something completely different. And they have these little bags. They're marvelous. So what a wonderful time. I was able to talk with people about going free. I was able to talk with people about service to white well-being. They were able to share with me some of the things about their ceremonies, some of the things about their organization. And it was a great time had by all. We need to be able to function together. The good people of all of the different spheres need to be able to function together. And most importantly, going free is not in contradiction to most of the other spheres. It's going to empower the participants in most of the other spheres. Where it does contradict is where people want to play the villain, because you're admonished to not play the villain, to be in our story. So that is problematic for those who want to play the villain. But in most of the other spheres, certainly religious spheres, it's going to fit in perfectly with folks. And I am looking forward to being able to meet with these good people again and share some more fellowship. And we're going to jump right in now because we've been burning up some time. By the way, did we make it past 1:30? Are we finally beyond? Are we finally beyond that number that we needed to get to? I see people saying based and very German, and I love it. Mighty White Soap on Instagram. Okay, so you can find it there. Great, thank you. Yeah, let people know if you know where these things are. Help me out. I'm just a guy. Remember, we venerate, like I gave a toast to King Leonidas because, as you all know, if you're been with me for a while, you know that if I could have 3 days, as much as I love living, if I were, this is of course this is just a mental exercise, and it just tells you where a person puts value, where they find meaning. And if I could live for just 3 days, I've shared with you all before that it would be with King Leonidas at Thermopylae, because I would want to be one of those men in the gap protecting Western civilization. So I'm a guy on the line just like you all. So I'm going to need help. And if I, like the Mighty White Soap, if I were more talented, I would have like all of the address ready for you. Everything would come up on the screen. I would have like octopus arms or whatever. I'm not there, and just another guy on the line. But together, we're going to make it happen. That's what matters. Even if I push through, even with the throat issue, which I got to get the throat issue figured out. I know what it is, I think. Besides all of the talking that I'm doing. But have to get it smoothed back out to do the audio book for Prometheus Rising, because this, I know we're going to see many people going to want to escape into something. And if they're going to be escaping into something, we want them to be escaping into something that is going to empower them in their lives, empower our brothers and sisters, rather than escaping into drugs, escaping into video games, escaping into some other anti-white entertainment. We need them going. And by the way, did anybody see another one of my predictions coming true about do you remember the people asking me? It just came back to me. The people asking me about, well, what about these people going on Omegle and they're pointing the gun and I said, they're going to get raided. They're going to go to jail. How many weeks after I said that? How many weeks? All right. Now, it's terrible that anybody is in serious trouble. That is something different. I'm telling, from experience, reason, logic, and evidence, you're not certainly using the lens of going free. Everybody could get these kind of things right the exact same way. But I don't know what kind of trouble they're going to end up in, but don't do something like that. It's only going to get worse. It's not funny. You make it harder on us to serve white well-being, and you're going to go to jail, and potentially for a very long time. Can you just see it now? That Jason guy, he's a real ass. Tells us not to play the villain. Yeah, but he says he doesn't want you to go to jail. We'll screw him anyhow. Summer Lee is here. Great to see you. All right. What do we have here? What have I missed? Did I miss anything? Jesse No Offense says the only guy that she likes that does Omegle lost his job. You see? Heil Odin Sire says, Jason, bro, your voice is perfect. I appreciate that very much. But that's just, I think, the microphone fixing it. Sloth says it's 132. We've done it for sure. It's a done deal. We're beyond 130. We should be the highest. So if you pull up his book right now, that wonderful gremlin. What was his name? Stripe? from that movie back in the day? Something like Stripe, something. If you pull up his book, my review now should be at the top beside the best review. Now let's see who out there is going to take that link into their communities, into their private chat groups, and really set this off so that we climb over 200. So there's no way for anybody to replace us at the top of that list. Who's going to make that happen? Who is going to take the initiative to make it happen? Nordic Iron says, "Hail, great folks. Just finishing my workout in the sauna now. Nice to see you all going strong." So he's sauna-ing with no white guilt. Sauna-ing with no white guilt. That guy that said, "Don't make up words." Now he's really. Can you imagine? He's in apoplexy right now. He's spitting. He's furious. He's going to come out of his straitjacket. Okay, Patrick is now informing us on some info that I didn't know. Say there's good meads, there's great meads, and terrible meads. I plan on opening my own meadery. I was interrupted by the virus. Well, isn't that fascinating? I'll send you some once things get running. Well, that's fantastic, brother. Thank you so much. Well, so that's interesting then. There are great meads and terrible meads. Raucous Drift is with us. Hello to you. Welcome. Raucous emojis. Sloth says, "Hey, I don't drink coffee." Well, we can't all be perfect, brother. Come on. And Anglo America says that he loved the Minnesota Asatru Kindred. Must have visited them. Promethean Promulgation. Were people wearing normal clothing or period costumes? They were wearing all normal clothing. I'm thinking that some of them had a Thor's hammer necklace, and I think one guy had maybe a shirt that looked like you couldn't buy it from the store, but it wasn't. Were people wearing hats with horns? No, but that would have been very interesting, wouldn't it? I would have been kicking myself for not bringing my horny hat to the event. I need to stop the ribbled jokes. I'm supposed to stop the ribbled jokes, the ribbledry. Roy Danton is with us. Great to see you, dear brother. Heil Odensire. Nick Fuentes said he met. No, when did he say that? Heil Odensire. When did Nick say? Not when did he say that he and I met, but when the date of our meeting. But when did he say that he met me? When did he mention that? That's interesting. Because he definitely is setting the world metaphorically on fire with his success over there in his Groiper community. And I am nowhere near our community, nowhere near the size of that community. So it's curious. I wonder why he would be even mentioning us at all. They did drink from horns. Well, just one. And it was a work of art. I mean, it kind of comes down and then sweeps around to a point. So this is probably some sort of a elk horn or something like this. And then it had this beautiful work of art here is carved. But the one that they were using for the ceremony, I believe he said that it was actually seared, all of the imagery on it. I think knot work, images on it, and then perhaps something that had to do with Asatru. And maybe some more of the European gods symbolism was like burned onto it. So it's kind of more superficial, whereas this is carved down into the horn. And they were saying something about that. Pyography, Althea says. Thank you very much. Pyography is what it's called. When you burn. Roy says, brother, I actually have a fairly good idea where you've been. Too bad that I didn't go, even though I was invited. Well, look at that, folks. It is a small world after all. We could have been in the exact same place. We're going to meet in no time for sure. So the great Roy Danton, ladies and gentlemen. Sloth says, I accept your apology. Thank you. That's fantastic. Thank you, brother. Let's see. Now, we didn't have horny hats on, and we didn't have one gentleman had a shirt that was probably made in the way that they were made perhaps long ago, and everybody else, I think, was in regular clothing. Oh gosh, I need to stay away from the ribaldry. It's so easy though. I almost went to another one. Nordic Iron says he almost said it. That's funny. Okay, let's see. We will stay away from the ribaldry. K-Max McDonald said something, asked me something to me earlier, but I can't find it now. I apologize, brother. It has zipped on by. It's gone. And something else that I was trying to answer for somebody. And now so we've made it up to 132. That's exciting. And I thank you all. Let's continue to kick ass and take names there. Wayne Weedy Weeky. All right. Let's move on to the next thing. But it was a splendid time, and I will continue going where there are legitimate white positive, or what we are the white positive ones. We are the white positive sphere in service to white well-being. But where there are groups of people who care about our people, like this Asatru sphere, and they're legitimate and they invite me, I will happily, when and where I can, appear and celebrate with them. And it was wherever I go, I've been in this so long that I always find people that they say, oh my God, you were at that event? Oh my, you know that guy? And so we had some of that, and that's always fun. But let's jump into the financial gifts and simultaneously these testimonials so we can get to your calls before we wrap it up tonight, and I can get back to work on iteration 2 and making the world a bit safer for that cute little baby. That's where that baby was. And there was another little boy, and cute as can be. And there were some animals, some dogs, and it was great. It was a wonderful time. And so doing what we can for those little babies who were there, and all the babies that are yet to be, and all of our most vulnerable, the old, the sick, and really, quite honestly, white males. That is who the federal government of the United States is targeting. So let's just be serious. They say in these bills, and we'll be talking more, you won't even believe the bills that are coming forward. I couldn't possibly share them all with you in one night. And we want to thank, this time for the bills, we want to thank Brian. And a big thank you, if we could get a round of applause for all of the deep research that he has done to supply us with the bills that we have, and we'll be sharing with you over the next couple of weeks, that say essentially in so many ways, the good people in America are the non-whites and the females. Okay? So white males, they're going to be talented, they're going to be handsome white males, and who are intelligent and who are not going to be able to get a job. And they are victims. Don't think that they're going to be ugly white guys that are even smarter and more talented, and they're not going to be able to get a job. And their women are going to hate them, and the girls that could be dating them won't date them. because they're evil white males, and society has focused their laser beams on them. Make sure that you are aware of what mental state they're in. I saw a video just yesterday, I think, of a young white man. I don't know, what is he, 17, 18 or something? He's saying that his friends are non-white, and they told him that they don't like him because he's white. How close is this kid going to be to committing the ultimate act of white flight? Let's be aware of these people. Let's come to their aid. Let's let them know that there's a practice that will improve them, that they can love themselves, that they can tap into true potential of who and what they are. We're there for them. Peter, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Some of these testimonials are going to grab you, as they always do. They always grab me, and I can't get to even a fraction of them. This is a real shame. Peter writes, "Hi, Jason. I want to congratulate you with No White Guilt and Going Free. I have spent 40 years in the struggle for white well-being in South Africa. Tried everything but the mean pathogens and psychological terror of the anti-white media has been such that nothing worked. Due to this background, I really think you may have a winning recipe here. We in South Africa have," let me just say that again. Very brief commentary. This gentleman is in South Africa, Peter. He has been advocating for our people in South Africa with next to no success for 4 decades. He's been using other ideologies. He's been using other vehicles. He's been using other locutions. They have all failed. He says it's because of what we refer to in Going Free as the meme pathogens. And then he says here, in his estimation of 4 decades of service to our people in a country that has been made worse than hell itself, he says, I really think you may have a winning recipe here. He's talking about Going Free. We in South Africa have, in the meantime, become the canary in the coal mine. If you want to know what life will be like in a non-Western, non-white America, look no further than our lot. Our people are currently experiencing a full-blown G word. I'm not going to say it for the AI. While the world remains silent. A full-blown G while the world remains silent. Because, as you aptly said, white lives really don't matter. In any case, I might be interested in translating your book, Going Free, into my language, Afrikaans, and would like to know if you would support that. I look forward to hearing from you. Everything of the best with your struggle for white well-being. Well, God bless you, Peter. I'm going to tell you what. We're working on, you could feel the pain in his words, can't you? What has he witnessed? How many people, how many families has he witnessed butchered by anti-white monsters from hell? Who are robberies gone wrong? How many times has he witnessed that? How many lives lost? How many people has he tried to get to with failed locutions, with failed vehicles? This is not his fault. This man is putting all of his effort into it. He's been trying to make it happen for 4 decades. It's not his fault that people who do this as their passion, as their living, didn't come through for him. That's what happened. They didn't come through for him. They didn't come through for our brothers and sisters in South Africa. But now he says to the world, with all of that experience that I've had in the country of South Africa, now remember, we talk all the time about how Going Free is applicable all across the West. And how many testimonials from South Africa to Sweden to Australia, the US and Canada, it works everywhere. This guy is saying after 40 years, he can now see how those other methods were failing. It's because of these mean pathogens that they never took into consideration. And now he's offering up his services to translate. Well, Peter, I will reach back out to you and in email. Thank you very much for this offer. We're working on the iteration 2 of second edition. So maybe the translation into Afrikaans of the second iteration of this book, that will do that, or maybe wait till the 3rd edition later this year, and that might be better, because then that will be a little bit more of a stable for platform, if you will, a stable book for a little bit longer. So we'll talk, though, and God bless you down there, brother. And you're absolutely right. Canary in the coal mine is a total understatement. These are real lives. These are real men and women and children butchered ritualistically, tortured to death. And what do we have here in the United States? The United States government, the United States of America, declaring war on white people who aren't white and anti-white enough, in the words of the anti-white narrative, calling them white supremacists, calling them the anti-white slur racist, and all of these other anti-white slurs. Do you now see why I say the South Africanization of the United States is going to go much faster than the South Africanization of South Africa? This is why we have to work like the devil is at our back, because much worse is at our back. Alex, who's with us tonight, writes, "Hey, Jason, a little 3-year-old white girl named Victoria Smith was brutally beaten to death by her anti-white foster family the other day. Maybe you could do a video to help get the word out about this horrific murder. Love you, bro. Keep up the great work." Well, I will, if time permits. I absolutely would love. This is this little white girl, and of course the media, anti-white media. This doesn't fit the anti-white narrative. Remember, use incidents like these, and then you use the thought chains that we provide with Going Free to talk about these things with the people around you. This is how you make a difference in the world. Okay? So you say, hey, did you hear about Victoria Smith? She had these anti-white parents. Don't bother to mention that they were also non-white and anti-white. Just call them anti-white. They can go look it up for themselves. What matters is that they're anti-white, not that they're non-white. What if they were non-white and loved her to pieces? That's happened. So just mention that they're anti-white, just like Alex did here. So say, hey, you know what? And you know why you didn't hear about it? And then you go in using our lexicon and our dialectics. You set up all of by using it, you set up the premises that ineluctably leads the person, your interlocutor, down a path that is in our story and will enable them to also go free. Naderific adds to this another horrible event about a woman he mentioned under Alex's comment, a woman in West Virginia. It's a white woman who killed. Did she kill herself? Maybe killed herself, but killed her children by burning her house down. And he says, our people are sick and we need to reach them. And part of how we reach them is showing them the rampant anti-whiteism, like in the story you are talking about Alex's story. Precisely. These are people, if you were to take an individual, I mean, just think about this. You take somebody and it's gaslighting, and you tell them that the world is the antithesis of the way that it actually is, and you force them to pretend that it is opposite than the way it actually is. People will go crazy. It is only by the grace of God and the good sown into the biospirit of our people that we have not gone nuts and burnt all of our civilizations to the ground. Because I guarantee you, other races of man would not be as patient. Heil Odensire, who is here tonight, says, Jason is one of the most important speakers of our time, and I really wish more people could hear him. I am doing my best to spread his videos to everyone I know. Well, that is a real blessing, and thank you so much, Heil Odensire. That is really beautiful. Thank you. I can only get on here and talk to you all for 10 hours. I can't clip it all out. I can't write and clip and do everything else. So we need to all chime in like we did here today, and we had a big victory, and we need to grow that victory. We need to extend that lead over top of this guy. I'll provide the link one more time in case you didn't get it. If you found my review useful, then please have you and your friends click that you found my review useful, and then that will extend our lead over top of the other most useful bad review or negative review, and then we'll ensure that we stay up at the top right under the actual title of this book and right beside the best review, the highest voted best review. So let's keep that going. Bonnie Blue Lass, a brilliant woman, ladies and gentlemen, with a lovely name, writes, "Good Lord, I laughed so hard at Jason's description." Oh, that's right, of the antique shop. I remember and grabbing this and including it now because it just made me laugh when I remembered talking about it. Do you remember me talking about this? Like the little old lady toddlers out, and the really edgy guys, the edge lords, the shit lords. They're going to be the bad guy in the anti-white narrative. They say, "Excuse me, ma'am, can you show me to the antiques of a certain era where everything is black and white?" Clown Pill writes here, "After every rant, I want to say amen, and I'm not even religious. Keep preaching, brother. Greetings from the Netherlands." Well, big, hearty greetings back from the once great state of Virginia, and hopefully a great state again in years to come. Back to your comments really quickly, and we'll go back and forth like this before we will take calls coming up soon here, ladies and gentlemen. I know I've forgotten something, but maybe it'll jump out at me as we move forward. Looks like we had here Sound Killer was with us with a financial gift of $25. Thank you, dear brother, and great to see you again. He writes, "Good evening, Jason. Thank you for all that you do. You are a champion of our people." Well, you're most welcome. I really appreciate that, and I deeply appreciate you. Feel the same way about you and your service to white well-being. Lady 5G, with somehow it looks like no avatar, writes with $5. Thank you so very much, Lady 5G. Much love, respect, and adulation. I can't wait to get my second copy of Going Free. The first vanished from my house somehow. Thanks for all you have done and continue to do. The first one vanished from your house? Well, I'm happy you're getting another copy to use, to read, to practice, and I hope that it vanished with someone who will practice Going Free as well. So thank you so very much. $5 financial gift from Lady 5G. Alt Rock Lover is with us, ladies and gentlemen, and came in here with a $5 bill held up high over his head, writing, "Interestingly, PR is whiter than the mainland at 65.9% white and 11.6% black." So he says, interestingly, PR is whiter than the mainland at 65.9% white, or 65.9% white and 11.6% black. Thank you very much for that, brother. And for those $5 in service to white well-being. And the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Tall Kevin, who never needs help at the highest of shelves. $5 as well. Thank you, brother. Says, "I'm a veteran with service-related injuries. Is Going Free compatible with the use of medical marijuana and kratom?" That's a great question, and thank you for asking that, Tall Kevin. It's not for personal enjoyment to get high. It's for mental trauma from being deployed to Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. 8 years of my life gone for the U.S. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that, brother. It is absolutely compatible with any substance that you need to function at optimal level. So when it comes to an adult, obviously we take a little bit of a different view for children than adults. Our bodies are our temple. We want to be as clean as we can be. We want to be as healthy as we can be. But sometimes we have injuries. Sometimes we have inadequacies from genetics. Just we have so many of us have, we know that the Western kind has suffered greatly from the two horrific wars, the two great brother wars, and many other wars of fighting each other. And we lost a lot of good genetic material, and many of us are suffering the consequences of that loss. And so if it requires either a pharmaceutical to function, to be the highest functioning capacity that you can be, then going free, perfectly compatible. If it's something like medical marijuana or kratom, absolutely is compatible with going free. Whatever it takes legally to be at your best. So we're not talking here about, with any of these drugs, ruining yourself or sitting, with painkillers on the couch for 23 of 24 hours every day or something of this nature. But if you need painkillers in order to get through the day, for example, instead, you say if I don't take the painkillers, then I can't do anything. I'm in such pain, I just can't do anything. But if I do take the painkiller, then in whatever form it takes, whatever works for you, if you do take the painkiller, then you can function, you can maintain your life, your base, your ability to pay your bills and that sort of thing, and your service to white well-being. If you can do those things, then do it. Absolutely do it. Without question. This is not in service to white well-being. We acknowledge that we all have broken parts of us. We all have histories. We're all coming back from somewhere, and we're all striving for what we all recognize as the optimal scenario, where the ideal of what that is. And we're all going to fall short in some way. But whatever we can do to get to the best that we can be, then more power to you. Absolutely. That's a great question, Kevin. Thank you for having the courage to ask it too. Because I can imagine, that many people wouldn't even have the courage to ask that. I will say this, though, about Washington, D.C. It is now the stinkinest city. We're just going to make that guy in that straitjacket really go nuts. That there is. When we were there on Patriots Day, it seemed like the entire time. That's an exaggeration. Numerous times that Patrick and I were just walking along, we looked at each other and we're just like, we are absolutely ensconced in the nastiest smelling marijuana that you can imagine. It was god awful. And in DC now they got all those shops, and and so people who they partake, and maybe these people are using in moderation, and so it's not ruining their lives. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for them. I don't know. So they're using in moderation or whatever it is. But you also, I think you're going to be using something that is so objectionable and it just so loud in its aroma. Then you should try to be considerate of the people who don't want to partake in that stench. And so even if you're outside, if you're upwind of them, maybe move downwind so you're not blowing this in their face the entire time. Try to be respectful of each other. It is the pristine thing to do. Now, we talked about Mrs. Jess Horst earlier, and Joseph, $50 as well for Henrik and Lon. Thank you so very much. And look at this. Mrs. Jess Horst, another $50 US. another $50. So that's $100 from Mrs. Jess Horse, specifically earmarking that sum for Henrik and Lana. Thank you so much, dear sister, and your service to white well-being with your family and inoculating your kids against anti-whiteism. It is pristine. We'll use that word again. Very well done. Thank you. K. Max McDonald is over here as well in the financial widget with $5. And he writes, Jason, I was asking earlier if Mighty White Soap Company gives you some money for the soap we buy if we use you as a promo code or tell them you're the reason we are buying their soap. No, they don't. I don't know them. I was on a show once, maybe 2 years ago, and one of the guys, before we went live, was talking about his wife doing something Mighty White Soap, and then I was like, "You're them?" And he was like, "Well, I'm not, but my wife is," or whatever. And so that's all. We didn't get to talk. I didn't get to know the guy. I don't get to talk to him anymore. But if they are in service to our people in a way that comports with our morality, I want them to have a remuneration. I want them to do well. And I absolutely don't ask anything from them for that promotion. But thank you very much for asking about that. I'm the exact same way with Tony Vermont. I haven't taken a penny for my promotion and participation of everything that we've done with the white people's press. I want Tony to do well. I want him to want to do more. And so, yeah, please, when you have to buy gifts, where you can, make it these groups of people. And we have other ones, I believe, on the afterparty.tv. Jared and I even have a list up. He's put a list up of some companies where you can find gifts. Never buy the garbage. Order early, because a regular, maybe a husband, maybe a wife, maybe a single, maybe the husband and wife together. Regular folks are going to be making the order happen. It's not going to be wage slaves that do like this, and then the next day it's at your door. So you got a birthday coming up, you got birthdays, you got Mother's, you got Day, you got the Father's Day, you got all these different days. Order early, and you'll have your things, and then you can be happy that you've put your money into the bellies, into the medicine, into the whatever, the car payments, the house payments of people who care about our folks. Thank you for that, K-Max. And I want everybody to do well. Your financial gifts that come here to Service for White Wellbeing are not even for me to use on myself. They're just for the OE, the work that we're doing to spread going free and white well-being to as many people as possible. So but thank you very much. And it gives us an opportunity to talk about them yet again. Jump over to this, and then I'll jump over to the question widget, and I'll swivel around, and we'll take a look at the other monitors and what you all are writing there. Ruination Media. This is Lovely Porch, ladies and gentlemen. He writes here, this is brilliant. Pause right now, whatever you're doing. Even hold your breath if you can listen more closely. I think there are two tactics, writes Porridge, being used in our spheres. Number one, promote a message with the highest chance of being embraced, and do so in the most palatable way. Number two, promote a message with the least chance of being embraced, and do so in the least palatable way. Option one is to go free. White people option one is for white people to go free of their white guilt, and then show them the reality of anti-whiteism. The message is promoted by respectful, clean, and caring advocates of white well-being. Option two is to convince people that the most evil man to ever exist in any universe did nothing wrong. The message is promoted by obnoxious, fat, foul mouths who get a kick out of shocking people. Alternatively, ramble about abstract philosophies and political theories that are of no interest or relevance to the common man. The most ridiculous thing about option two is that there is no chance of speaking about these things unless white guilt has already been deconstructed. If it hasn't, the only people they will win over will be people who are attracted to villainy. And that is exactly what we see. People who are already ostracized from society finding company with other outcasts and reveling in their villainy. Western people want to be moral, kind, fair, and righteous. Option 1 tells them they can use those virtues for white well-being. Option 2 tells them those virtues make us weak, and we have to get tough and nasty if we want to survive. To me, option 2 looks less like a failed strategy and more like a strategy to fail. Or in one word, writes Porridge, sabotage. So I thought that was absolutely brilliantly written, especially the part about whatever you think about the particular individual, whatever you think you know about him or history you've done. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But the rest of the world believes that is the most evil person to ever live, as Porridge puts here, to ever live in any universe. And you have to convince them that he did nothing wrong. That is asinine. Get real. Beautifully written. Ruth Rose writes here, this lit a fire under me. I'm going to be directing as many people as possible to white well-being and our community. Well, God bless you, Ruth. Another magnificent lady joining the ranks of those in service to white well-being. Why? Because this is what's going to work. This is what's going to succeed. And I'll jump over here to the question widget and we'll mix it back and forth. We'll see if I can do that. I'll be like a chef at, what is it, Cordon Bleu? I'm mixing things at the same time. I'm definitely going to screw that up. Sloth says, article said that Twitter is giving the DMs, all the DMs to the government from everyone who attended the 6th protests. Well, they're going to find out how absolutely remarkably boring I am. I really... Can you see my FBI agent? He's going to be saying, let me read that other guy. I'm tired of this guy. How monstrous that is, of course. Of course, big tech and these anti-whites, of course, they are in cahoots. Naturally. What a disgrace, how despicable it is. Abridgment of privacy. So many things. We could go on and on, but we're running out of time. Lord Hendrickson, I'm tired of people who claim to be friends of our sphere, ignoring or belittling our vernacular. What is the rebuttal to this time for nuance nonsense? I don't know what you're talking about. Let me have a quick look. Okay, so a person on YouTube says, Yiz, our great champion, writes, I recommend we stop using the left versus right language. I think that's a false narrative that, she writes, globalist overlords want to use. Maybe say anti-whites. Progressives or globalist pawns, shills instead. I don't have all the answers, just tossing out ideas. So she's brilliantly approaching somebody who is, sounds like, I don't see the conversation ahead of that, but she's brilliantly approaching someone who is nowhere close to where we are, and she's pacing and then leading. Brilliantly done by Yiz. And then another person jumps in response to Yiz, writing this. Right now is not the time for nuance. We have to use general times like we have to use general times like white and black and right and left. Maybe he meant terms because they do work generally, and most people understand what you mean when you use them. We'll get to more defined terms as time goes on. Well, I think what's happening here, and it seems like there's a bit of a misunderstanding. And just for the clarity, this is racial consciousness who is responding to Yiz, the eunuch. So I think he is responding to Yiz pacing and leading without realizing that Yiz is pacing and leading the person that she's responding to. So I don't know that his response would be the same if he knew what she was trying to do. But it sounds like he's endorsing, he's saying we have to use general, he says times here, but I'm sure he meant terms like white and black, right and left, because they do work generally. I'm curious if he would object to the use of anti-whites, calling them anti-white. That would seem strange that he would. So I don't know exactly. But what he says right now is not the time for nuance. That as well. I mean, he's responding to what he thinks is her own groping, which is actually her pacing and leading brilliantly. So if he knew that, then his response might be completely different. Maybe he wouldn't even respond at all. But as far as using right and left, do not right and left. My recommendation, racial consciousness recommends that you use right and left. My recommendation is that right and left is inside of the anti-white narrative. And as long as you stay in their narrative, you cannot win. And we have demonstrated that many times. You just simply cannot win. So it's a false paradigm. And look what's happened as a consequence. When you have an incorrect understanding of your reality, then you come to what are incorrect prescriptions of how to remedy the challenges, the actual challenges. So there are people out there, I'm not going to say who they are, many actually, who have the idea that you could go to white people who are leftists. There are no leftists. There are just anti-whites, neutral, and white positives. You could go to these leftists and convince them to be white positive, or they wouldn't call it that. That's our sphere, but they would call them, I don't know, nationalist or whatever. But what has just happened? What have we seen out of these people that they consider on the left? What have we seen them saying in the days after this rigor mortis has been elected? They're saying, we don't want this white man. This isn't just the most radical elements of the left who are white, but there are elements that are not in balaclavas and that are also consider themselves leftists. So if you are in their narrative, on their artificial paradigm, you simply cannot win. So we don't talk about right and left. When you talk about right and left, there are unspoken premises that the anti-white authors have written that you cannot win in using in the defense of our people, in the service of white well-being. You cannot win, period. So that's my position. You can continue to try to win. I mean, how well have we done in their story? That's all I ask you. How well have we done? If you would like to have the successes we're having going free, then maybe you try our way for a while. You don't like that, you can go back to the other way and stick with that. Whatever, it's up to you. I don't care. But we haven't done very well as far as I measure in being inside of their narrative. Thank you. He also writes, there's been a rise in attacks against our people. Have anti-whites been emboldened by Biden? And says a poor 15-year-old boy is in a coma right now. My God, it's just, yes, of course. They've been given carte blanche or license, the freedom to do whatever they want to white people. This is the black market army that the anti-whites have, that exists and that they are allowing to run amok. And as a consequence, yes, indeed, they are emboldened to do all of the harm they can to us, which is all the more reason to not go forward with a lot of these old strategies. Instead, Go to white people, go to your brothers and sisters out there, the vagues, and bring them over to going free. Now is the time to be making this happen, because they're going to be witnessing this too. You go out and you have a march somewhere, and I don't know, you say that this was not real, or that wasn't real, and maybe the state needs to secede, and you all can be out there with your babies in strollers, and this anti-white United States of America is seriously going to label you in law a domestic terrorist, and you'll go to jail forever. They'll take your children away, you'll go to jail forever. So is this what you want? You think you're going to go to a meeting somewhere where you're playing the villain to one degree or another, whatever it might be, playing the villain in their story to one degree or another. You think you're going to go and you're going to keep it secret? Nobody's going to know. Oh, they're listening to everything that you're doing and talking about. And if you are playing the villain in any way, shape, or form, remember what I told you all earlier. They need to make the army that doesn't actually exist, that's attempting to take over the United States, to justify the declaring war on white people who aren't white enough, anti-white enough. So they are going to be hunting you down. Do not do it. We need to be going free. This is the safest thing that you can be doing, and the most effective thing. Now, more power to the other groups, more power to everybody who ignores me, more power to everybody who's better than me, more power to everybody who, whatever, more power to them. I hope they don't go to jail for the rest of their life. Their families don't have to live with their bad decisions. Blufer writes over here, why is it that Russian news tend to be more frank and upfront about taboo subjects in the West? Because it's in Russia. Know this is a big mistake, and I really chuckled back, I have over the years, where these individuals who are very intelligent and very well educated, and they can speak with supreme delicacy and really convince you of their absolute worth to folks. They talk about geopolitics, and they talk about geopolitics. And the Alamo is on fire. Bullets are coming at us from every direction. And they're like, let's talk geopolitics. But I mean, yeah, different things for different. At least I guess they're talking about geopolitics rather than filming a porno movie, I guess. I don't know. But whatever it is, talking about geopolitics, and then the evidence that they use, right? Because nothing can be believed in the West, but somehow magically the media in other countries is somehow giving the clear picture. Everything that a country's media produces is sanitized, is molded, is worked to keep those who are in charge of that country in charge of that country. So they will say, they will fabricate, they will conceal, they will whatever it is. So all you're getting from these other countries is whatever news works best for the oligarchs who are actually behind the scenes, who are actually running, maybe they're up front, I don't know, running the show. And now maybe, Blufer, that means that in some cases they're going to tell the truth about America or the UK, the rest of the West, whatever it is. But other times they're going to tell their populations whatever they want their populations to believe, that perpetuates the rule by their oligarchs. Make sense? So these very refined, overly delicate individuals who for some time convinced people that their discussions of geopolitics were somehow valuable, and all of their evidence came from the media centers of other countries, was extraordinarily flawed in every way, shape, and form. And so don't go back. If anybody was a participant or partook in those conversations, never do that again. Really, never do that again. You want to talk geopolitics, it'll be more entertaining to pretend that the book Dune is actually a real universe somewhere, and to discuss what could potentially be taking place there. That would be at least more entertaining. They're both as fictional, and they're both as worthless to what we have to do in the here and now. That's a great question, though, because there are going to be a lot of people who, and there are a lot of folks who think that, well, the media in the West is all lies, and the media outside in other countries is less lies or fewer lies, and or maybe all truth even. I don't know. But that's a great question. Thank you, brother. And sometimes they will be telling the truth about the West, because it will benefit their oligarchs to tell the truth. So let's jump back down to this, and we're going to keep rolling so we can get these calls in. Stephen says, dude, I can't believe you pulled a 9-hour stream. You are the real deal, and your energy and passion has motivated me. I ordered a copy of Go Free last night. Well, God bless you, brother. Brother Stephen, brand new hero to white well-being, and we expect you and anticipate that you will do great things in service for our people. Well done. Promethean hails. Gizmo Cat, and we love Gizmo Cat, writes here, I love Eastbound and Down. The harmonized guitar solo is a work of art. Well, since I'm not a musician, I don't exactly know what that means. I know that, I guess there were more than one guitar playing, and it's a great song, though, but it should be remade as Westbound and Down. That's my opinion. We have Evil Chars here. Let me get a drink. The coffee. Pants Monster says, goodness, this is the first time I've made it all 8 hours. Well, have we already done 8 hours? Don't tell me that. We're still rolling. We're still rolling strong. We're westbound and down. I'm not going to start singing out loud like it's nobody's business. We're this late at night. Grayman the Gray is relaying a question from D Live. Hands downs. When do you say someone is anti-white versus infected with MPs? Great question. These are the kind of questions we need to be having. Hey, Azimuth Clark is here. Great to see you, good brother. Nature Boy is here. Hello. Says that kratom is addictive. Be careful. So listen up, folks. I don't partake. I've never had it. In fact, I think I only heard of it for the first time last year. So be careful with anything, and always talk with your physicians. This question is a great question, kind of questions we need to be having asked and answered. When you say that someone is anti-white versus infected with MPs? Very easy. First off, everyone is infected with MPs. Everyone. And we're all most sick with them. White people, non-white people, everyone is infected with MPs. Now, when is a person anti-white? That's a bit of a gray area, because a person can be anti-white in an occasion, in an instant, in a statement, in an act, but not in their life an anti-white person. Does that make sense? So it's like you could get drunk. A person could get drunk one night but not be an alcoholic. So, or get drunk a couple times in life but not be an alcoholic. You know the difference. So a person who is a hardcore anti-white is diehard. They're living it. They live in their anti-whiteism. They just are thinking about it. They hate white people. They're talking about it. There are other anti-whites who are not active but passive anti-whites. So the moment you breach the subject with them, they are like piranha set alight with a drip of blood. They go at it. Suddenly it's like a chainsaw revved up. Then you have the others who are people who will just say something anti-white. And in those cases, remember, when you're trying to bring those people over, if somebody you care about, you can use the anti-white word, anti-whiteism, gently. You can ramp it up. use it and much more violently, if you will, or aggressively, I guess. With those folks, you can say something like, well, that position is really anti-white, or that thing you just said is pretty anti-white. Are you sure you mean that? Are you sure you really feel that way? I've used it the whole spectrum many different times, and successful every single time with the folks who are reachable. If you get somebody who billows back to you, no, I want to destroy Western kind, and you say, oh, thank you for letting me know that you are an anti-white monster. Have a nice day. And you go on to somebody you can reach. So great question. Thank you so much for that. Alex says, thank you for mentioning her. Yeah, we really do. We need to remember that poor little girl, that poor little white girl. Her picture is online, and let's use that story to help bring people over to Going Free. It would be a beautiful thing in her name and in her life to bring as many people as possible as you can to Going Free, would it not? Nancy Drew says the number is now up to 134. Keep that URL, folks, and let's magnify. Let's go up to 200. Let's see how far we can take it so that my review stays at the top with his best review. Machiavelli Sucks writes, Ari Funny Comedy or something on it. I don't know who that is. But is that you, or is that someone I should check out? And if so, why? Let me know. Anglo America, what do you think of the term Promethean pills instead of red pills? Ooh, I don't know about that. No, we just go free. It is, I mean, you could try it out and see what people think. But the red pills is really widely spread and has enough street credibility, if you will, that even older people who are not necessarily on the cutting edge of the changing colloquialisms, the vernacular, even they know what red pill means now. So we are not, in service to white well-being, we are not red pilling. And so that's something that we try to get away from. We are helping people to go free of anti-whiteism. And so, but let me know. Somebody soggy is here. Eke Lux is here. Great to see you, brother. The stars have shown up tonight. That's how Mark Collett says, my God, I get up at dawn and you've been going for 10 hours, mate. Anglo America says, I would love to see the OE help our brothers and sisters in South Africa. Brother, you have no idea how much I want to be able to do that as well. So your heart's in the right place, always working in the right direction. Oh, I see. Machiavelli Sucks says that is the woman who murdered that beautiful white little girl, that little white angel. Any one of us would have happily taken that little girl if that anti-white woman and husband had decided that they just couldn't tolerate her anymore. Sloth says, doing my taxes with no white guilt. Now that is a man of many talents. We have sauna-ing with no white guilt, doing my taxes with no white guilt. And what was the other one? Baking with no white guilt, and power outage with no white guilt over the course of the stream today. And the Founding Fathers writes, how do you feel about anti-whites wanting to change, get rid of Confederate names from bases, buildings, etc., and remove their statues? It's white erasure, and it's not just wanting it. They've already passed the funding to do it. It's all being white erased. So it absolutely breaks my heart. I would love to be able to become, I look back at, what was it, last week's stream? When the first part of the stream where I just absolutely lost it over what they're doing to, hey, Groundhog Fury. Talk about the stars coming out tonight. Groundhog Fury has shown up in the live chat. Hello to you, good brother. My gosh. All right, let's swivel back around this way. And if my mods, if I've missed anything, big thank you for the mods for being here the length of the time that I have kept you here. If you got to go, then please do. I really deeply appreciate all the time that you're giving. Evil Charles writes here at 4 hours and 11 minutes on another stream. It is horrid that these things happen and will continue to for the foreseeable future. I'd argue we call out these misfits that keep playing the villain, or those who meekly ignore going free and distract our race with all manners of hogwash. Perhaps it's worth noticing that man's earnings would have gone to his favorite meaningless entertainment. It would have been invested to you, Mr. Karna. It would have been invested to people that actually have made actions in service to white well-being. And that's, of course, what these entertainers don't want, because all they do it for is attention and money, writes Evil Charles. He goes on to write, at great cost, not only that Frenchman whom ended his life, but all others he can now not help. And after hearing this, I can't help but think, quote, I could have asked this guy if he'd ever been able to save my friend Athelwolf, close quote. Just looking at the ridiculous number, he'd barely have felt it, too, and could have done it in an hour. No. Instead, we have to spend every day going around multiple times asking for help, hoping we can get the money before the quite literal deadline he's facing. It may not seem overly sympathetic. However, I do feel for him. I can well imagine what dark place he must have been in before making that final call. I won't, however, blind myself from looking at what he was engaging with in his life before he actually made that final call. We'd better learn from that before others follow this same grim path. Who knows? We may actually get in people's way of going there and get people to stop wasting their time on all manner of distracting nonsense. We have confirmed proof over and over that we are doing that. Let the audiences of these entertaining fools run dry and go free already. Well, thank you very much, Evil Charge. Very passionate there about what could be done and what this person could have done had the Frenchman stayed alive and gone free. And even if he, of course, what Evil Charge is saying here, even if he didn't financially gift this work specifically, he could have invested elsewhere and could have continued to build his wealth. He could have been that millionaire that could have financed different activities for a great many years, or at least as many years as he could tolerate living with the pain that would come and go, the neurological pain that would come and go, and would have gone out of this world as a champion rather than in the state of absolute abject fear. Naderific writes, they are pushing against self-defense from multiple angles. I've noticed a huge uptick in the number of news headlines about shootings of all kinds. Congress is prepared with H.R. 127, even though they aren't even in session yet. Now, the NRA, that often fights these sorts of things with lawsuits, has filed bankruptcy. The anti-whites forced them into that situation, folks. Boy Scouts, NRA, they are probably putting the screws to anyone in government that they think might oppose 127. They'll try to ram it through. Yes, they will. Well written. Dave the Impaler writes here, one of the main reasons the quote, and then this is the term that many think is a slander. Some have told me that they think they wear this as a badge. Wignat, one of the main reasons Dave the Impaler writes, Wignat contingent are so useless to us, as they've demonstrated over and over this past year. They'd rather be stubborn villains instead of using what works. Low IQ, ego. They believe it doesn't matter since the anti-white enemies paint us all with the same brush anyway. But it does matter. Most all people will always want to feel like they're the good guys. They just need to be shown that we are the right side and not what they've been led to believe. No effective number of people in the modern world will ever ascribe to idiots with swastika flags and cartoon rhetoric ideologies that demonize their non-white friends and neighbors for their immutable characteristics. Very well written there. Good points, Dave the Impaler. Absolutely. And whenever they say, well, you might as well be a Nazi because they're just going to call you Nazi, just retort with, well, they're going to call you a pedophile. So TJ Z writes here, I and my family support and love our European brothers and sisters across the whole world. And we strongly oppose all that is anti-white and harmful to our country's culture, literature, art, faith, brothers and sisters themselves. God bless. And may peace, love, prosperity, and unity be with us. I thought that was a beautiful sentiment I wanted to share with you all. I will share this with you. Roy Danton, financially gifted $25 over here on Entropy. Thank you, dear brother. And he has added pie. Thank you. Thank you so much, Roy Danton. $25, and then sharing us the pie and how it does not ever terminate. Thank you, brother. Over here in the question widget, we have a bloofer with a link from RT. Oh, he's probably sharing a link, I guess, as a example of, I guess, Russian news. That's a little bit more frank about the West, or what's typically considered the Western countries. Of course, we consider Russian people to be Western kind. What the future might look like in 2021 if the controlling, and they're using here elites for your own good. I recommend using anti-white oligarchs for our own good. If quickly, and I'll take a look at this story later. Thank you very much for that, Bloofer. Words are important. A tree, even if you get together with a group of people and decide that the word tree is going to mean something else, it always still means tree to you. The word elite always means special, higher than, noble, etc. So referring to these people as elite puts you in a psychologically vulnerable, submissive state to them, that they are more intelligent, that they are more able, that they are in the position that they should be in. Call them oligarchs, anti-white oligarchs. A person might say, well, what's an oligarch? And it only takes 2 seconds to describe what that is or less. Call them anti-white oligarchs. You want to say anti-white for all of the benefits of the word anti-white. I recommend that. And please empower yourself with it. Lord Hendrickson, Keith Woods said, us, quote, racist liberals, close quote, are only mad because we as whites are no longer, quote, on the driver's seat of capitalism, close quote, and our movement needs to be based on a rejection of capitalism. Well, thank you for bringing that to my attention. I know a lot of people, he's got a wonderful accent, and he's a young man, so he's got these things that are going for him. And I would say that that position there, if that is you're quoting him accurately, I think I hear sirens. Maybe they're not coming for yours truly. That if you're quoting him accurately, and I believe you're making your best attempt at that, is simply wrong. He said that, I guess he's referring to, not himself when he says us. Lord Hendrickson is saying that those like us going free are he's referring to us as racist liberals. So you all know the problems there, the huge problems with that position, and in my opinion. And he says that we're only mad because we're not in the driver's seat of capitalism, and therefore the movement, where there is no movement, so he's speaking to the wind, in my opinion, needs to be based on a rejection of capitalism. Preposterous, in my opinion. Keith can do his own things. He's a smart guy, young guys. He's got a big audience, and more power to him. If you talk about a economic system, you are wasting your time. I don't know how wealthy Keith is. I don't know if he's in a position to actually pull the levers of society and therefore maybe talking about capitalism has some relevance. But the economic systems of the world are a total waste of time to discuss, in my opinion. And it is just merely something that people who are, and I always use like driving Hondas. There are wonderful Hondas. There's nothing wrong with a Honda. But you know what I mean? When I'm saying that, I mean, you're just a regular person. Why would you divide yourselves? Why would you sectarianize our meager efforts and time and resources over something that you have no control over whatsoever? No one is going to be able to agree on an economic system. And more importantly, in Western civilization, when you tell people to reject or, the United States, Canada, the UK, etc., they understand the vagues out there, our brothers and sisters. They understand the alternative to capitalism is communism. And maybe some of them will also throw in a vague understanding of socialism. And what do they understand by those words? They have a very simplistic understanding of those words, and what they see is Iron Curtain. They see mass graves. They see bread lines. They see horror. On and on. You might as well go ahead and try to convince them that that one guy that is in there, they've been convinced to believe is the most evil creature to ever live in any universe that has ever existed, did nothing wrong. You might as well go down that path. It is, in my opinion, foolhardy. So do not try to go to Keith Woods, though, and convince him of going free. If this is his honest opinion, and this is something maybe, if this is also something he said, perhaps this is something he said 5 years ago. I don't know. Or maybe he wasn't here 5 years ago. I don't think he was. But if it was something he said years ago rather than right now, perhaps he's already changed his view. If it was something he just said, then he obviously has a position that is at odds with what we're talking about and doing here. I've made my argument. If you want to go and listen to the arguments that he makes, and you want to use the locutions of the anti-whites inside of their anti-white narrative, and you want to sectarianize those who may be able to, those who may otherwise work together in service to white well-being, you want to sectarianize with them over what economic system should be employed when you only pull the lever of your gearbox in your Honda, then you can go ahead and do that because this is not the place for you. We need to be getting together and recapturing our destiny. This is a very silly thing. More importantly, and I'll just say what I say regularly, that the governance and economy of the future for Western civilization is going to be cyclical. Very bright people are going to figure out cyclical governance, cyclical economy, so that those things cycle and then don't fail as our people cycle. We're cyclical animals, and it is time to take that next step in our evolution to build and devise cyclical organization, cyclical economy that has the checks and balances in the economy as well as governance. It is possible to build, and I know that our very best will come forward. Maybe they are prancing around the rooms right now, and they will create those things. And so these sorts of conversations about these static things are just a colossal waste, in my opinion. Maybe he's got a better argument, and more power to him. Judicator writes here, how will you accomplish anything in a majority non-white country? Well, first of all, you have based your position in the fallacy that we're not already in a non-white country, and we haven't been for a long time, or a country that doesn't belong to us. You were not born in a country that was yours if you're white. So it doesn't matter where you are on planet Earth. None of these countries across the West have been in our hands since any of us have been alive. So we were born into countries that didn't represent us, that were at odds with us, that were declaring war on our people, that have been in every way, shape, and form as pernicious to our existence as they possibly can. And we have survived. And now, as things get worse, We have an ideology, a practice rather, that takes people from their poisoned state, infected with mean pathogens, these anti-white concepts, and treats those concepts, enabling them to come closer and closer to aligning with the archetype of Western kind, who and what we truly are without poisons, which makes them stronger, more intelligent, more spiritual. You remove the stressors, all things get better, even health. You remove those things stressing you, and nothing could stress you out more than believing that you were part of an evil people. Deep down, you believe it. Don't tell me consciously, I don't believe that you were taught it when you were a baby. You cannot think otherwise. And you are never going to heal unless you accept the reality of that. If in that room there were special people and you weren't in the special group, guess what you concluded? So it's time to own up to the reality of what we've been infected with, and then to move out in the world. We do this as quickly as possible. And there are going to be a lot of things, Adjudicator, that are going to be changing. We talked about this earlier in the stream. Perhaps you can rewind and look for where we're talking about societal contexts and how these shifts occur, presenting opportunities and challenges, and how we can make use of our growing strength, connectivity, creativity, etc., to advance by our own will, by our own volition, by our own initiative toward the recapture of that destiny, first within ourselves and then in our families, in our communities, and more and more. That's how we will accomplish anything in a majority non-white country. Now, what does the future hold for any particular country that is Western on planet Earth? Who knows? But we are absolutely going to recapture our destiny. And will that mean that things on maps look different in the future? Maybe, maybe not. What does it really matter? What matters is that we recapture our destiny, and that we do it in as broad, realistic, and as attainable way as it can for our people, for the generations yet to come. So what you're looking for, Adjudicator, essentially, with a question like that, again, is this very reductionist view of, I want some stereo instructions, A to B to C to D. And I'm not saying that is your mindset. That is the mindset of this type of question, where this comes from. And you're saying, well, the instructions are covered in oil and I can't read half of them or more. So how do you expect to do anything? I can't put the stereo together. That's not how this is going to work. Rewind to earlier in the conversation, and I go into a bit greater depth there. But thank you very much for the question. Back here we have Clark Family Orchards writes, quote, "What the shit? This thing is recording. How do I stop it?" Close quote. Laughed a lot at that end part. Had to go to D Live to listen. Well, I'm glad I laughed when I read that. Because that was my response when I saw that I was accidentally recording myself. If you want to hear me singing like nobody's business in my kitchen, all alone, and pepping myself up to some bluegrass music, and then shamelessly sharing it with you all, so that you all can see, the world can see that we are ordinary folks, and we even sing in our kitchen like fools, then you can head on over to my BitChute, listen to that. It is a short video. Thank you, Clark Family Orchards. Reptile, the great Reptile, writes here, all those who rejected or refused to go free are about to show their true colors. In their arrogance, they have foolishly embraced the role of villain within the anti-white narrative. They've adopted the script, worn the costumes, and played their role. And by doing so, they've not only legitimized every anti-white pretext, but they've placed a target squarely upon themselves and all of our people. When they are indeed targeted, and they will be, they will desperately attempt to save themselves, and only themselves. They will denounce, rebuke, and disavow everyone they've drugged down with them. They will lie, slander, and defame every single decent person in service to white well-being, all to save their own ass. These wretches will undoubtedly attempt to Heimbach their way to safety. And like rats from a sinking ship, they will bite and claw at the backs of everyone else. Not one of them will have the fortitude to fall upon their metaphorical sword they so foolishly raised. God bless each and every one of you who have decided to go free. It's your efforts, your kindness, your intelligence, and your foresight that is of genuine service to our people. You are the white positive sphere, and you are the heroes to be remembered. I tell you what, Reptile can write. Reptile is a bright guy, and thank God he's going free with us. Thank you so much, good brother. This is La Lerona. La Lerona writes, I never thought I would say this, but I'm starting to feel, quote, uncomfortable just saying the word white. Now listen closely to this, because I remember taking this one down. Jesse, no offense, says, I think you should sing more. When I first looked at that, I thought it said slang more. I was like, slang? But well, I mean, nobody wants to hear that. But Lark Ascending says, still going strong. This is way beyond Promethean streaming. No white guilt. Thanks a million. Well, thank you for writing that. I appreciate it. Dan writes, you sing just fine, brother. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. We always pick up the people when they're doing something that they're not greatly talented at or whatever. We say, come on, hit them on the back. You did fine. So I appreciate it. But we will keep going. I don't mind making a fool of myself. I'm never take, there are times for absolute seriousness, and then times for not being taking yourself too seriously. So I'm fine with that. Lala Rona, now listen to this, because I'm going to have something to say about this. I never thought I would say this, but I'm starting to feel uncomfortable just saying the word white. The anti-white propaganda is so strong that white is a loaded word and more than just a color. What is happening to me? In an inner dialogue, of course, is that when I say white, I hear a voice inside my head say racist. And this is happening to a seasoned going free member. Imagine what our precious white children are going through under the anti-white school curriculum. God bless you for writing this message, Lala Rona, and it is so meaningful. What you are experiencing is not a falling backwards, but it is a breaking through. This is a breakthrough that you are experiencing. This is the trigger inside of your, or the mean pathogen that you've been triggering. Oh, and you all need to hear this. The mean pathogen that just even saying the word white, meaning Western kind, is evil, is the anti-white slur racist, is the anti-white slur white supremacist. This is the evidence that you have been infected with anti-whiteism. And when this feeling becomes strong again inside of you, it is because you are making a breakthrough. You're not going backwards, you're actually going forward. It is a sign that you are getting stronger, in fact. So continue to go. The fact that you can feel this now is a great sign that you are recovering, that you are building the trigger that will undermine the meme pathogen that is triggered by your thoughts you're pointing out here and by external forces. This is brilliant, and thank you. And then you make the sympathetic and empathetic point here, the caring and heartfelt loving point about just imagine what our children, what white babies are going through of all ages, what white children of all ages are going through in this anti-white environment. You can't even think of the name of our people without thinking that it's evil. Talk about the evidence of the desire to white erase us from existence. Who but someone so evil, but people so evil that they would want to erase biologically and physically and spiritually erase a people from existence? Who but that people would plant in your mind that even the name of your own kind makes you feel that you are evil for thinking it? This is the kind of testimonial that you can take to everyone you know and help them to go free. And remember, when you too reach this point and you feel that sudden pushback inside of you, that it's a breakthrough point. Thank you so much for that message. Final Blossom, the great Final Blossom, talking about him earlier in the night, writes here, the Go Free flyer can be found on my social media, YouTube, BitChute, and Twitter. The Go Free flyer that we were talking about earlier, we shared with you earlier, can be found on his YouTube, on his BitChute, on his Twitter, etc. Everywhere you can find him on his social media. I don't know how many more are we going to be able to get through the time. I don't know where we are exactly. Let's see. Roy Danton, another $10 financial gift. I've got to swivel around here. We might have to save some of these folks. We've had a sterling night, but we always have so many testimonials of wonderful people. And what is this one? Oh, we got another magnificent. Got to read that one. And wow, amazing how many. We have so many great ones. Just going to have to save some of these pages and pages. People talking. We'll get to them. Roy Danton, $10 financial gift. Brother, I hope you liked pie. It means that nothing has changed and that our struggle for going free will continue until we have recaptured our destiny. The bad guys did not win this week. Amen to that, brother. Very, very well stated. That's beautiful. Thank you for that. Roy Danton. He is a real champion, folks. $10 financial gift. Lord Hendrickson, let's see. When's the polygraph test to prove it's this year that you're not a linguist and you don't have any formal education in English literature and European lore. That was the other thing, is going to be this year. We plan to get that done this year. And it's going to be fantastic because we're going to ask me a bunch of questions that the anti-whites, they're certain we just feel this way, just hiding it. Richard Wagner is on here and he writes, I keep hearing people mention Waco. As a non-American, I am not too familiar with this, but the media seems very biased about it. Would you mind giving me a brief explanation? Brief explanation of Waco was that there was a group of people. It was a Christian sect. The guy in charge was maybe not necessarily the sanest or level-headed. Supposedly, he claimed to be the reincarnation of Christ. There were the people who attended this. It was a church. It was not a compound. And they of course had the right to self-defense. So they had firearms. And you know what? As I get to that point, I'm just going to say that I'm thinking now about AI listening in, and we've got to be careful about that. So maybe we could talk about that elsewhere, and we will. We don't want to draw the attention. Everything that the anti-white oligarchs, the regime, the media, everything that they said about Waco is true. And that's all that we'll say about Waco. And we'll have a conversation some other time, brother. But they were American citizens who, we'll just say, ended up inadvertently dying when their church caught fire, and there was the military, or not the military. They were the BATF and FBI, I think, had their tanks and things like this, and it surrounded, and it was gruesome. All of these, some of them survived, some of them ran out, but very few. The rest of them, and many children of this church, perished in the flames. Jonash is with us. Hello, brother. Would you ever consider leaving the U.S.? If yes, under what circumstance? You asked me this, brother. Were you not around last time? If you had to choose a non-white country to move to, which, for the love of God, no, that would not happen. I am standing with my people to the very end. And if strategic relocation is required, that could potentially may or may not take me outside of the U.S., as I was saying earlier in the show, then that I might do that in order to continue advocating for white well-being. And I will now finally swivel around, touch metal, and try to figure out exactly how long. I think we're actually closing on the 10-hour mark. So let me swivel around here and take a look at who do we have? Who do we have? All right. Brad C., who's with us in the live chat, financially gifts $20, a great champ. And he's always here. He's always making it happen for white well-being. And we love him for $20. And he says, for the future of Western kind. Well, God bless you, brother. And I salute you for that. And we also have the great Sloths, who just can't do it. This guy's is epic. There's superheroes in this world, and you're not going to find them in comic books or in comic book movies. You can find them right here in service to white well-being. Financially gifting $10. And he says, in the name of Naderific, $10. A big salute from Sloths to Naderific. Financially gifting white well-being $10 in his name. Well, that's magnificently done, brother. Splendid. Thank you very much for that. I think we're blank there now. You know what I'm going to have to do, though, is we're going to have to take a brief. We'll take a poetry interlude, and then we will come right back, and then we will, I think, read one more of these, and then take a couple calls, a couple pithy calls, because I think we are closing on 10 hours based on where I started the stream, and I think we're not going to do 12 hours, not tonight. Ian says, did you get my question on the question widget? Maybe I should get it before I go so I don't miss it. Then, so let's take a quick look, and let's see. Ian. There you are. Are there parts of the lexicon and dialectic that you have dropped over the years? For example, are we still supposed to call white privilege a conspiracy theory? Are there parts about the lexicon and dialectics that we've dropped over the years? Without question, depending on where you first came into contact with me and the working through the lexicon, exposing it, subjecting it to the scientific method, there were MCs that we tried, and there were interpretations of meme pathogens and different things that we tried for a while, found that did not work, and then dumped. So without question, it's a lot like Edison and all of his inventions and all of the other inventors. And I know that there are some people who have favorite here and favorite there, Tesla and the rest. They're both magnificent. They're both in my bloodstream, just like they're in all of yours, in our biospirits. They're both heroes. They're both geniuses. And you make tons of mistakes. This is how we get from, in the Aristotelian fashion, in the Baconian fashion, we get from where we want to be to where we are to where we want to be. And that's a great question. And thank you. Now, things that are really long-standing elements in the lexicon and dialectics at this point, things that have been around for a long time, could only possibly be replaced if something more accurately, and it would have to be substantial, based on the sort of the displacement that it causes in people. So to teach them the new thing instead. So the really long-standing things I have proven their success, and being long-standing successful means that they're most likely to remain in place. But surely we continue to subject all of these things to the scientific method. And that's a great question. Thank you so much. And we also have another question here from Colonel. Says, have you looked into the laws Biden wrote while in the Senate from 77 to 05? The first of these was the Comprehensive Act of 1984. I haven't, but let's have this article. No, it looks like, could you give me another link? Because it looks like this one is not working. It says the page isn't found for some reason. And you could also, the next time that you write, tell me what you have discerned from those writings. I don't know that anything that he wrote when he first was in politics would be relevant today, given that he is a chameleon and has transformed over the years to become something that could say that in so many years the white race is going to be a minority, and that's just a glorious thing. Whatever he said, I don't remember the exact paraphrase, but you know what I mean. So there are people out there, a lot of conservatives that say, "Whoa, look at how much of a anti-white slur racist he was. This is and they think they're really getting the anti-whites, and they never are. The anti-whites are like, so he's anti-white now, dumbass." So let's have a look. Actually, no, we'll just play this piece. Oh no, we want to do the poetry of Nellis, and then we will be right back.
For these times they are a-coming. Listen up, my brothers, in the lands that you own. Open your windows to see how the weeds have grown. It's time to wake up, for you to stop being a drone. If your folk to you are worth saving, then you'd better start reaping, or they'll break every bone. For these times, they are a-coming. Warriors and poets, hone your axes and swords. Burnish your visor, one chance to stop the hordes. And don't draw too soon, for the list has been made. It's now telling us who that it's blaming. They will lose now. Feel the wrath of our blade. For these times, they are a-coming. Come generals, veterans, your time is at hand. Don't stand with the invader, time to make your last stand. For he that sits back will be he who is damned. The battle outside raging will soon take your daughters and all your sons slammed. For these times they are a-coming. All mothers and fathers, this is your land. There's no place to hide, you need to understand that this immoral plague will always expand. Our traditions rapidly fading. For the love of your children, this evil you would stand. For these times, they are a-coming. The line it is drawn, the die has been cast. They think they won, but their time has passed. We have just begun new statues to cast. The order is rapidly rising. These cowards will run, will soon be surpassed. For these times, they are a-coming.
Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds.
Drowning in the argument, the anti-white says, what exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era. Hello there. How are you? How are you all? Welcome to my office. 9 hours and some 9.5 hours or so after beginning the stream for White Wellbeing. We can just not be stopped because we love our people. That's what drives us. And we'll continue to move forward. Sloth says, you're getting goofy. Oh, it's only begun, my friend. It's only begun. Jonas says, and yes, I wasn't around when you answered it back. Oh, okay. Well, there you have it there. It makes perfect sense then. I can't believe that we actually have the great Groundhog Fury with us. That is, and so is Irish Ice is now with us. Great to see you, brother. Groundhog Fury writes, I hope you get off your chair during breaks at least. Sitting for 10 hours, very bad for you. Yes, indeed. And in fact, when I get up, I guess I'm not ashamed to admit that I feel like I'm frozen. I'm just like stuck. All of my muscles are stuck. But I've got this new chair, and I don't. This is a loaner that could be given to me because my other chair was from a secondhand store, and I repaired it. It's been wonderful for many years. Leather is starting to come apart. And has been coming apart. The hair, I don't know what it is, horse hair or whatever, coming out. And it could potentially be gifted to me if I like it and I wanted to try it out today, maybe try it out for a few streams. The other chair looked, I guess, I don't know, did it look richer? Did it look more stodgy or what? How does this one look? Does it look sort of, I don't know, plain? What does it say about me? What will it say about me to everybody? The importance of your desk chair when you are trying to talk about white well-being. I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, maybe if I had an accent that people were really interested in or talked about topics that were of no value whatsoever, just give people an excuse to sit around and feel like they've done something. Like Comedies is with us and said, just woke up, still live, going all night long. Yeah, thanks for that, Groundhog Fury, because it does begin to, it's tough, begin to like stiffen up the whole body. And maybe I'm becoming more like rigor mortis. I'm learning what it's like to be Biden. Ian says, thanks for answering my question, Jason. Of course, brother. Thank you for being here. Thank you for, Aunt Sally is here. Great to see you. So is For My People. Hello to you. She says, good morning, Jason. It's 7:10 a.m. here in England. My goodness. I fell asleep watching you at about midnight, and you are here when I wake up. That's some serious time you put in. Well, I really appreciate that. Now, that's happened a few times, and I think it's a real honor. Folks are watching. They go to sleep. They get up the next day, and they're like, wait a second. Did he start another stream? Is he in jail and they're making him do this? Why would someone do this to themselves? All right. Well, I'm hoping that we're clipping out people are clipping out portions and sharing them all over the place, and who knows? Who knows? Sloth says, laugh my ass off. You could do squats while you do the stream. Ooh, I don't know. That might. I almost made a ribald joke, but I'm getting so much better about that. Roy says, brother, you should really get an electric desk. I am so happy with mine. I'm standing for the past 2 hours. Oh, yeah. So the desk stands up. You press a button, it stands up with electricity. I've been electric tonight. I kicked myself off of the stream once, the audio. I've got to be careful. I got to touch metal. Nope, I'm good now. Groundhog Fury says, I second what Roy said. Consider a standing desk. You can get one you just put on top of your existing desk. Easy upgrade. Hey, that's a great point, Groundhog Fury. I've seen those different places, different offices I've gone before. That's not a bad idea. So I could stand up for some of the stream. That's not a bad idea at all. But then I might get real violent on a stream. We'll just have to see. We'll just have to see if that works out. Roy says it's helped him a lot. Jonas says normally doesn't stay the whole night. Founding Father says fake diversity equals a country with all peoples. Real diversity, visiting a country with its own people and own culture. Fake diversity leads to us all being the same. Well, precisely, but I will tell you this. That is an argument taking place inside the anti-white narrative. It's sort of a snarky way to kind of turn it around on them, like, hey, you want diversity, but you're destroying it. So ultimately, you can't win. They don't care when you make that point. Their issue is they want to victimize us. And that's why we get out of their story altogether. We refield all of those conversations. But it's a genuine point. It's an honest point. It makes perfect sense. When Roy first said an electric desk, I thought, is that like to shock me, to keep me up? What is that supposed to give you? Like the hamster in those weird science experiments that accidentally touches and it never goes back to its food because all of the area around it is electrified. Jesse No Offense says, she likes the chair. Looks like it looks like it'd be comfortable. It does feel comfortable. I mean, it has like first of all, these arms, the armrests, they can change, right? And then I can lean back. I don't know. Boy, I guess I can lean back kind of far. Wouldn't that be great if right here live, feet go up in the air? Nobody takes me seriously much of the time now, but they really wouldn't take me seriously then. Alex says, you wouldn't fully understand what it's like to be President Beelzebub unless you started working for the destruction of Western kind. Well, that's true. We're not going to be doing that. Port Film standing Stefan Molyneux style. Does he stand all the time? No. Man, that guy's not in the best shape. I guess that's good. It's the way he's getting unless he's gotten in great shape. I don't know. The last times that I've seen him, all I get is occasionally these clips of him, and I usually just listen because I'm working. But he's obviously a really bright guy, but it definitely not much is going to the body. Summer Lee says a hot tub would help. Well, regrettably, I'm sure it would, but regrettably, I don't have access to one. My redneck hot tub would be a kiddie pool with a hose in it, and in January in Northern Virginia, that would not be very hot. Maybe redneck style, I could pour some petrol on the surface and set it on fire. Right, groundhogs. Right, the ones I've seen at offices and suites, it's loaded with a spring or springs like a garage door, and as soon as you begin to move it, the springs help you. Machiavelli sucks, talking about stretching, the planks and foam roller. Let's get back to work. Thank you so much for that. And I'll be out. You all will find me out in the kiddie pool. And I will be, I don't know, maybe a big fire right beside the kiddie pool, trying to stay warm I'll videotape that. Still, even if I did that, what is so sad is that even if I built a bonfire in the backyard, and I'm pretty sure that you're not allowed to build a bonfire where I live. I'm pretty sure if I built a bonfire in the middle of January and put a kiddie pool beside it and filled it with water, and right now, the temperature, we're at freezing. So 0 Celsius, 32 roughly here in Northern Virginia. Filled it with water, and before it froze, get naked, jump in it with the bonfire going to try to keep me alive. And then you hear the police sirens and the fire trucks and everything is coming because you're not allowed to have bonfires where I live. And surely people would be dialing 911 at the smoke. And that's the emergency number here in the United States. And the firefighters, they rush into the backyard, and the police, and they rush in and they find out that it's some idiot naked in a kiddie pool in 32-degree weather with a bonfire going. So the firefighters put out the bonfire, the police dragged me out of the kiddie pool and then beat me on my own live stream. I'm pretty sure that would still only get like 5,000 views. Pretty sure about that. It wouldn't matter. It would not. You could add fireworks going off during the beating and it would still be just about 5,500 views. But what's his name? What's the guy, the Bear Johansson guy or whatever he is? He could give you some platitude and just be the platitudinarian that he is. And it's going to be like 95,000 views. Well, naturally, the police could be sicking their police dogs on me, a naked, frozen Jason, and it would still be like 5,500 views. So I'm afraid my reality, but I want to wrap this up so we can get to the couple phone calls that we have. And those people are now there. Your minds were slow, but now they're lightning speed because you know that you have to be pithy when you come on because I have screwed up again and I didn't get to you soon enough. And we're going to fix that. We're going to fix that in 21. I'm going to do better and you all will have more time. And we'll get to these other testimonials next time. We'll have less ribaldry, more general jokes, and more calls from you all. And I already know over the course of the night what I was doing that caused things to be a bit protracted or prolonged, depending upon your interpretation of events. European Man, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. European Man writes this: I searched hard for well over a decade to find a position that I feel to be morally acceptable, a position that holds a message that I can pass around, that is utterly unimpeachable. I found that here about 4 years ago. My child was born, for the most part, because of going free. I've easily passed the torch for white well-being to my wife, my wife's niece, extremely positive results, 2 exclamation points, my best friend and my neighbor, as well as dropped the seed with many others and received majority positive feedback. Online, I've used the dialectic and lexicon a lot. This has obliterated the arguments of my attackers and without prompting attracted others in those same groups and comment sections to use our terms with the same results, which they've repeatedly used now. And I've screenshotted those for any deniers. Be assured they were not, all caps, using those terms previously. This is certain. Since going free, I've moved away from regular marijuana use, began working on my physical fitness, gotten into home ownership, abandoned failed political positions, while still appreciating our exquisite people from within them and the society. And when I'm feeling low or furious from anti-whiteism, I go on a minimum hour-long mission to spread the links and stamp out the anti-white attacks that I see online always leaving a link for the interested reader. It doesn't matter where I do it. I know that it is making a difference, and I know that it works, irrespective of the oral belching of totally discredited, envious detractors. I have finally stopped simply absorbing the good work here and begun financially contributing on a monthly basis. Spread it far and wide. Make time to do it and support any and every single comment that uses our terms, citing the term back to them with the reply, quote, exactly, nothing more, nothing less, close quote. And they will know they are on the right track. The future will only, all caps, be what we make it. Start here with this. We are winning. God bless this testimonial from European Man, and what a magnificent way to, I didn't even read the whole thing before I put it on the list of testimonials to read today. Can you believe this? Can you absolutely believe this? Is so tremendous, this testimonial. I'm going to start with that testimonial again next week when we get back together for the longer stream. And in case I have a shorter going free stream in between. But what a magnificent and just glorious every single step of this. The child born for the most part because of going free, pass the torch on to all of these different people. Everything this European man, this is doing with going free, nothing but successes. What a glorious testimonial. What a way to come to the end of a 10-hour stream. I'm going to jump right over to these calls, and we will see who all is left to call. I know we had the one and only, and he's going to be pithy, ladies and gentlemen, but he's brilliant and could be loquacious, but he can also be pithy, but he is the one and only, you know him well, Mr. V. I do not hear you yet, but I'm here. You are not muted on your end or my end, so take your time and just go ahead and figure it out while I take a look at the chat. Anglo-America coming back saying that he thinks that the Promethean pill idea, he says he does not think that it would be good, calling it the Promethean pill. Taking meme curatives is essentially sort of the same concept as taking the red pill. Going free as the result of MPs. Thank you, brother. Still not hearing you, Mr. V. I don't know. Let me look on my end, just in case.
Is it?
Oh, I hear you now. I hear you.
It was on my end, brother. I had to change a couple of settings because of audio editing. So it was on my end with Skype.
No worries. We can hear you now, brother. Promethean Hails, and how are you doing?
Promethean Hails, I'm very well. How are you, brother?
I am ecstatic now. I mean, we've been streaming for almost 10 hours, but I just read this from European Man, this testimonial, and I had only read the first couple lines, and I thought, well, this looks like it'll be good. And then I ended up reading, and it was so good. It is supernova, and a baby, and all of the success, the wife, the niece, everybody, friends. I'm just ecstatic.
It never ends. It really, really never ends. And that's the reason why when Go Free came out, I just knew we were going to win, because you can extrapolate the conclusion. Everything anti-whites do leads to an anti-white conclusion. Everything Go Free does leads to a white positive conclusion.
Precisely. Very well. And what did you want to share with us tonight, dear brother?
Since you're getting goofy and loose, you might be up for this, brother. I mentioned before wanting to dedicate something to Raymond Foster since he was so kind to dedicate a song to me.
Oh, okay.
I would, yeah, and I know if I'm not mistaken that he likes rap. It's not my style of music. I very much prefer other things, but I'd like to dedicate something that I don't think has existed before, unless someone is as weird as I am. It's a Go Free rap parody, but I need your help for this.
Oh, okay. How can I help with that?
I need you to say it. You don't have to sing it, but you have to say it.
I have to say it. Okay. I have to say
yes.
the rap. Okay.
Yeah, I'll just share the lyrics with you on Skype.
Okay. Let me see if I can.
And I will give me a quick second.
All right.
Because I know many people have done parodies before in our scene, but usually these do come from they're steeped in the anti-white narrative. Funny as they may be, they are steeped. And a while ago, this came to me because a rapper by the name of Snoop Dogg did not acknowledge that Eminem, which famously, white rapper, was one of the best. And I thought, well, that's only because you're anti-white. So I thought, what would happen if Snoop Dogg was white positive? And that would never happen because he would just forget about it. So I thought, okay, I'm going to create a little rap parody. So I'm just going to post that in the chat.
All right, a rap parody. And we're going
yes, and it's a rap parody of his famous song called Gin and Juice, but I retitled it to Colette's Red Bull.
To what? What did you call it?
Oh, I retitled it to Colette's Red Bull.
Oh, Mark Collette. So Mark Colette's Red Bull, and it was originally something called Gin and Juice.
Yes, and also I can't read it because I had to listen to the song so many times, and it's not about positive things, so I don't want to say any words that are part of the song. This is entirely white positive.
I see.
It's super self-referential because that's how I like parodies. I like to make parodies for friends and just to goof around, and comedy is very important. And every culture has those kinds of memes and those kinds of in-group jokes.
Right.
So, yeah, I doubt you've ever heard this song before, but I know Jeff Winston mentioned that this is the kind of stuff that 90s kids grew up with, and that's very true. Even if it's not our style of music, this is the stuff that we grew up with. So, to me, it's very funny to turn something that was not white positive and kind of give it a Promethean touch.
Well. That would surely piss him off, wouldn't it? The original rapper. Okay. So I'm reading this lyrics you have here. Let's see. I definitely don't need glasses. So, and this is Colette's Red Bull. With so much drama in the Western scene, it's kind of hard keeping NWG pristine. But I somehow, some way, keep coming up with meme curatives like every single day. May I kick a little streamin' for the West End, make a few clips as I breeze through. 2 a.m, after party's still going, 'cause my sensors ain't home. I got ladies in the chat room cheering me on, and they ain't leaving till the 8th hour clocks in. So what you want to do? I got a closet full of posters, and my Westmen do too. So turn off white flights and close the doors. But what? The Western border is closed. So we drink Towler's tea to this. Whites up, no R's down. While you anti-whites rouse to this. Rolling down the street, spreading going free, sipping on Colette's Red Bull, laid back, my mind on the nation and my nation on the mind, on my mind. My mind on the nation and my nation on my mind. That's that is fantastic. That is funny. I'm sure I could actually read it with the cadence of the actual rap song if I heard it, but that is hilarious. That is fantastic. So will you be able to? I mean, are you going to like take my reading of it, or and do something with it, or is me reading this the gift to Raymond Foster?
That is the gift. I don't have the audio editing powers.
Oh, that is fantastic. That is hilarious. I'm sure that just sounded, for everybody who grew up with this song, I'm sure they were like, what in the hell is that guy?
It's incredibly random.
I can almost see how it, let's see. Yeah, I tell you what I can do. I can almost like feel by the way you wrote the sentences, like the beat to it. So I might be able to read it into a like a legitimate parody, and we could send it over to him and see if he wants to put it to a tune, and then we'll see what happens. But that's fantastic. Well written, brother, and thank you for doing that for him. All the stuff that he is doing for all of us. That's glorious.
Well, I appreciate you doing that, brother. I thought at the very least you and I would get a laugh out of it. I know it's very strange, but I usually don't do rap parodies. I do rock parodies. And I very much have enjoyed the guys from TDS. They've done great parodies, but there's going to be a need for us to do white positive things. And self-referential humor is very important. It's very important for a culture to have. So I don't know if you noticed all the references there, but there's a lot of references. It's self-referential. Yeah, only people going free would get that.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. Well done.
Yeah, thank you, brother. There was just a goofy little sidetracking thing since times have been so dark, but though of course there's a lot of hope, and we got to keep comedy alive. Real quick, I know I got to keep it pithy, but after I get off the call, brother, I have some images that I've edited, kind of promotional images, and if you find them to be of good quality, I'll send them to you over Skype, and you can upload them to Twitter, Instagram, because that's where the stuff, images is really good for those platforms. So if you find those kind of promotional materials to be good,
send them right over Skype.
Yeah, fantastic, perfect, and thank you so much for everything, brother. That was really funny for me, and I'm really glad you liked it.
Oh man, I think I can. Like I said, I could probably read this from the way you wrote it. I can kind of see there's the cadence to it that I didn't the first dry reading of it. I could probably read it with a better cadence, and we'll send it to Foster, and we'll see what.
I mean, above all, I hope he likes it, because rap is definitely not my favorite. I'm more Imminent Rain style, if you will.
There you go. Right. Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
I'm
thank
there
you
with
so
you.
much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother, and thank you all, brothers and sisters, and have a great night, brother, and take care.
You too. Promethean Hales.
Promethean Hales.
That was funny as hell, folks. That was really funny. I could do that. I could see there's the way he wrote it, there's a cadence there. And I could definitely read this in with a proper cadence. I'm not gonna go try to hunt down this song. I'm sure it's full of a bunch of objectionable verbiage and who knows what else, but there's a cadence there. Now it looks like one of our people who wanted to talk tonight went on to bed. You will be first next week, and if you are available for a call, and it looks like that is it then for our callers, and we are right at 9 hours and 59 minutes. And we have a commitment now to do more phone calls. I know how this ended up being a bit more protracted. I had my eye on it, and we will be able to fix this. Besides, as we move into the next phase where I'm doing the audiobook for Prometheus Rising, I'm going to need more time to do that. I'm going to need more of my voice to be able to do that. And we just passed the 10-hour mark. A new record has been set here in the early days of 2021, and we will continue to advance toward white well-being and maybe stick with this chair. I'll lean back. How does that look? Do I look like I'm ready to take on 2021 with the rest of you? That's what we're looking for. Machiavellius says, you like black pilled. Are you asking me if I, the Devin Stack? Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. Every time he's come on the show, he's been a really nice guy. I'm going to be like Trump here. I'd like him a lot more if he would tell folks about going free, but you know what? He's going to do what he's going to do. And he's having success. He's got tons of followers and more power to him. I hope he goes to the moon and beyond. Hey, Justin Lee is here. Great to see you. Jesse No Offense says perfect. Perfect about what? Doing the chair. Sloth says, how do you handle conservatives calling you as bad as SJWs? Could call in and ask, but simple question. Yeah, I think we really should wrap it up here in the next minute. So, but I've had conservatives say such a thing. Now, this is taking place inside. Remember, for them, they're stuck in the anti-white narrative. So in different situations, I've led them. I've just immediately cut it off and humiliated them, talking with them about charging them with being anti-white, and the context in which they have said, well, you're just as bad as an SJW. You could respond back by saying, you're just as bad as an anti-white. But you're worse because you refuse to see that you're being victimized on the basis of your race. You know it's happening, but you are too delicate. You're too dainty. You're too cucked. You're too miserable. You're too pathetic to acknowledge that they are beating you and raping you on the basis of your race, even while they say it. That's how pathetic you are. And then just move on to somebody else who you can bring over to going free. And, but yeah, I've cut them right off at, you're just anti-white loser. And I've also actually invested a little bit more time, shown them how pathetic, and said, remember, you want to, the whole purpose is to help folks to go free. So I've said, in fact, I'm remembering one conversation in particular with a young woman, and I was like, you don't want to be like this hideous anti-white person, do you? You don't. That's how people will see you, even if they won't tell you that to your face. And then I could see, she was like, really? They'll see me like that? Yes, they'll see you like that. So had I don't know, maybe 15-minute conversation. And I don't know where she is today, but I know those were the best 15 minutes of her life. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that. Founding Fathers writes here, do you think Trump will run in 2024? And if he does, do you think he'll have a better chance after 4 years of Biden? The short answer is no. He may be prevented from running, even though technically, supposedly, in the Constitution, it says the president, not past president. So you can't, there's an argument, a legal argument, that you can't convict in the Senate a past president. Of course, the anti-whites are dominating things, and they might do whatever they want to do. So we'll see. But if he couldn't win, we can just sort of do the deduction here. If he couldn't win when he had the power of the presidency and when he had everything else going for him, he's very unlikely to win from outside the system, right? So I just don't see it happening. I think the odds are extraordinarily slim. I said earlier that if Biden goes the full 4 years, I think there is a very strong likelihood that Hillary Clinton will be the nomination rather than Kamala, and she will win the presidency. In the same way that Biden won the presidency. So I'll just put it that way. What's everybody laughing at? Somebody asks, is John Mark wanting to come back? I hope he doesn't unless he's completely changed, unless he's done a 180. If he comes back and how badly do you need to be proven wrong? How much do you need to be humiliated? It could not be more humiliating. You could not have written a more humiliating outcome for what they did on January 4 here in Virginia. And then you could not be proven more wrong about everything you said. I proved him wrong in argumentation, and then reality over the entire reality just days later, and then over the totality of the summer of 2020 and into the fall and then into the winter proved me right and him wrong. And the Jabba the Hutt slob, Eben Phallus, worshiping fool behind him, Kurt do nothing, wrong. And then now you have the presidency, the election here, all of that proving every single thing he said wrong. All you ended up having was people who believed in him and the other one, and they ended up losing their right to self-defense. So if this life-wrecking guy comes back to make content, I really hope that he has done a 180, and there will be no more talk about this. You don't have to do anything. There's going to be an invisible army that's going to rise up, and they're going to just serve us, and who's going to win that civil war and all of that filth. Now you'll go to jail for 25 to life for talking about that kind of stuff. So good luck. And I will tell people, if he comes back and he's talking about that, and that fat slob pants wetting fool behind him shows up again, I will tell everybody, I'll try to tell everybody what I really think of him, because I'm not going to sit by and just watch a bunch of good people who should be doing productive things for white well-being, and maybe just doing something productive somewhere else, to just go to jail for the rest of their life because they're going to say some bravado or believe that some army is going to come out and do it for them. Where's that army, you bitch? Where is it? Southern Daily News is here, not the army that this fool was talking about, but a great frog nonetheless. Great to see you. Justin Lee, a bunch of folks showing up. Remember, it's 5 a.m. somewhere. Chris Kringle has shown up. That's going to be a new song. What is that? Which song is that? Where does that come from? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Of course, they mean evening, right? Is that the lyric in it? And it's about drinking. Jesse, no offense, says, say it like you mean it. Oh, you mean the rap song? Oh, I'm gonna have to read it a couple times to myself, and now is not the time before I get the cadence down just right. All right, let's see what you all have left here to say, and then we'll be wrapping up, because even though I'm not sleeping tonight, got to go to work tomorrow, I do have to get other work done for white well-being. Is it 3 a.m. here? Oh, for the love of God. The Founding Fathers asked, what guy are you talking about? It's a fool that wore a red helmet, or wore, weird. I have had enough sleep, so there's nothing to worry about. Just make sure you put me in charge of the heavy machinery. No sleep for Jason. Make sure that I'm operating the heaviest machinery that you have on site for maximum entertainment value. And still, no one would watch that video. So, where were we? Yes, John Mark was this guy that showed up out of nowhere and wore a helmet. He was Helmet Man. He reminded me of that horrible comedy movie that had a couple funny parts, Spaceballs, and he had suddenly a colossal audience using the words scientific solution, scientific solution, scientific solution, scientific solution, and selling the excuse to not do anything because there's going to be a big army that's going to come do it for you. And hey, if there's a civil war that happens, you guess who's going to win that one? Yeah, well, we know who's going to win. They won, dumbass. And then what happens, of course, with what always happens with the preacher that says God's coming, the end of the world, the rapture's here. Well, when it doesn't happen, it's always, come on, fellas, let's just move this goalpost. Come on, everybody get your shoulders under it, and let's move this goalpost so that we can say, oh, it just hasn't happened yet. It's still coming. Whatever. And the other one was Kurt Doolittle. And he's a worshiper of things and a pants sweater. When two anemic black males walk up to him, he pissed himself. That should be the end of him. Sloth says, laughing at the best 15 minutes. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. I'm doing better with my ribald humor. We're going to make sure we get a handle on that. That was almost ribald. But I'm reeling it in. God dang. It's like anything I say at this point. Okay, looks like we're good over here. I don't know. All right, I don't know. Okay, where are we? Let me make sure we're blank over here so that we didn't miss anybody. Okay, we're blank. We didn't miss anybody. Do I have any? Okay, good. I have coffee here. Wow. We're going to get a handle on I'm going to start sniffing my Alpine Cheer. And we'll see what happens. This will be this stuff smells good. Although that put me into a ribald joke earlier, so we better be careful. We don't want to do that again. How did you like listening to the Nillis's poetry? We should do that again, shouldn't we? Since we're not able to have the garage parties, nobody was showing up to them. So maybe we'll try to share people's stuff over here. And the poetry of Nellis, and the other guy's missing right now, but I will. Maybe if I just sniff this, his name will come back to me, right? But maybe some of his work as well, and share some. Lark Ascending is with us, and Lark, you are a one of our lady folk, yes? 10 pounds, and writing here, just thanks for all you do. Well, God bless you. Thank you for that. You can, Lark Ascending, if you're still in the live chat, you can write me over there. Let me know that I don't want to misgender you, because we know, where's that news? If you all could see my desk, you're not going to see my desk. You're not going to see it. But if you could see it, you would see that somewhere in this mess of horrific things that the anti-whites are doing, there's the story about how is it Levine wants to legally categorize. Now, of course, please look into this, because I am sleepy drunk and I'm not sure that what I'm saying is even English. So make sure it's right. That wants to categorize hostile misgendering as a mental illness, because misgendering is the mental illness aspect of that. And what else do we have here? It's Lark Ascending. So let me know. I don't want to misgender Lark Ascending. And for some reason, I thought I had a good handle on I almost said a good handle on Lark Ascending. Now it's just haunting me. Now it's just after me. And I'm doing my best to get away from it. So we ended up with a great, I read a rap song written by Mr. V. Who would think that would happen? And we had this just absolutely magnificent. You know why? I hope somebody cuts this out from European Man. And maybe we'll have the folks over there at Nordic Frontier could do another one of their amazing pieces of work. That would be what a fantastic testimonial by European Man. And we are going to start the week off next week with that. And does anybody know Lark Ascending? Female. No, Roy says, brother, I put a few questions in the question widget on entropy, but not too urgent. Feel free to address them in a future stream if necessary. Honorian says the double entendres are unstoppable. I can make them triple and even quadruple. Yeah, Lark Ascending, I was right. So I did have a good handle on Lark Ascending. Oh my God, like just 10 more ribble jokes. I really need to. What is the matter with me? Let me take a quick look at these. And because, okay. Roy, you put them in the question widget? I don't see anything. There must be something really wrong. I mean, there's something wrong normally, obviously, but there must be something really wrong because I don't see that you added anything. Oh, you took them from here? I see all the questions on the question widget. I thought I answered all of these. Yeah, I did answer all of these. Oh, wait, Jared Taylor to help you learn French. Ah, yes. He's a master. And we have, there's been a rise in attacks against our people. Oh, no, we did get to that. Yeah. Okay, we got to everybody there. Awesome. All right, so maybe we will revisit Nullus poetry and some of the other poetry that we have. And we've wrapped up the stream. Let me take a quick look. I'm sorry I don't have a chest to open over here on Orbotus. You see, now it's gone too far. Now it's really just gone. Now I'm not even speaking for myself. Can you have more Australian guests on time? Absolutely. We're going to have the great Raymond Foster back and speak with him. He was a great guest. Everybody, we got along right away because I think we have. Oh, what is this? When do you say someone is anti? Oh, okay. Well, we got that one. Oh, that's great. That Roy brought that over because we're both white positive. And we're both, I guess, I'm the American good old boy. He's the Australian good old boy. So it's just running through us. Okay, Roy says here, what do you think about Michelle Obama in 2024? Not likely, but not impossible. It's far more likely that it will be still with Hillary, is my opinion. But not impossible. The issue is that she is Michelle Obama, for as much as the media attempts to puff her up as this wonderful, everybody loves her kind of a person. At this point, projecting forward, there's not enough support, genuine support for her. She's not genuinely likable. And that kind of thing is going to undermine any potential for her becoming a candidate and a successful candidate. And that, of course, would be something they would be looking at for in a candidate, is the success that they possible success. Roy says, what happened to Chuck Martell's? Well, essentially what happened with the garage parties was that nobody or too few people were showing up. It was just the number of people that were showing up for the garage parties just every single week was less and less and less. And it takes time to make. Even the reruns takes time. And it was time that I needed to do other things. And so I just had to put them on hold with the possibility of, bringing them back maybe this year. We'll see. We'll see if there's interest again for them, and then I can break out the garage parties again. But it was really a devastating thing to me because I enjoyed sharing these other people's works, and I wanted to bring them attention. I wanted to put the spotlight on them. We need to create our own art in service to white well-being. So it was really an unhappy thing for me to have to say, well, this is just, I think the last one, the first, maybe either not quite a minute or just over a minute, I was the only one in the live chat for the first minute. And then what did it get up to? Like maybe 30 couple people or something. It was most unfortunate. And I've done, over the years, I've held so many meetings where no one showed up, and I'm just too old for that now. In the long run, do you think it'll be safer for the U.S., safer in the U.S. or Europe? Well, that's one of those questions that, we can't actually, we can make arguments in both directions. And anybody that would claim to know or claim to give any sort of solid position on that, they're either tricking themselves, fooling themselves, or consciously lying to you. I think it's probably they would just be fooling themselves to pretend that they could actually know in the long run. We have to define what does in the long run mean. We would have to attempt to prognosticate through trillions and trillions and trillions of data points of what could happen that would all be influencing each other. It's the best thing to do is adopt the position that our Western civilization is in us, in our biosphere. It's wherever we go. So it may be Europe, it may be the US, it may be both places, it may be something completely different. We'll see as it materializes, and we move, strategically relocate when we have to do that. And we have, do you recommend using the Virginia flag instead of the rebel flag? Don't use, if you want to put up the Confederate flag in your home or whatever, a place of reverence, but you don't use the Confederate flag as the symbol for your group or your attempts to bring people over to white well-being, because you have to take into consideration what they've been taught about the flag, not what you believe or what's objectively true or anything like that. We might do the garage party a bit more infrequently and get people to be able to attend then and see the great works of art. Roy says that his great mother believes that Michelle will run in 2024. Maybe she's right. But Michelle Obama she can get in front of a camera and be scripted and read something, but not even convincingly. And so that is her great strength. Now, her weakness is that she has a temper, and her in a debate, she's not going to be poised. She's not going to be sly. She's not going to be feminine. She's not going to, she'll have like fits of the kind of thing that you might see on like people on a street corner in the city having it out screaming at each other. So I don't see her being challenged on unless they, I know, I just still don't. I mean, her being, I think she would lose it on a debate stage. I mean, and then everybody would be scared. Do you eat keto? If you run on fat fuel only, your mind is sharp even when you're tired. I only primarily eat meat. Very few carbs for me whatsoever, because I'm pretty sure carbs are the waste of the devil. Roy says, thank you very much, brother. That was a question, from my mom. She was worried about me and suggested that I relocate. Well, you know what, Roy? That is your wonderful mother saying, come home, baby. Come on back. And we'll make sure that if it gets too bad here, we'll make sure that her wonderful son makes it back home. But I think it's going to be okay. Michelle Obama won't. But do this instead, Roy. Make sure you call your mom every couple days. Let her know everything's okay. Let her know that she's in your heart. Greek American says, Dad always wrote in Greek. Well, I'm glad of course he's a Westman, so good thing that they knew. Did you play my music like Comedies asks? Oh, wait a second. You sent me, write to me real quick. Where did we touch base? I haven't played anything tonight. And now I'm trying to recall. Alex says, no vegetables? No, a little bit of vegetables, yeah, because they have less sugar in them than, say, fruit. So fruit is tough. Jesse, no offense, says carbs are life. Well. I know they taste good, but Greek American asks, is Virginia majority white? Majority probably still, but it is rapidly, the demographics are rapidly changing. And here in Northern Virginia, under a certain age, it's majority non-white. Roy said if we wanted nobody to come back to the after party, all we'd have to do is have him sing. Well, you and I could do a duet, and that would be the end of it. Oh, he calls her every single day. Well, that's it. Good boy. On Twitter. All right, I'm going to have to check it out. We'll come back, brother, and we'll get to your music. And thank you very much for reminding me. We'll do that next week. Let me make sure we are blank here and blank over there, and we're going to roll out tonight. It's been a marvelous night. We really set the record. I mean, we're at 10 and a half hours. 10 and a half hours in just seconds away. So we will get to, it's been marvelous, ladies and gentlemen, going free with you under 30 seconds to 10 and a half hours, a new high water mark for those of us going free. We're just warmed up right now. We're going to make it happen. I'm going to sniff on some whitey soap or whatever. And I'm going to get something to eat because I'm starving, something without carbs and with lots of meat. And I'm not being ribbled. And we will get back together next week. But I want you to go out and have fun this week. Let's drive that number up on that link to that book so that we're like at 200 likes. If you find it useful on Amazon. Share the link again if you all have saved it. Let's see how far we can take it. And see, I'm already getting ready to rhyme. I'm already going to enter the rapper sphere before you know it. And let's make sure that we shine the rest of the week. On Wednesday, we have Sarah Dye with us over on PWR. Let's give her a grand welcome over there. It'll be a great day. This week, let's make it as productive as possible. And remember, you just exercised. We created a scenario where you could exercise more power than you ever thought you could in service to white well-being, in service to our people with just 2 clicks. That's how easy we made it to undermine, to circumvent what the anti-whites are doing so that we could bring perhaps tens of thousands of people to awareness of going free. You helped to make that happen with just 2 simple clicks. Where else can you find out in these different white spheres where anybody else has enabled you to be that powerful with that much ease? A great Promethean hails to every single one of you. I love you all. We are going free, and there is nothing the anti-whites are going to do to stop us. Go free.